think in their like both games, even though FlyQuest won, which was kind of like the expected, I'd say both of them were unexpected in the ways that they won. Because I think TL in the first game was also way worse than even I thought that they were going to be coming back from first stand. And so that one seemed easier for FlyQuest than I thought it was going to be. And as you say, the DSG one was significantly harder. But the cool thing for me for sure was their use, of Bwipo's champion pool. And it's, clearly, while they were over in Korea boot camping and watching First Stand, he played the Vladimir in the first game, and they even did like the Vladimir and the Ryze, and having the dual AP split push threats, and incorporating the new Rod of Ages rush. So the Ryze really jumped up in priority.
Games that worked too. It felt like mostly Ryze. Like I know I cast 2, if not 3 games of Ryze into Varus Azir. And even when it got ahead early, it just was like kind of struggling later because it was getting heavily outranged, and the team would make one mistake, and then, oh crap, we can't split push anymore. We got a 5v5, and oh crap, I'm walking into Varus Azir and I'm poked out before the fight starts.
Yeah, Quad definitely made it work. He was pumping damage, so that was definitely a good look for it.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of Ryze games because I'm definitely on the side of not thinking Ryze is very good. To me, he always just seems like this low range. Even if you somehow like get a lot of items on him, you can still like dodge his Qs and whatnot. So,
Not when you're room prisoned.
yeah, but I mean, you're getting like one EQ on them while they're rooted, if that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the champion, but I will say statistically in the major regions, he is actually doing really well. I think I looked it up during the LTA games, and he was like 17 wins, 7 losses or something, which is pretty good. So maybe he's real. I don't know. I'm a doubter for sure, but
I think
they did
I think
make him
you
work
just
this
have
game.
to pick him in comps that make sense. Like I double checked. So it was the two games that I cast of him was the ones against the Varus and Azir that they lost. The quad game was against Ari, Gwen, Callista, like stuff that's like relatively short range. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then Saint won on him as well. I can double check what he played into.
Oh, I know what he played into. That was the worst team comp that's ever been drafted. That was the Tristana mid with like the all AD squishy no CC comp from.
Oh, it was.
I think it was.
They had Tristana, Ezreal, Karma, Xin Zhao, and Gwen.
Yeah, that comp was. I don't think it could be anything. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah. Regardless, though, I think the things that oftentimes separate from me like really good Rise players is the realm warp usage.
Yeah.
Like not even the combos and quad. That was something that FlyQuest quad used really well. A lot of objectives he was able to reposition, or they were using it to like chase people down and get picks. So I thought he did some very good realm warps in addition to like the main dragon fight that we remember for him, like chasing people down and actually being the main damage pumper too. So some of those things like Rise to me, to our earlier discussion about like mastery curves, a lot of like the best Rise is like how you're split pushing later and using the realm warp as like this big gap closing tool, or like being able to catch your opponents off in rotation or something like that.
I mean, split push is just so important, right? Like knowing how to play side lanes, I think is massive. Because it's just Rise is not that strong in front to back, right? So it's if you just show up to a fight, even if you are strong, it's very hard to just like walk up, right? Like walk through the support. You're gonna get comboed. You have to be kind of playing a little bit more creatively. Be really good at playing through side lanes. C9 I thought really struggled with how they used the Rise when they played it. Loki had a pretty terrible game, but FlyQuest overall definitely I think pretty strong first week. DSG, I think it's interesting because I've been hearing some that they're like doing pretty well in scrims, which obviously doesn't always mean anything.
Everybody has a 75% win rate in scrims.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't always mean anything, except for 100 Thieves, who has 0% win rate.
We've had some very honest teams, though, when they were doing bad in scrims, be very honest about it, too. So I think it has balanced out.
I just found it surprising because so a couple of different people told me, I heard this all like second, third hand, but a couple of different people told me that like they had heard basically that DSG was like the best of the bottom 4 in scrims, which I was like, I found that really surprising. And I don't know if this is just like one person's anecdote from one day or whatever. I'm going to have to ask some more people about it. Maybe you could ask Cloud9 about it and see kind of like if that was their experience, because C9, like for DSG, you could use it as like a knock against FlyQuest that they did have a close game against them, but I still think FlyQuest had a strong first week.
I would say the big thing for DSG was like their big comeback play where they caught them towards the top side of the map up by the Baron pit, and the big thing about that game to me was best Scary Jerry game that we have seen since he's been in the LTA, by far on the Ezreal. That fight was critical, where I'm really glad we got the comms listening too, because the very beginning of it, there's one person on DSG, I don't even remember who it was, but they're like, okay, we got the one pick on the Corki. They got the Corki pick and it was like a shutdown, and they were like, okay, that's it. But then I think XU makes the call to like re-engage, and they end up getting all 5 of them and chasing them down, and it becomes this like huge comeback moment where they get a bunch of gold, and then that's why this game versus FlyQuest was so close. And so I was very happy for DSG that Scary Jerry had a good game. He's been one of the really heavily criticized players in the entire league, because in Split 1 he had a lot of fights where he's like playing kind of scared himself and not getting a lot of damage out, but him arcane shifting and flashing forward to secure those last couple kills. XU making some good strong calls for the team to re-engage with the Vi. I thought was really cool because up until then, like a lot of our stories were like, DSG, they're the underdogs. Castle's pretty good still, and like that was like about it for the team. So I was really happy that XU and Scary Jerry specifically got to kind of take a front seat there for a little bit versus one of the top teams.
Yeah, I mean, we can just kind of keep talking on DSG, then we can kind of bounce around to them. I mean, I do think they looked better than in Split 1. That being said, it wasn't 2 losses, unfortunately. I do think the FlyQuest game for sure is one that they can kind of like take some things away from and be happy about. Huki was talking on pros kind of about how, they want to improve faster, but the reality is it's kind of a slow process. And, a lot of it is about like getting in these situations on stage and then learning from them. He was talking about, he was happy that, Jerry was able to get into like a winning position on stage and then kind of feel like how it was to play with a lead on stage. And he was saying, the next step is like, he really should have tried to basically like take control of the game and tell them what he needed to be able to carry the game, right? Like, when you are in that winning position, you have to kind of like lead and be able to say like, hey, these are the things I need to be able to actually, get this game across the finish line and be able to actually get that win. And that's something that he talked about. And yeah, I mean, the reality is they have a lot of young players and like a lot of like kind of like some of these more inexperienced players and they're all kind of not that experienced together. So I do think it'll be a slow build, but it was promising. I will say, though, to be fair, game 1 of Scary Jerry playing the Varus, yes, I think maybe he did a bit better damage and stuff than last split, but also I felt like he was getting caught on mid lane a lot, and that is something that like really, really hurts. Like when you're in these kind of like mid game, late game situations, if your AD gets caught on a wave in mid, it's just like you're so screwed, right? Like you're gonna lose so much. Either you're trying to like bail them out and you're all dying for them, or they die and you're gonna at the very least like lose objectives, if not towers, and even more. So I think DSG still has a lot of kind of growing pains to get through. But at the very least, they showed that they could have some competitive games and gave me a lot more hope, I think, than I had for them coming into to week 1.
Yeah, there's always a big difference between, a bottom team that is competitive and could maybe win a game and a bottom team that's just,
Dead fish.
Yeah, like just scheduled win for everybody else. Like you literally cannot lose to them no matter what you do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I thought they were pretty good. Definitely, I've heard Scary Jerry's, like his best champ is Estral. Like even Doublelift like had nice things to say about it, which is like kind of rare for him. about anybody. So it was cool. He had a nice game. I thought, their game against Lyon seemed really hard. Like he did get caught on mid waves, but he's also against like a turbo fed Yone Sejuani combo. Yeah. So at some extent, it's like, yeah, you're probably just gonna get caught and die against that. Like that's just kind of how it goes.
We could bounce over to Lyon then, because Lyon had a 2-0 week. Obviously, they did have a much easier strength of schedule, but again, I think they showed some pretty big improvements from Split 1. And Saint was a really big standout player. He's a player that like this is a big, honestly, the reason that I kind of ranked them a little bit higher than a lot of other people did. Is just because I had a lot of faith in Saint and Henna just as individuals, as carries, compared to the other bottom 4 teams, right? I just thought they had stronger carries, which could get them some wins. And Saint played really, really well. I thought Audi did a good job in game 1 against Disguise as well. He had some pretty good pathing. Went topside, did this kind of like gank where there was a ward in the river and he was Sejuani, so he just went behind the tower and just like went through the tower basically and got behind Castle and got Licorice an early kill. Was able to play pretty heavily with Saint and get him into a good position. It felt like even though there were some early miscues later on in the game, the team was actually looking fairly coordinated, which was nice because definitely communication has been a big concern for people on the outside looking in. It's like got a guy from Peru, a guy from Argentina, 2 Koreans, including Henna, who according to the players I've talked to, has very, very poor English and doesn't really understand them. Audi was even saying on pros how like, oh, we're kind of like joking about it because anytime you say anything to Henna, he goes, huh? And then you have to tell Saint, and then Saint has to translate. So like,
oh god.
So it's like, you have a lot going on there, but their team fights actually look quite coordinated. Lions played a really good Nico game, had some pretty sick engages, and Henna was flying in at the right times. So it was cool to see a strong first week from them. And yeah, Saint was just smurfing both games.
He definitely was well-deserved player of the week from him. He was like the other really good Rise game, where he was definitely a problem. I also wanted to give some props to Licorice and the coaching staff with the Nefiri swap. I thought it was a really good draft swap where they rotated and they fifth picked the Wukong instead of the Nefiri. So Audioland could have, this level 6 really nice like team fight jungler, and they swapped the Nefiri into the Gwen lane. They each like solo killed each other, and it wasn't like a hard counter to the Gwen or something. But I thought it was a nice little like pivot from them, and utilizing like the hot fix patch changes that made Nefiri better in lane phase versus jungle, and being able to have some like good angles there. Because some of the other teams I was talking to were like complaining that we were playing on the most recent hotfix and stuff, because they're like, oh yeah, we're like, I'm down to be on live patch, but like, what if hotfixes are coming out a couple days before the games and stuff like that, and which is kind of fair. Like if you put that week of practice on stuff, then but still remaining like versatile and stuff, and being able to handle all those reactions.
Keep Freak on the payroll.
It's pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Keep him on the payroll. Let him like give you information before a hotfix comes out, so you can practice it before everyone else knows. Yeah, genius.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, that top matchup was really funny. The like Ignite.
Yeah, they were just both teleport Ignite.
Yeah, because I swear they both killed each other at different points where it looked like the most one-sided fight ever.
Yeah.
It was like
really
Nefiri
funny.
killed Gwen immediately. It's like, wow, that matchup does not look good for Gwen. And then Gwen killed Nefiri in the exact
Gwen's
opposite
still
way.
full health.
Yeah. And it was just like, what is this matchup?
Yeah.
It was funny.
Definitely like the Ignite teleport double ego battle going down.
We had some spicy top lane stuff. We also had in the C9 one, we had Sniper playing Flash Ignite Ribbon versus the Flash Exhaust double combat sums. I don't know, the more I watch solo queue top laners and the more I'm playing and stuff, you see more and more of these like double combat sum top lane stuff as more people are just feeling like TP feels so bad to use, especially early, because it's such a long channel and takes so long to get there. But I mean, obviously teleport's still amazing and competitive, but it is interesting seeing like some double combat sum versus double combat sums in competitive.
Yeah, I love it because it's been so long since we had a meta without TP everywhere, right? It's like 2013 or something. It was the last time. And there's always kind of like two sides to the debate around TP, because on one hand, it allows your top laners to interact with the rest of the game, right? It's not like you're just off on your own and you're never connecting with anyone. But at the same time, I think it kind of makes the map feel bigger in a way, and it makes where each person is more relevant, because everyone's not just going to immediately show up for a fight. So I think it's cool. I think it opens up a lot of like split opportunities where you can make some creative plays when there's not like a million TPs everywhere. I still think it's going to be like a staple of the game. I still think we're going to see it most of the time, but I think those games where you don't have TPs everywhere are pretty fun too.
And like the spot that he did it in for Sniper, since we're talking about the Sniper Riven, which is still undefeated, by the way, and I definitely love every time it's locked in. You do it in the spot where you are running a counter matchup looking for lane kills, and you want to snowball. Like he plays it into the Gwen. It's so good into Gwen because you have so much mobility to dodge her final snip and to stay inside and burst her down with your ultimate. And so as soon as you see that locked in, Riven has to have flash for late game plays. Like if you don't have flash, then you're not going to be able to pull out your big montage, AoE engages for the team, and then laying on the ignite so he can actually like win lane and try and snowball and stuff early. Then they're like moving around the map still a lot later. With the nerf TP, I was definitely a huge fan of it.
I also thought the response of actually going exhaust was really smart too, because it is like for Riven, it's about getting these kind of like 100-0 bursts down on Gwen, right? And so the fact that Thanatos actually just went flash exhaust I felt like, did get him in a position where he could just outscale. I thought he was actually in a great spot. The game didn't really become much about top lane. It became kind of much more about the rest of the game, and Quid was kind of 1v9 in that one. But still, I thought it was a pretty smart response. We can talk about 100 Thieves a bit since we went there if you want. Yeah, obviously we had the Riven game come out. Wasn't really about the Riven, but he did get
still undefeated.
He's 7-0 now in pro play. Hasn't lost on Riven. That is honestly really, really cool.
Has he really played her 7 times? I can only remember like 2.
That's the stat that I was told. So I don't know.
I saw that stat too, and I was so confused. Like,
I'm gonna ask Google
where
right
did
now.
all these Riven games come from?
Maybe it's in NACL and stuff too.
That would make sense.
I'll look it up. Let's investigate here.
Yeah, 100 Thieves though. Overall,
must be because 3 in LCS/LTA.
Yeah. I don't think we've had 7 of them actually on.
That's what was shown on broadcast though. I think
it was. Yeah. I remember seeing that.
But 100 Thieves overall, that game was really nice for them. And as I said in the opening episode coming into the split, I was like, Quid, I just feel like is the best mid laner. He's getting some competition now, but still really impressive. Their game versus TL though, another game versus TL where they get a lead and then they lose it later was just.
It's crazy that it's literally the exact same place and the exact same way and pretty much the exact same leads. Now, game 2 of the finals, game 3 of the finals, and this game are basically all right around 20 to 22 minutes, all a 2.5 to 3k gold lead for 100 Thieves, and all a throw right beside Otacon into everyone dies, into enemy team gets Otacon into GG. And it was just how does it keep happening?
Yeah, so this one was really weird. To me, it felt obviously the early game in that one it looked like TL was just going to get stomped, right? After their first game where it was pretty bad. And then this game, I was like, wow, the rumors of TL's demise are, kind of
not
true.
Exaggerated.
Yeah. But 100 Thieves I think their draft was pretty weak. Honestly, they had Ryze, Aatrox, MF. It's not really the best champions. But then also, they were just doing some super weird stuff. I remember one that stuck out to me was, I think FBI used his ult to kind of chunk Yon a little bit right before a sort of dragon scuffle. And then 100 Thieves just opted into this fight for no reason between mid and dragon pit. And they just ended up getting wiped pretty much. And it was a fight. It was you don't really have an advantage going into it. You're missing your key team fight ult, and there's nothing to fight for. What? So, I think they were maybe not taking the game super seriously, or they just had hard champs to win fights with or something. But it was definitely a weird look for 100 Thieves in that one.
I felt to me, it was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, where it was they made mistakes, but I also thought TL did some really good things to actually capitalize and kind of take advantage of that and bring the game back. Because the early game looked like it was just going to be an easy 100 Thieves win. But then this was one of these ones where it's Quid is on Rise. He has this big early game lead, but he's heavily outranged. It's Jace, Varus, and Azir in the team fight. And then their only engaged basically is Ayla, and he's playing Alistar. But then there's a Poppy on the other team, and Core was basically never biting on he would run forward and he would just always hold his W until he comboed. He would never actually early use it or panic or anything. And I'm definitely an MF hater. I think MF does have some obvious strengths, right? Has good laning phase, and when you get one item, when you get BT, you control mid lane. The other AD can't trade with you at all, so you always have push, and you have first move because you have your strut and everything like that. There's some very clear strengths, but you're so dependent on getting a good ult in a team fight to really be able to actually have value. And in this game, the only thing he got from his ultimate the whole game was just barrier cooldowns from Yon, right? And partially you could blame him, but also his only real CC was Ayla, and Ayla could never find a combo the whole friggin' game because Core was literally just sitting and staring at him in every team fight, waiting to press W because they're outranged and they need him to engage. They can't find it without him, so Core just basically focused on denying that. And then APA, I thought had some really good moments. I thought it was the best Azir game I've ever seen from APA. And he had some really good shuffles multiple times where he goes in and flash predicts their flash with his R flash, and so he slides in, and they're gonna flash, so he flash R's and catches them anyway on their flash. He got that multiple times, had some really, really good team fights. I want to say he had 3 or if not 4 really good ults, and like I was like, damn, like that was sick from APA, especially for him being on a champion that he's not known for doing well on and is criticized heavily for. And afterwards I saw him in the hallway and I was like, damn, that was a sick game, man. He's like, yeah, best one ever, blah blah. And then when I was walking in the garage, Rainover was there and I was like, damn, yeah, AP was smurfing today. He's like, yeah, it doesn't look like that in scrims. And like he was just like you say, is like he went kind of like God mode on the Azir, and definitely I think they deserve credit for that. And I think between Core and APA, they made it really, really hard for a comp that's like one source of engage, lots of dashes to ever get past the Poppy.
Yeah, he said on stage, and you could tell APA was like, really happy. But even on stage, when they were talking about it, and Emily was like, all right, so is Azir one of your like in your main champion pool now? And it was like, well, I don't know about that, but it's definitely a good sign, talking about it was a really good game and it was super happy with it. So it's definitely good to see, because that's one of the big things for TL that has continued to be an issue for them. It's kind of the opposite of how we were talking about FlyQuest and Fearless. TL and Fearless is like APA, Umpty, and Impact all are players. When you think about the champion pool, you think about it heavily impacting TL's ability to play team fights, their ability to even play to their own win conditions, and like the inflexibility. And so that was kind of one of the big stories that was along with some of the tryouts and looking at other players and something, because that's been something they've grappled with a lot of those individual players, basically the whole history of this team. And it kind of fluctuates between like, oh yeah, well, they actually do have enough options. Oh, well, now they're not playing this, that, as effectively, or that as effectively. So it's good to see him, have a very successful game on that. But
Yep.
I definitely agree with Medio. So I was like, drafts overall, TL has really big advantages with the Jace Varus having the better range, and then Xin Zhao and Poppy being such good like blockers, that they had a lot of tools for these team fights. So.
I mean, this game to me, because I'm obviously a big Impact fan. I've played with him before. He's just a really awesome dude. This game was kind of painful to watch, especially early from that perspective, because there is the narrative that's like Impact can't play carries or whatnot, but he was actually doing really well in this game in laning phase, right? Like he was Jason to Aatrox, which should be a fairly Jace favored lane. And he was up like 40 to 20 CS against Sniper when the first swap happened. And so he was crushing the 1v1. But I think it's like Impact has just the most team player tendencies you've ever seen, which actually can be so detrimental when you're on these carries, because I think it was like, okay, so he had this pretty good lead early, and I don't remember if it was his first or second death, but there was a situation where basically Sniper couldn't play the game. He was just kind of homeless, as they say, right? He's like just running around. And actually, another thing I wanted to know about 100 Thieves before talking about Liquid was both games Sniper actually kind of like roamed mid early and sort of set the momentum for 100 Thieves, and which happened in this game as well. So I think there was another situation around, it was like Grubs. I don't know if Herald was up. I think maybe Grubs. But anyway, Impact had a free lane bottom. 100 Thieves was 5-man topside. And the normal play there would be have your split pusher Jace just push. Like get plates, get turret, waves, whatever. This is good for Liquid. But instead, they opted to have him TP in, go for a messy fight, where Impact ends up being like the only person to die on his team, and he blew flash to try to make time, and then he immediately got dove when the wave came back bottom. And I'm just sitting there like, oh my god, this is the most brutal thing possible. You have this fed Jace, and you're playing him like an Ornn or something. It's like...
That's how I feel like he plays Jax every single game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things where I don't know who's calling it. I do know that he has tendencies as a player to, want to be looking out for his team, but you just got to not do that, I think his teammates should help him in a way, because, I would much rather have a teammate who is too selfless than too selfish. But when you have someone like that, you got to be like, dude, do not TP here. If we all die, that's on us. Like, just push bottom.
Take their tower.
Yeah, take the turret, make them TP. Just have pressure, get gold. Like, take jungle camps. Who cares, man? Just do not TP in and suicide. And that's what happened. And that was so rough because he was like 0-3 after having a good laning phase. And part of it was the team, part of it was him.
Yeah.
And it was just so sad to watch because it's like, I'm rooting for him. You know, it's like, I don't want this narrative to be like, you know, Impact can't play carries or whatever. But, yeah, this one was not a good statement game for that.
Yeah. It's interesting because I like your point that you bring up. You'd rather have someone who is more selfless and wants to play for the team than is selfish, because it seems like it should be easier then for the rest of the team to just tell the selfless player, like, it's okay, go get your money, you know, stay over there, than it is to tell a selfish player and be like, we need you, man. You know, it feels like that one would be harder to change, you know, the way that they play. But like, it's been like that for quite a while. So yeah, we don't
And I mean, it's
need
like
some further comms listen-ins and some dissecting there.
you can also just play champions that work well grouping and being selfless, which is why I always think, you know, he excels at those sort of champions, right? Who it's like, you know, he's great on Rumble as a carry, good laning phase, and then you just kind of group with the team, slap down some good equalizers, great, works well, you know. He definitely does have those strong carries. It's kind of same as how I feel like his Renekton was always good, right? Good laning phase again, but then he kind of just uses that early power groups and they take objectives and do those things. But on these champions that really need to be greedy and really need to prioritize themselves, I just feel like he can never get past that habit. No matter how good his early game is on like a Jax or whatever, he can get 2-3 early kills, but he always seems like he ends up down in CS, right? Like he's going to group, he's going to try to help the squad. But a lot of times, like you're saying, the best way you can help your team in that spot is by just continuing to keep that person you're beating in lane absolutely useless, right? Like when you're up 30-40 CS early on this electrocute Aatrox, who was picked into the Jace, by the way. So like that was his answer. If you just keep pounding this guy and lock him in lane to the point where it's like you're up a whole item, you know, you're just keep beating him, taking towers. It's like, then you show up to the fights later. Aatrox is just paper, can't do anything. And you're hitting their carry with a shock blast for like 30-40% of their health or whatever. And it's like, that's when you kind of pay your team back, I feel like. But it is an interesting thing. Because the early lane phase was really good, and also it's like you can look at kind of similar things for TL in their game against FlyQuest where he played the Gwen, and that one he did get picked on kind of by Inspired, so it wasn't like it was just straight up 1v1, but he ended up, you know, not being able to have much of an effect in that one, and Bwipo got ahead on the Vladimir. Obviously that was maybe more of like a top jungle thing than just like a top 1v1 thing, but it was another game where he kind of like struggled to provide a lot of value, I think, on a carry.
Yeah, that one wasn't too great either. I remember the one where his team was ganking for him, and then he ended up dying to Vlad in the cross kill, and it was just like, ooh.
Dude, the timing on that was so close too.
Right?
Yeah, where Bwipo, his E is like goes off, he dies, so then you can't get the bailout, but then the E barely hits the Gwen, and it's like, oh my god, the timing is like a split second. But then you can also say, oh, well, he didn't actually even have to go back in to finish the kill at all.
You could definitely say that.
You can also
he
say that.
He needed the money, man. He was so poor.
But still, like, that timing is so rare. Like, for that, like, kill to go through just before, and then you still take damage afterwards.
It's tough.
Yeah, but
it's tough for sure.
Maybe don't go back in to begin with. But yeah, that was definitely a close one. But also the matchup versus Cloud9, because we haven't talked about Cloud9 either.
Yeah, we can talk about Cloud9. Yeah, Cloud9, I think it's fair to say kind of like underperformed expectations for week one, especially their first game. I thought was like really rough from Loki. Loki looked kind of like completely lost, I felt like, on the rise. He did not really add much that game. That was the one against 100 Thieves that we obviously kind of talked about a little bit from the 100 Thieves side. But yeah, Loki, I felt like really struggled in that one and couldn't really get much going. Blabber was playing Lee Sin. Thanatos kind of got like an advantage in the side lane. They kind of focused on Sniper a little bit, who was weak sided maybe a bit. But then when it came time to 5v5, Thanatos didn't feel like he could get anything done in the 5v5s either. And I just felt like Cloud9 looked kind of out of sorts in that one. their like team fights. I don't know if it's just like compositional or comfort thing or what, but their team fights all looked, I thought, pretty rough against 100 Thieves in that first game.
Yeah, the Loki one to me specifically is interesting because he just, they were just tweeting out, he's rank 1 in solo queue and stuff, and we're like building it up. All right, let's see him show up on stage and kind of bring that, because it's always like hype when you have like peak rank 1 and some kind of momentum coming in. But even Dom was tweeting out about it, and he's like coaching or helping out with Cloud9 at the moment. He's like, well, just you wait. Once the real Loki shows up on stage, and everyone else is screwed, type of deal. So I think it's kind of still that where you need to like translate it onto stage, and we'll
how much
to see a different look.
Do you kind of like buy into solo queue to pro? Because obviously sometimes we see people, some of the best players in pro are some of the best players in solo queue, but some of the best players in solo queue can never translate it to pro. And Loki obviously hit rank 1. Obviously, he's a very talented player. I think already, people are thinking he's going to be good in pro. It's not like it's some big surprise. But it's just always interesting, those discussions, because some people weigh it really, really, really highly. But Bo was talking about that in pros too, where he's saying, it's like, yeah, the best players in solo queue are just the best players in pro. But then there's other examples. It's like, okay, Loki got rank 1, so he's supposed to be the best mid laner in the LTA. Well, Zamudo isn't even in the LTA, and he had an even better win rate and was rank 1 right before that. So does that mean?
Okay, I will say with Zamudo, Thanatos ranks him really highly.
Like, yeah, I'm not saying he's not good, but my point is just like you can't do the correlation of like this guy rank 1, best player in the league. Yeah. This guy's rank 1 with an even better win rate, but he's not even in the league.
Well, yeah, because I think there's a couple of things wrong with doing that correlation. Very obviously, solo queue tests some very different skills. Yep. All those skills are really good skills to have, just being able to outplay people individually. You have to be able to, win your skirmishes and win your lanes and stuff like that. Like, those are really good skills to have. But not only are there those skills plus additional ones that you need for a pro play, but also there's a lot of other pro players that don't spend as much time in solo queue. And so you can't just be like, oh yeah, well, you're rank 1, so you're supposed to be the best. If, TL, like Spawn is saying, they're running night blocks and like triple scrims every single day because they're like grinding super hard. And so the players don't have time. And so, some players are playing disproportionate amounts of solo queue versus scrims and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of things wrong, obviously, with making the 1-to-1. But I will say, some of those like things are also really clear when you're playing a champ like Ryze, which we were just talking about, how much like the movement around the map and realm warps and team play with your split push and stuff is so critical. So that's kind of one where like the difference would also kind of be one of the biggest, I would say, to like some solo queue games similar than that way.
Yeah, I've always seen it kind of like a Venn diagram, and you'll have some there's always argument over like how much overlap there is, because obviously you touched on most of it, where it's like, solo queue, your laning, your mechanics, your just like being able to judge situations when skirmishes, that
play more selfishly.
Yeah, exactly. So that kind of stuff is going to be relevant in both. In team play, obviously, like it's a lot more about vision, understanding like map movements and team play, and being able to help your team. Because I've seen a lot of players who, they just play so selfish and greedy in solo queue, and if you have to play on a team with that guy, it's like, even if they can do that in competitive, it's almost always going to be at the detriment of their teammates. It's like there's going to be holes. It's like, okay, this guy's never buying pink wards. They're just, you don't have vision, you can't play the game. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a 1-to-1, but you can be good at both, obviously. I think as far as this game in Loki's, like, he did die early to the sniper roam, which was tough. And I think this is a game where, like, if there's a bad situation for Ryze, it's got to be a game where you're up against, like, Varus Azir, you're outranged. Also...
And it's Quid, who I think is, like, undebatably the best mid laner in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, Quid's crazy.
Quid was super smurfing that game.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've also got, like, a Vi Riven diving you. So it's like, which one do you want? Do you want to get outranged, or do you want to get, like, instantly killed? So...
Both.
It was not an easy game. I don't think it was his best game by any means either. Yeah. I think that it actually, obviously, 100 Thieves got ahead and kind of took the game away, but It was pretty close. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't a one-sided game by any means. I think 100 Thieves had that crazy play where they what was it? Somebody got caught and killed, and then River had just, a River moment where he like snuck into the blue bush.
The
as
4v5,
Vi.
right?
Yeah, and then just
Q flash on Sven.
Yeah, that is just so crazy. That's one of those plays where, obviously I like C9, but when that happens, you're just like, yeah, they got us.
Respect.
Yeah, it's just like, well played.
Yeah.
It was just a really good play. So
That's a good point, because had they actually won that fight, maybe they do kind of get away with the game, and maybe C9 could snowball from there.
yeah, and I mean I think there were just a lot of really close moments in that game. You could definitely question like why is Blabber playing Lee Sin? Not that he's bad at it, but it's just like who is playing Lee Sin right now? And there were a lot of moments that game where like I think Blabber got killed by Riven in that first roam where like he had flash. Like I just don't think he knew Riven could hit that hard. And obviously one trick Riven's are built diff, absolutely. And then there was another one where he like flashed in and got denied by Renata, and it was a tough game for sure.
Yeah. And then the quit Zonias on his he tried to kick flash him, and he Zonias it or whatever, and then flashed to the other side, so then when the kick buffered out, he kicked him away to safety or whatever.
Yeah, and so I think 100 Thieves did actually play really well this game.
Yeah.
I think that they've kind of shown that they're just really good at the hard parts of the game, like skirmishing, team fighting or whatnot. And yeah, I mean, it just didn't work out for C9 this game, but I don't think they played bad. I think they just had good opponents.
And the other game they won was against Shopify. They were able to win in this one, and Loki did have a good game on the Talia. Him and Sven were pretty big, I felt like, in that one. And this was a Shopify that was able to go 1-1 on the week. This was their second game. They kind of played the same style both times.
The exact same comp.
The exact same comp. Heavy on the invades. With this Furia, I thought Contracts used that really well to kind of like put pressure on his opponents and stuff. Blabber, I remember he got I think it was a kill top lane. I can't remember. He got a good early kill, but then Contracts had a pretty smart path where he like expected there to be a ward in I guess it was like Banana Brush or whatever, and he kind of like went around the Raptor pit and came to the red buff from behind where he wouldn't be spotted. And Blabber was being like, okay, if he's gonna invade me, he's gonna be coming from more the Banana Brush or that side. So he's like kiting back to that brush, and then it ended up being that Contracts is like right behind him, so he's kiting the red buff back to him and get jumped on by the Fury and killed in his jungle. And Contracts was able to kind of get some good early advantage with that, but I thought C9 played a solid game and were able to do well, even though Contracts was having, I think, a lot of early jungle pressure.
Yeah, that invade was like more towards like the middle of the game.
Yeah.
I was laughing so hard though after Cloud9 gave Shopify, and intentionally, and they talked about it in the interview afterwards. They're like, oh yeah, that comp is bad. If we just leave it up, they're gonna pick the same thing and we'll crush them. I was laughing so hard because they intentionally give Shopify the exact same comp that they clearly like wanted in practice, but then also the early invade was exactly the same from Contracts, where he goes over after level 3, goes over to the red buff, to invade him on red buff, and it was first the buy last time too. And Contracts plays it even better this time around because he's able to go get the Krugs and then chase him off also. So I was just like, Blabber and Cloud9, like you intentionally give him the exact same comp, and you saw the first game that Shopify played, and he did this exact invade, and then like they still go into it and get off. Like he doesn't get killed, but they still.
Yeah. So there was actually a really key difference in that invade because, and I think it was against Dig, right? The first time.
The first one, yeah.
Where, so Contracts used his ward in the bush to fight against Shaden, right?
Yeah.
And so then he pushed him out, and as jungle, you kind of assume it's like, okay, he's pushed out, he can't fight me. Why would he come back?
Yeah.
But then Shaden just did the red anyway. And so Contracts is thinking, okay, I'm going to take his Krugs and then I'll take his red because he's going to be pushed out.
I literally talked to him about this.
Yeah,
by the way.
exactly. And so then when it was Blabber's turn to get the invade, Contracts put his ward on the Krugs and was just hitting the red so that there wasn't this option. Because then Blabber went to the Krugs. Blabber was saying, okay, you can have my red. I'll just take this cam. Contracts said, nope, I'm taking everything. And it was a good adaptation.
Yeah,
for him.
that's what I was about to say because I literally talked to Contracts after the first game, And we were like, oh man, I used my ward early. If I just had the ward on red, then it would have been so much better. And that's why I was like cracking up so hard, because we literally talked about how to play it better. And then he was handed the exact same situation and got to change his ward. So yeah,
I feel like that's so rare in League. Like so often you have some situation where, damn it, if I just did this thing instead of that thing, we would have won.
And for it to be on stage is
dude, that's one of the things that I always loved about pro play is like when you can take a situation, think about it, be like, okay, what could I have done better? And then you are presented with the situation again and you can do that thing and it works out. Like those moments of learning are just unmatched. Yeah, like, it feels so good. It feels so good when it works out.
He knew it instantly too. As soon as he went back and he saw the red, he was like, "Oh man, I knew it." He was excited when I saw him in the hallway and like he came up. He was like, "Yeah, we won, but like I could, this could have been so much better." But this one, even on stage from the Cloud9 perspective, they were then talking in the post game. They're like, "Yeah, we gave them the comp. We thought it was going to be bad, and and we were going to just dump on them, but." It actually gave them a lot more problems than they thought, and Cloud9 definitely had to work pretty hard for this win. They were definitely, they played it a lot better towards the mid stages and stuff, and were able to do that. So, still gave me that kind of confidence boost after the first showing.
How do you feel about Shopify's first week overall?
I felt better than Split 1. And I was happy to see them kind of embrace contracts on damaging carry jungler and incorporating Seos so quickly. I thought Seos was just like immediately seamless with the team. He played frontline Leona CC for my carry jungler. Boom, he was with contracts like on every single invade. They're pushing them out of the enemy jungle. They're going to grubs. He actually avoid dying in a lot of situations that I felt like a Leona would usually die to in their first one. Yeah, in a lot of situations, but he was doing smart things. Like I don't care that this Talia is put down the rocks is going to seismic shove me. I'm going to trade. I'm just going to E. My E is going to hit, even though I'm going to get seismic shoved, afterwards. As long as I get this root off, Contracts is going to be able to get the kill. And so he would yeah, it's fine. I'll trade. I'll take the seismic shove. I'm going to root you though. And we're going to get this kill. And then he wouldn't even die in that situation. So he actually didn't have to sacrifice himself. So I was like, wow, that is a very good look for incorporating a new player really quickly, I thought.
Yeah, I agree.
And definitely way better than Split 1 for Shopify. Even though Split 1 was very short, it was also very rough. So
yeah, I was happy to see Contracts do well. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like you said, he made you crazy fantasy money. But yeah, he played the Furia. It's a new jungler. Obviously, no one has that much practice on it, but he played really well aggressively. He was finding tons of good plays. And so, yeah, when you can get a strong pick like that and deliver, because, sometimes you'll get a power pick for your team and just kind of do okay with it. But I think the difference is generating that much pressure and just getting your team. He found lots of picks, good invades. So I thought Contracts looked great. And, it'll always be, can he do that on a lot of champions? Because I think historically we've kind of seen where when Contracts is on his picks, I think when Energy was on their super run, he would get the Poppy jungle, the Rel jungle, and these champs where he can have a really, really big early game influence. I think that is so huge for any team he's on because he's really good at that style. But in the times where he has to just farm or he can't really get things moving for his team, then sometimes they don't look as good.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this team needs Contracts and Palafox to be doing stuff, right? That's what we talked about last week, but that was kind of the whole design of their team. That was their philosophy of their team building. Is these guys are going to be the action in the early game. They're going to be making things happen. Our side lanes are going to farm and team fight well later, and that's how we move the game forward. And the Fury really let him do that. But the whole comp in general, because obviously you talked about the Leona. And they did great with that pairing. I was really impressed with Seos as well. It felt like every single time Raptors spawn, they're there stealing it. But Ezreal also enables that too, right? Where it's you're playing Ezreal, you're much more self-sufficient, so your Leona can just leave you alone, right? If you're playing Varus or something, maybe you can't. Maybe that's more difficult. So I'm definitely going to be interested in seeing how they go into week 2 because I don't think teams are just going to allow them to play the exact same thing, every single time. Maybe I'll be surprised, but. it definitely was a pretty solid look for them week one. Even though the first game was like what 50 something minutes.
Yeah.
And so like they got a big lead in that one. It wasn't exactly a clean closeout. Let's be honest. Like
great for the fantasy points. To
it
have those
was
long
huge
ones.
for the fantasy points. They were just doing it for the content and for the fantasy points, of course.
We got one more team.
Well, the big reason why it went so long, the sneak Baron, right?
Yeah.
Allowed them to prolong it a lot, and then in the second game, the Shopify game, just a little bit longer on Shopify. If Cloud9 did not make that insane pick onto contracts at his like 7th Raptor steal, then Shopify was in a really good position in that game. It's just that Blabber made such a good engage. He was like, I'm not going to give contracts any time to pop his W. He went for the Q really quick flash. So it was even like a short charge Q into flash, into immediate ultimate, into immediate like chain CC. Mm-hmm. And like they also had Thanatos coming from the bottom side. So contracts couldn't get out. Like that pick was that was the win of the entire game there. That was really good, like snap decision making and just like all in from Cloud9 to take down that Fed and Fury.
I was worried for C9 in this game. Yeah. I thought they were going to lose off of like how ahead Shopify had gotten in that early mid game, but I don't know. I mean, Thanatos is just too good. And even in the game against Hunt Thieves, they were losing, like his laning phase, he just has so much pressure. He's always up. He's like insanely farmed. He's moving around. Like in that Gnar game, it just felt like Fudge couldn't play. He was just down a ton of CS. Thanatos was moving around. He just was like full build Gnar at 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
maybe hyperbole, but he was massive. So
full build Gnar, Triforce.
That's all he needs. Yeah. So C9's still good.
Yep. Last team we should talk about is Dignitas. I think that's the last team we haven't touched on.
Yep.
Dig went 0-2 this weekend. I had higher kind of expectations for them. I think they were the team I put 5th, or I can't remember if I put them 5th or 6th, honestly, in my power rankings that we were asked to for LTA. But they were a team that I thought, kind of similar to what you were talking about when we were talking about them last week, Meteos, that it's like, Shaden's coming in. I think that was going to make improvements for the team. Surdy, I was pretty impressed with how he played overall in Split 1. I think, he's really promising. And Caney, I think, is actually like pretty underrated for kind of like how good he is. So I was kind of expecting this team to hit the ground running a little bit faster. It is definitely just best of ones, but it's always going to be a bit concerning if you have some of the like quote unquote easier matchups and you do lose them all. Because you obviously have some really tough opponents coming. So they played, Shopify and they played Lyon, 2 teams that are expected to be bottom 4 teams. They lost to both of them. I do think they had like their good moments and everything. Obviously, it was a really long game against Shopify that, could have kind of gone either way. And even the Lyon one was almost a 40-minute game. So they had some really, really long games. The Lyon one, I didn't really feel like they were ever kind of in a winning position. But the Shopify one, I felt like they at least had more of a real chance.
In the one versus Lyon, this might be one of the lowest CC comps I've ever seen in my life.
They was such a rough draft.
They have one knockup, a single target knockup from the 3 talent strike from Xin, and they have just slows, and then maybe a Karma root. That is literally it.
Cluster shot, baby.
You're trying to play the game.
It's not a real team comp.
You're trying to play the game off a single target knockup, one possible tether single target root, and just slows. Like,
if you want to win with this team comp, you have to just be way better than your opponent, and you have to never team fight, because when you can't lock people down, they're just going to flash out at 1 HP or just walk away, and you're never going to be able to get anything going. But I think it felt like to me they got kind of headshot in draft on the 4-5. I don't think they expected the Azir to Leah ban, because I don't see how you go into this expecting to play Trist mid. And then even when they had Trist mid on 5th pick, I'm sitting there like screaming at my monitor when I was watching. I'm like, pick Braum. Like, obviously I'm kind of a Braum salesman overall, but in this game you have 4 auto attacking champs on your team. You need CC, and then they have Varus Ryze. Ryze is like notoriously like hard denied by Braum because you just like can't hit anything. His shield blocks it all. So I was like sitting there screaming, and then I see a Karma locked in, and I'm like, all right, GG's. GG, you cannot win this game. Like, Lyon would have had to play so bad to lose to this. So I think it was, kind of... I don't think mini games are just completely lost in draft, but this is for sure one of them.
I mean, I think their thought process was probably, oh, we have double 80 carries with Karma. We like kite back and absorb the engage and then kill them. But like you said, it's
Yeah,
very
that doesn't work.
It's very very hard to play games without any real CC. It's like you do at the end of the day just have to be kind of better, right? It's like the way you win games like this is you win all your lanes and you're first to the objectives, and then they have to come into you and you kill them when they're coming into you, right? And so it's like it's definitely tough. Not having the ability to pick people off when they're in a bad spot, and if you ever get behind and you have a comp with no CC, it's just absolutely cooked, right? Because like, how do you win when you're behind? Well, you get a pick. How do you get a pick with no CC? You don't.
5 people in a brush, surprise, have to instantly one-shot.
Oh my god, I'm
someone.
gonna have to walk away from them.
That's why you have to be in the brush. You have to wait till they walk right into you.
yeah, they're gonna do that
And
for
then it's
sure.
Alistar, and he presses ultimate.
Ah, shoot.
Foiled again.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough week for Dignitas. Let's see. Actually, looking ahead to their matchups for next week, is it gonna get any easier for them? They have Team Liquid and Cloud9.
The answer would be
So-
no. You're like, ooh.
Dignitas might be staying towards the bottom here. Definitely looks
They
rough.
should start preparing for best of threes.
The expectation, you know, with that staying schedule is just like on paper they should be 0-4 after this week, right? So that's definitely tough. One matchup that I am really excited for this week though is 100 Thieves Fly. That is Saturday. I think that's going to be the dive matchup of the week, and you know that one should be a lot of fun. Another one of those kind of battles at the top. You know, it'll be interesting to see more 100 Thieves because I'm actually a pretty big 100 Thieves believer now. Talking to some pros though, I find it interesting because pros still seem to think the 100 Thieves are frauds. At least the ones that I've talked to, a lot of them are still saying, yeah, they're not actually that good. You know, they're bad in scrims, they're this, they're that. So I think it's interesting. I'm definitely on the 100 Thieves believer train. But you know, this is going to be another tough matchup for them, and we'll see how they can do against FlyQuest.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun one. I think 100 Thieves have never had a boring game with this roster, and I respect that a lot. I think
super fun.
they're very good and they're very fun to watch. I think that the fraud allegations are definitely overblown because they're good, but they do have games like their TL one this week where they lost from a massive advantage with a pretty questionable team comp. So I don't think they're, you know, this untouchable team, but I think that they probably have some of the highest highs in the league.
But I think they're a contender. That's like my baseline, right?
They're definitely very good.
And it's funny because I feel like a decent amount of, well, FlyQuest members as well. Okay, I guess Whippo talks a lot and Inspired talks a little bit less now, but FlyQuest are definitely ones, you know, as opponents to 100 Thieves that are kind of on that idea that like, yeah, you know, they're really good at, you know, team fighting and skirmishing and stuff, but like they fight way too many fights they shouldn't fight, and you know they should be like easier to control. But that FlyQuest were the team in the Split 1 playoffs that 100 Thieves took down, and after that FlyQuest, like there wasn't much they could say except, yeah, you know, they were clearly better than us. They beat us. So I feel like this match is gonna, even though it's just a best of one this time around, we'll have a little bit extra ego and grudge into it. And I really want to see, after a week where we're coming off of Whippo playing a Vladimir and a Yorick and Sniper playing his iconic Riven, I'm super hyped up for the top lane matchup because those two have a really, I think, good relationship. Every time we have both of them together in interviews or on pros podcasts and stuff, you know, it's kind of like an older brother, younger brother relationship with Whippo and Sniper. And Whippo's actually like giving him a decent amount of not only respect, but also like advice and stuff. But he also is always like, yeah. But you're still, you know, like the upstart, you know.
Tuck down, little
yeah,
guy.
exactly. So I want to see, you know, if Sniper can have a really good game versus him, or what it's going to look like here, because it definitely is a really exciting one. And yeah, I mean, I just love every Sniper interview, but even the most recent ones where he was talking about him and River being like friends for life and stuff, and him, you know, feeling like this 100 Thieves team is has some really special like connections and stuff. Like I feel like these are two of the teams that the public also kind of like loves the most, because FlyQuest is so open, and you were talking earlier, Bwipo, you love them or hate them or whatever. They have a lot of like public interaction, and kind of similar for 100 Thieves. They have like such strong bonds, and they have that have had the like underdog mentality for so long, but have had so much success now. So it seems like some pretty good narrative clashing here, and even though it's just the best of 1-2.
Yep, should be a lot of fun. And that is going to do it for this week of The Dive, driven by Kia. Make sure you join our fantasy league so we can have more people in our league than the teams have in their fandom. And you have to actually go search for our league. They just get theirs clicked at the start. Really, we need the Dive icon added, and you should be able to choose the Dive instead of one of the teams, and then we'd be blowing these.
We
these
are a
people out of the
team.
water.
Yeah, what the heck, Mark?
Yeah.
Come on,
Mark.
Mark's trying to keep us down.
He is trying to keep us down. It's shameful, really.
He's
but
bitter
remember,
he's not on the Dive anymore.
Exactly, fair. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you do not miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and all kinds of other places. The LTA returns this Saturday, April 12th, 1 p.m. PST. DSG's taking on C9. And then later that day, we are going to have the 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest matchup, which should be a banger. We will see you there.
Welcome back to Waiting Room. I just have to let everybody know, we were just talking with Kobe. Apparently you beat Seos in solo queue.
Happens, the best of us lose to Kobe.
What are you at, like,
Is this a press
400?
conference?
I will say,
Master?
it was solo queue, and his team's team comp was so
Yeah.
troll.
What was it?
They were almost all melee. They were like all tanks. It was like a Scion and a Volley Bear. Or no, I was the Volley Bear. He had a Mundo and a Scion on his team, and he was playing
no.
Rel. They had very little damage. But
But I mean,
it was all
you
you.
gotta
It was
take
all
that
you.
one. I had to get that in. Congratulations. It's not every day. It's not every day Kobe beats an LTA player. Here's the standings after week one. Is it every day?
Every day.
Okay, here's the standings.
Gotta watch out for Kobe, man.
Week one, Lyon was a surprise team up at 2-0, and Dignitas and Disguised are still looking for their first win. Everyone else 1-1.
That's crazy though. That Lyon comes in this strong, obviously. Talk about strength of opponents, but they looked incredibly clean in comparison to their first split, so there's a lot to be really happy about with this team.
Yeah, the individual play, but also coordination, because coordination has always been our biggest thing with this team.
Yep.
And how are they going to communicate and coordinate in these team fights? And it looked way better in week 1, so excited to see where they go from first place.
Raz, you want to point at Dignitas' next 3 opponents?
TL,
That's tough.
C9, 100.
That's tough. They're already 0-2.
Oh, God.
We'll see where they play.
Oh, no.
I mean, I would say for me, like, I think Lyon might be able to break into the top 4.
Okay.
And it's
Yeah,
an
alright.
early statement because they haven't played any of the
Yeah.
perceived top 4 yet, and they will against Team Liquid in their 4th game. But I think a good chance they go into that TL game at 3-0.
That's the thing. I mean, Kobe was just pointing to their next matchup, so
Yeah,
you
it
feel like
gets
it's
hard
doable.
right after.
Yeah.
They're ramping up. Like, their test keeps ramping up. I think Shopify today is actually a decent one because if they beat Shopify, that will prove that Lyon are the top of the bottom 4, which is where we've been drawing the line, bottom 4, top 4. And then they start to ease their way, cracking into the top 4 there with Team Liquid showing some struggles.
FlyQuest as well at 2-0, and they, despite being 2-0, had some news about Split 3 news, but
Yeah.
they've announced that they're going to be running a 6-man roster as soon as everything is set with Geckos.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's pretty exciting stuff because TL have also been doing some sub stuff, and Spawn talked about how having the subs, moving them in and out in scrims has helped with like identifying communication issues versus individual issues versus actual game issues, and it's benefiting their team already. So, a lot of our top teams looking to use this strategy, it seems.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see how it works out for him, especially when he gets here, right? Splitting time with Whippo, because I think obviously people are going to point to CFO as kind of the first team to do this, specifically in Fearless. Whippo has a lot of picks that he can bring out in Fearless that like no one else knows the matchups to, I think, or like might not be as solid on the matchups. Yeah. But he is supposedly this like really prodigious, like mechanically talented top laner. So I'll be really curious to see how FlyQuest use both of them in tandem because 6-man rosters, when they work out, look amazing.
Yeah.
But most of them don't actually work out.
That's the thing. What I love about teams nowadays is how open they are in discussing the reasoning behind 6-man lineups, right? From FlyQuest, even in pros, hearing from Whippo talking about like, when we were in Korea, discussing how Fearless changes a lot about how they view the game. And of course now adding in Geckos, like that's going to be an interesting thing to see the difference between the two. And then Spawn, as you had mentioned, on the sack down, and also just like hearing people like from the TL camp be open about it and speaking about like their tryouts. It's like, we didn't get this much information in the past, I don't feel like. A lot of the time, people shut their mouths. So it's nice to see this level of transparency.
Yeah, and last week as well, Emily, you were talking about how Shopify Rebellion kind of played the exact same comp both
They
games.
did.
But
Play the
specifically
exact same
Fury
comp.
both
Yeah.
games who did the same thing.
Yeah, and it's really rare. I know I'm going to ask Kobe to jump in too while I'm talking about this as well, because I know you touched upon this on the dive, but basically they got the exact same team composition, and it's really rare when you get to see like a redo of a very specific invade, right? So I know you talked to contracts after this, because Shaden is actually able to go back in and end up getting his red while contracts starts the Krugs. And afterwards, Kobe, I know you talked to him, and he mentioned like, oh man, like I dropped my ward too early. Like if I just fix this, it'll be so much better. And he actually got the chance to fix it against Blabber in the next game.
Yeah, that's why I was cracking up because I was casting this game and then I was walking down the hallway afterwards, seeing him in the hallway, and he's like, yeah, he used his ward. You can see behind the brush when they were fighting. So the second time around is going to be the key difference, Emily, and you'll get to show it when they have the exact same matchup. He's again going to be playing the Fury into Vi, and then he saves his ward and he just puts it on the red brush, and is able to make sure that
here we
Blabber
go.
can't come back.
Right, so Blabber is going to be doing the Raptors again, and here you will see him coming out of here.
Surprise!
Whoa!
Didn't expect that.
You shouldn't be surprised because he did the exact same thing. But yeah, chases Blabber out here, doesn't use his ward as early, then drops it right in the Krug camp, ends up coming out of this with the Krugs and the red buff. Because as you see, Blabber tries to go back on those Krugs, and Contract's like, wait a minute, nope, those aren't yours. I just thought, like you pointed out in the dive, it's just so cool to see the rarity of this happening and also in real-time adjustment. And talking to Sven afterwards was also very funny because he was like, yeah, we kind of just thought the comp was not good, so we gave it to them, and maybe it's better than we thought because they actually caught us off guard early on in the game.
And it's crazy because like getting the comp again and again and having this much shove, allowing Contracts to do whatever he pleases. Like, he had the highest goal difference at 15 amongst any player in the LTA, and a lot of that is because he's getting the support that he wanted. Now, the next step is, of course, like being able to secure wins on that front as they go into the mid game. But still, it's great to see the level up from game to game.
Yeah, 3 pushing lanes rarely works, but they did make it work in that game. It's funny, when it worked, they lost the game. When it didn't work, they won the game.
I feel like 3 pushing lanes works way more than 3 losing lanes.
Yes.
So. 3 losing lanes never work.
Yes. I feel like that should do like the more
rare.
you know. Like
I want to do one of those like
Kobe.
flow charts.
Yeah.
Anyway, we asked people to share their biggest overreactions from week 1. I know we've given some of our takes, but they were all probably too reasonable.
Okay, yeah.
So let's
don't
see
want
some
that
of the
here.
overreactions, and then we're going to see
I
what's
am
first.
known for lukewarm takes.
Let's pull up the first one.
All right, let's see what we got here. Hopefully we got some crazy ones.
FlyQuest will go undefeated this split.
I love it when people try and make really early undefeated calls.
Yeah.
And this is the earliest like
After week 1. So listen, buddy, depends how you define split. Because if it's just the positioning phase, not a hot take.
Oh.
Well,
But we're talking
the split is defined. It's the whole split
Yeah.
too. Okay, you can't just say part of split 2 with the best
matches
of
or
ones.
games.
The split, the whole split.
Because we were calling TL undefeated when they dropped a bunch of games.
like the
true.
thing that has to be defined is like if it's this split, does a 2-1 win in a best of 3 count?
I don't care how they define it. I don't
They're
even
not doing it.
Even
There's
if
no
they
way.
drop a game in a best of and still
Yeah.
win the best of, I still don't think they're gonna go
Yeah.
undefeated.
I don't think it's going to happen, but the one thing that's pissing me off with this take is not the take itself. The profile picture. This guy is living his best life. He's living his best life, and I'm out here. Look, I don't want to
You're
hear
salty?
it. I'm not
Oh,
salty.
Raz,
Bring it in, bring it in. All right,
Actually, LTA
We got some love here.
supporter.
We got some love
That's
here.
his name.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love it.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Fly's not going undefeated. He just hates relationships.
1 of 8 APA and
Oh, hey. Get his name right. Get his name right.
We're
Get his name right.
aren't surviving. Okay, so like
I didn't even finish the sentence.
are they dying? Like what? This also
LTA death.
is like, what does this mean, right? Because like, is it again? We're running a 6-man roster and they get subbed out and back in because. Yes, maybe like TL has already talked about this. We talked about this at top of day, but like surviving
I
as
think
in part of the team, I think they will still be part of the team.
I think Felix is going for they're not going to be part of the team. You know, they're
Yeah.
they're
You know
going to
what?
get replaced.
I'm going to make my own definition here. Season is this year.
Oh.
Then he's right. I think by the end of 2025, which is the current year we're in, one of them
I suddenly
will be
felt so
starting
old.
their final game.
That was way too hard.
I will say, I don't agree with the take, but I understand Felix very well. As much as I was hating on the last guy living his best life, we have a dig supporter who's hating on Team Liquid and wanting to see people fail. So like for me, you're trying to bring someone down. I feel it
I'm
deep down.
appreciating the Raz
Yeah, the
analysis
Raz roast,
of-
the overreactions. We're getting to the next one. We have a lot of these.
submitters.
You're trying to bring him down. Don't do it.
Figure out this one, Raz. Take him down.
Sniper Riven inspires other leagues to pick it up too. You know what?
I think it should.
It should.
It should, but it won't.
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
It won't, sadly. I like the spirit of it, where it's like,
Yeah.
just pick what you are good at. Like we saw new picks. We saw, of course, if I'm just looking at like the Vladimir and the Yorick pick from last
Oh, yeah.
week. It was like, okay, like
I mean, I saw Flaunder playing Yorick. I don't
True.
know if it was because of Bwippo, but
the Yorick
Flaunder
plays
is
coming
also
through.
very
Connect the
like,
dots,
Bwippo.
Emily.
Yeah,
Connect
exactly.
the dots.
But Riven, I don't think will be played, sadly.
Well, also, if that Riven game that he just played last week was like 10-0 or something, got like a bunch of kills or something, then you could really run with it.
Yeah.
But he didn't like you know, it wasn't
great.
It wasn't that much about the
It's a
Riven.
good,
It was
Gwent
good.
counter.
Yeah.
I mean, I also feel like in the context that Sniper picked it, he should have been slammed. He blind picked that Riven. They just didn't.
No, he
could've
counterpicked.
flexed
He
the
counterpicked Gwen.
No, he did. Yeah,
No,
but
no,
Gwen
he
could have
could've
gone to
flexed
jungle.
the Gwen.
They could have just locked in Renekton and
Yeah.
ended his life.
Sniper actually even
He
brought
wouldn't have
this up.
survived the season, Kobe.
No one's surviving the season. What's
Yeah,
next?
but otherwise, I think Raz had nothing bad to say about that
Yeah.
poster.
What about this profile pic?
C9 is closer to
a nice
Lyon,
profile pic.
Shopify Rebellion than they are to top 3.
Ooh. So he's calling C9 bad.
And he's yawning.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so bored with C9
Confidence to
being
yawn
bad.
here. You know what? That is a very hot take. I'm not going to agree with you. And also,
Yeah.
What do you mean? They're 2-0. Lions 2-0. When were you making this take? Last split? Keep up with the times. I'm sorry.
Hold on, are you saying
Wow,
Lion is
yeah.
better then?
Look, I'm not
Then you're
gonna make
agreeing
it.
with him,
Yeah,
Raz.
what?
No, he's saying they're closer to Lion and
Do you just
stuff
not like him because he has sunglasses?
I think he just doesn't like the yawn.
He approved of the profile pic.
He did.
I approved of it, even though he's not looking at the camera. He's trying to be very inquisitive. But I don't.
Well, he's
agree
driving. You can't look at the camera while driving.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
You
I don't
shouldn't
agree
look
with
at
the
the
take.
camera while
Safe.
driving.
I don't agree with the
can,
take.
But you shouldn't.
I just don't agree with the take. I think C9 is like a top 2.
Yeah, I also don't agree with the take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree. But I understand the sentiment. Just because C9 has had a long stretch here of us all kind of collectively saying we believe in them, and then they fall short in a lot of
Yeah.
big moments.
But I like that commentary on, yes, this is about Cloud9, but it also is a little bit about Lion. You know,
Yes.
And where Lions stand right now, how much better they have looked to close the gap. Because a gap between top 4 and bottom 4 can close from either side.
Yeah.
Either the top 4 come down or the bottom 4 go up.
Yeah, the overreaction I'll agree with is exactly that one. We thought it was really clear cut, but
Yeah.
after
Is
1
it?
week, I'm not nearly as confident that it's going to be.
That's not a confident stance?
Yeah, it's
I'm
not.
liking this confidence.
Yeah.
level. Let's keep up the confidence with this one.
Yeah.
We need more
Yawn.
yawning
All
out.
right, let's go. Next one.
Okay,
What do we got?
2 more, 3 more, something like that. We have 3 more. Okay, Shopify will play the same composition until the patch
All right.
changes.
Or until someone bans it.
So, yeah, I think
That's the key.
I think this is wrong, but not because they wouldn't want to. But because, like, I know, Raz, you talked to Audie on Pros, right? And
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, they're not getting that comp again.
That's all it takes.
This is why I was mad in the morning, because I put Nefiri at the end of last weekend's games for my fantasy league for contracts.
Yeah.
But then Audie literally said, we're not going to give them that comp.
Yeah.
And I couldn't change
And then
the
the
champion.
roster's locked at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
So
I need to
Skill
change.
issue.
who do you have for contract?
I gave him Nefiri. So I want to change
Oh,
it.
you still have it. I see. Okay, next one. I agree with the sentiment. Not that hot. Kuda, I'm not reading that.
What?
Lion
Kenna?
will be going to MSI.
Whoa!
Kenna, that is crazy. Your own profile is my reaction to this take.
That's crazy.
That is insane. I appreciate it. It's just not happening.
I mean, listen, I will say,
Yeah.
after 1 week,
Yes.
Saint looked really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just don't think that one player performing, like, even if he's
What
the
about
best
2
mid in the
players? What
league-
about Saint and Henna?
Oh.
I mean, yeah, but I know Masu and Jan are really good, and I'm not
The
putting
two of
Henna
you
above
pointing
them.
at the same time is like a perfect picture.
Okay, but also, Lions Nico. At first, I was a doubter,
good.
but he came
Yeah,
in and
it
he
was
was
good.
killing it. So
But
maybe
it's
this
not
team-
going to MSI.
Yeah, they're-
Yeah,
I
I
don't
agree.
think they're going to
I agree with you.
MSI.
I'm just being a devil's advocate.
Too many top teams to go through.
Being a devil's advocate. Great
Yeah.
profile picture. Don't know where it's from. Whoa.
Okay, that's a lot.
Are going to completely sack the best of 1 stage to focus on champ pool growth.
Smart.
So listen, not a hot take, because that would be my strategy too.
I think it is still kind of hot, but
Yeah.
I agree. It's kind of smart.
I don't want to see impact on tanks. I don't want to see Umti on Sejuani Maokai.
Yeah.
I want to see him
Yeah.
preparing for Fearless.
I mean, I guess you could also draw this conclusion from like the comp they picked against 100 Thieves too, right?
Yeah.
Where they're like, we're putting APA back on Azir. We're going to see how it does. He actually ended up having a
And then
really
he
great
won the Azir
game.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
But completely sacking?
completely sack is like,
Okay,
Sacking?
completely sack is a big word.
They went 1-1.
Also, there's a K here.
Yeah.
But yeah, completely sacking? Like, this is a
I'm
great
glad
take.
you pointed out because anytime
Why
there's
do you
like a
think there's a
spelling
K in
pedantic thing.
sacrifice?
I thought you
He's
meant.
just shortening sacrifice, Raz.
But okay, we're not going to get into the whole talk about the English dictionary.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, we're not. We're not doing that.
It is what it is. But
I always thought it was like.
agreeable take.
Okay, I will say.
This is one of the most unhinged segments.
Yeah, what?
I do have to say.
But I agree with the take. I just don't think they're completely sacked.
We're being told to move on, but I want to touch on one thing. Even if they do completely sack and it can be smart and Gigabrain, it underrates the impact that social media and Reddit and losing stage games actually has on a team. So even though you could think that, like, oh yeah, we just got to get reps and run it down on stage, sometimes the knock-on effect of that is way more negative than it's worth. So that's the danger of how much you want to
be the
experiment
team
on
that's
stage.
tanking.
Yeah.
They also, TL tweeted out about running triple blocks of scrims. Like, normally they do like
yeah, they're
day
grinding.
blocks, so TL added a night block, so they've been doing a lot of extra. So yeah,
interesting.
they're definitely working through a lot of stuff.
That was great.
Yeah, this was fun.
I love these takes.
All around.
Thank you.
Good job, producers.
Good job, guys.
Handshake.
Thanks for
Handshakes
letting
all
me
Plan
around.
this at all.
Handshakes.
Today's schedule.
I don't know
This
why
is
we're
today's schedule. Well played.
Good game.
My favorite part was our double-double.
Yeah.
These are the games. Yeah. 100 Thieves FlyQuest is second after C9 DSG. Mixed
Banger.
up Dig TL and Lyon versus Shopify, which is a big banger at the end of the day. But I'm more looking forward to tomorrow's games, which are going to happen tomorrow when Shopify plays against Team Liquid. Because I actually think they're going to beat Shopify.
Yeah.
Pretty standard.
Well,
Ooh.
that's a hot take. I'm still looking at this matchup. I really love this matchup.
Yeah.
Versus FlyQuest. I'm looking forward to that one the most.
Kobe, you were talking about fantasy earlier.
Uh-huh.
The roster's locked at 9 a.m. because you can pick North and South players in LTA Fantasy.
Yeah.
If you're looking to find it, just go to ltafantasy.com.
And join the Dive Fantasy League.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We're trying to beat the teams. We're trying to get more people
I'll
in our
join it.
league than in the individual team
You
league.
have your own league.
I'm
for
doing
ego.
poorly,
Yeah.
but
Well, how are you doing?
We already have 700 people.
Well, there's
You have more than that.
80,000 people playing fantasy.
So we gotta bump those numbers up.
You gotta bump them up.
all
Pump it
right.
up.
I will say Dig has I'm in the Dig League, there's like 200 people. There's like
Yeah.
200 of us.
Yeah, I'm with you on that
Yeah,
one,
thanks,
actually.
buddy.
Both of us.
Yeah. Here's my team. It didn't do well last week. And the way the system works is if your players don't do well, you just get less money to spend the next week.
Yeah.
Like they
Unlucky.
actually lose value. So I had 3 C9 players. I had Thanatos, Blabber, and Loki. And they all lost value. But they have an easy schedule, so I just kept them.
Wow.
And then I'm like, well, even if Ios has a hard schedule, I can't really find other cheap supports because I wanted to keep Masu. So I actually just did nothing. I kept everything the same.
Your gold is looking like my stocks, Jack. You start with 50. Now you're lower than what you started with.
I am lower
pretty
than what I started
insane.
with. Yeah.
That is pretty insane.
Raz, what do
I
you got?
will say, I liked all of this. By the way.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of it.
Yeah.
So if you want to make the swap, these boys are staying right home. Except, so as you can remember, I may have had 10 less points on my last
You only
team.
spent
Yeah.
40.
Yes.
But your salary cap was still 50, right? Or
Yeah.
did it
He
The,
just
the cap was still 50.
You didn't even use all your gold?
I didn't use all my goals, so I wanted to save it.
10.
I wanted to save it for the next one.
Okay.
So, look, I'll just
What'd
say
you
what
get?
it is at this point because I'm just Jat here. So, if you were to
Wait.
visualize my team,
We just changed the picture,
Wait.
and you
Is
have
that
exactly the same
actually-
roster?
there it is, there it is, there it is.
No,
No,
yeah.
I got Henna and Busio. So I have Henna and Busio. That's the biggest change. So yes, I had 2 loud members. They
Yeah.
also had bad schedules this week, so I had to change them up. Bring in Blabber, brought in Busio. That's my team,
Nice.
and I went to 48.
Sick.
So I spent some of my gold.
A lot of people had Cloud9 members in the opening week because they were priced really low.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
Cloud9.
have I didn't have Cloud9 members in opening week, but I changed
What?
it because of their schedule, right? So, and then I also because FBI has a tougher schedule this week, I brought in Jan because I think he has a really big chance to pop off.
Okay, all right. I like the take.
Okay, Kobe. You
I had Jan already from the very first
yeah,
week
so you
as
still have
well.
Jan.
Oh, change up.
Yeah, I had contracts.
Hey, you
that-
swapped in
So
contracts.
wait. These are the costs, though. This isn't how much we earned. Because I earned extra. Contracts got me like 21 points. Huge stuff.
He did. I mean, he
and
got
you know
more
he
for-
only costs like $4.
Yeah, he was more for Emily.
Contracts made me like 35 because I picked Nefiri both
Points,
times.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
I feel like I critically misunderstood the rules.
Critically?
Yeah.
How so?
So do you have $50 every week? And
Yeah.
only the
No.
players get money?
You can sell off players for more gold though, and then rebuy.
Oh, the cap
gold
is 50.
changes.
Yeah.
The cap is 50.
Did my cap decrease because I did bad? My cap stayed at 50.
No, the cap stays at 50. It's whether or not you have
Does the
that
cap
gold to
ever go
spend.
above 50?
No.
I thought the cap could increase.
No, the salary cap never
No.
increases in this league, all right? If you go over the salary cap, we're going to have a problem here.
It's good to know the rules because
You don't have luxury
that means
tax
I could have
here.
changed my support. I had like $5 extra. I thought I had nothing.
You don't like Ayla?
No, that's
It's
not
my
my
team.
support.
That's
I had
my team.
Oh,
Isles.
okay, my bad, my bad.
And I
You
do
see
like.
Isles' strength of schedule of his opponents this
Oh,
week?
yeah, you have a tough
Yeah,
time.
it's tough.
You have a tough time.
We're moving on.
You have a tough time.
The rosters are locked.
All right.
I mean, he plays against all the top teams.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Jack.
Okay. And everyone else just coffee. Okay, whatever. We're moving on. Sven, speaking of Cloud9's easy strength of schedule, did on the Cloud9 podcast, he said off week, as we call it.
I love Sven so much.
Jokingly.
I remember last year he was saying stuff like, "Oh yeah, we've got scheduled wins this week as well." You know,
Yep.
coming up.
Or, well, he also
Talking-
said scheduled loss.
talking about their strength of schedule, you know. So very clearly, he is underestimating their opponents this week.
Or just confident.
Yeah, I also do think like this is a good test for C9 to that Chatters point that we saw, right? Where they're like, I don't think they're top 4. I think one of the other teams could punch in. We'll be seeing how dominant or not they do look against 2 opponents that like theoretically they should beat pretty handily.
Yeah, they're going to have really easy games looking forward.
Well, listen, Loki played pretty poorly last week.
Oh, yeah?
I think we can all agree he was.
Yeah, he had a rough week.
Yeah.
You agree?
But guess what? He got rank 1.
Let's go!
That's a dub.
He says finally, but congratulations,
But he
Milwaukee.
was rank 1 last week and had.
Good job, Loki.
He was already rank 1 last week.
No, he was
and-
rank 1 after the week.
And he had a poor week. So.
I saw the stuff on Twitter like right
It was like
after.
2 days. Yeah, it was like a day after.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't rank 1 last week.
Is that what?
They got him a cake.
Yeah, and then everyone said great job, Loki, and then everyone did say great job, Loki. Did you say great job, Loki, Kobe?
Great
Yeah.
job, Loki.
Okay, good job.
I give him a thumbs up too.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Great job, Loki. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's my go-to.
Yeah, send him a tweet. Say great job. Also, Thanatos, he has been extremely good in lane.
Yeah.
I would say. You can see CSD at 14, plus 11, kill plus assist at 14. I guess just 1. So other than lane, he hasn't been that involved in the game, but I still feel like he's a formidable opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, even like in the SR matchup, where it was like, actually, you did the interview with Fudge just before that, and he was like, not really like scared of Loki or anything, but the games I felt like Loki performed incredibly well, exactly what you would expect. Like, good lane. Actually, throughout the split 1 and to split 2, I thought he's had much better team fighting. I think, of course, they had problems in the early game in the last week, and they're looking to change that, but he is for sure the player to look at coming into these games.
I also thought he did well even into the Riven matchup that we had, because we talked about how
Yes.
they didn't swap the Gwen out of top lane. Even though that was a loss, I thought he played that lane very intelligently. I believe he took exhaust for that as well. Yeah, and he actually ended up looking like he had more pressure than Sniper at a lot of times around the map. So
Yeah. Best player on C9, maybe?
I agree.
It's tricky. It's tricky because he was so young last year that I didn't want to say it.
But it's shocking coming out of your mouth as much as you love Blabber.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
That's why I said with the question.
Blabber also had a rough week last week.
I'm not decided. Their
Okay.
opponent today, though, DSG Raz, you talked to Huhi on pros about his 80 carry and how he's adjusting to pro play.
Sometimes he calls me Onk, which is fair, you know. Now I hit 30. But just in general, I think it's pretty fun to have like those kind of guy around. Like he always jokes around, but I think for him, one thing I value a lot is compared to other people that I met that was his age, he has a lot of like self-thought and kind of like self-accountability, or like he think about mindsets a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe a little too much in the sense that it kind of sometimes affect him negatively.
Yeah.
But I think he's getting a lot better controlling that, and I think that's where like his improvement is showing.
Yeah, and so like I think what he was saying is very true, because I worked with Huhi and some of the 80 carries that he's worked with alongside. Like Huhi has been like kind of a commander and leader with a lot of like the younger 80 carries that he's worked with, and hearing that is always like, it's great that you're taking accountability, but you don't want to beat yourself down.
Yeah.
And at least it didn't feel like that was the case for Scary Jerry, because he had a really good game versus FlyQuest. His Ezreal gameplay is what was keeping him in it. So it's nice being able to see the trajectory of Scary Jerry from split 1, where it was quite poor, and it felt like he was just not really taking the risk that he wanted to this game where he was really going wild.
Yeah, and critically, this exact moment, because I think the key word you used there is he was playing like fairly scared and not getting out enough damage and a lot of opportunities.
Yes.
But there, to flash an arcane shift forward and secure those kills. And my favorite part was we got a listen in on those comms for Disguised. And there was an original call, hey, let's just back off after getting the Corki kill. They got a shutdown on Corki. But then they pushed for more instead. They made the counter call to just go for more, and they got a full ace and almost away right back into the game. So that confidence is such a big determining factor. You could tell they went in with the goal of not playing scared, not playing, fearful, even though their opponent was, FlyQuest, very difficult one.
Yeah, and it's really, I'm glad you pointed that out because compared to last split, that's the biggest difference to me, right? Because it did seem like he was a lot more hesitant to jump into team fights, to get in a position where he was doing a good amount of damage. And so seeing that shift already, even in the loss, was really nice.
Yeah, and just hearing in that same episode of Pros, the next step is, of course, when you have a lead, being able to call for what you need, being more vocal with that, because that's probably the biggest juxtaposition between these two teams that are facing off against each other. Disguised are the second highest goal difference at 15. Their early games have been consistently good, at least in week 2, and even in split 1, they had great early games versus 100 Thieves as an example. And the problem is mid to late game, that's when focus starts to dissolve. There was times where Scary Jerry's getting picked, and they start to lose all of that gold. Cloud9 started off really poor actually in their first week with early game differences where they were actually struggling in the early games. But then of course, really smart players able to pick it up in mid to late games. And so for me, the challenge is on DSG to be able to take that lead versus the best teams and be able to hold that.
Yeah, we can pull up our predictions for today. I'm pretty sure all of us are going to be on the side of C9. And the rest of the day, I think FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves is a divisive matchup. I was really close to picking 100 Thieves. I see Kobe actually decided to go for it. And then, like I keep saying, that fourth game of the day is going to be a banger.
Last time 100 Thieves played FlyQuest, they beat them in the best of 3 in playoffs from last split.
They did.
They were underestimated, and this is just the best of 1. So, surprise, surprise. I think it could definitely happen.
Call your shot. Who do you think is going to make it happen for the team? Obviously, not knowing the draft.
Make the gambit. Well, I'm going to go with Quid then.
Yeah.
If I'm picking one player on the team, not seeing draft or anything, I think Quid is the best mid laner in LTA. A lot of people, I think, would agree with that statement. He is on fire.
Yeah. Maybe Saint. Maybe Loki. Loki's rank 1, Kobe. You're going to overreact off of 2 games and say Loki can't do it?
That's kind of crazy.
I've been known to overreact off of solo queue achievements before.
Kobe's going to sub out Seo soon. Anyway, C9 versus DSG. Real quick on this matchup, I do want to talk about the early game because when C9 played Shopify Rebellion, they had 3 losing lanes and struggled in that game. Not because they weren't playing the game well, but because of their draft. So I do expect them to play a lot more aggressive early game champions in this draft and really just try and slam DSG in the early game. I think that's going to be their path to victory.
Well, and we forget, yes, 100 Thieves did win that matchup, but that game was actually really close. It's 1 or 2 teamfight decisions away, I think, from C9 actually taking it because they were in it for a while. So I don't think it's as dire as people are saying where they're like, I don't know, C9 are looking kind of shaky. I definitely think, this is the week where they come back.
Still interested to see what the Rise priorities look like after the last game from Loki, and also if C9 can consistently have strong team fights. That's something that we've been looking at them for a year and a half now. So if that's something that's improved upon, then I'm looking very fondly on C9.
Okay, everyone predicts C9, but we'll have to see. It's time to get into the show. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LTA Week 2 of Split 2. It's time to get things started with C9 going up against DSG. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael for this one. And Mr. Azael, I think DSG got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I definitely think that is fair to say. We're going to have to see how they're looking in Week 2, though. I will say, last week against FlyQuest, they were very, very competitive. You know, that was a lot closer than I think anyone would have expected. For me, FlyQuest is the team I had powering number 1. DSG was the team I had dead last. So the fact that that was a really close game gave me some hope for DSG and what they can actually build towards. But Cloud9 definitely are the big favorites in this one. You can see Abadaga trying to get locked in. Looking like he was doing a little bit of meditation there as the picks and bans are already kicking off.
Yeah, I feel like last week was probably the best performance we've seen yet from Disguised in the LTA
By
between
far.
Split 1 and now. Yeah, by a significant margin was how I was going to end the sentence. I'm glad we're on the same page there. And DSG is going to have to be on that same page that they were against FlyQuest if they want to have a chance here against C9. So let's see what the bans are looking like. It's Jace, Varus, and Vi banned out by C9. Over on Disguise side, it's Yone, Callista, and Rumble. Very standard stuff all the way across. And it's Gwen, first pick here for most likely Thanatos.
Yep, very, very likely going to be the Thanatos. It is possible that it can get played in jungle. We saw it 4 times last week. It actually lost every single game, and it was played in top lane every single game. So is a really strong champion. I don't think that performance last week was really indicative of where it's at, because I actually believe it's the best champion on the whole patch. I think this champion is insanely overpowered. It is really, really difficult to punish. Even some of the matchups that had been kind of considered counter matchups, I think that Gwen can actually just go like grasp and biscuits and get through and often even win some of those early matchups against these champions that are supposed to punish. Versus easy matchups, you can just go conquer and scale to infinity. And you do still have such powerful late game that I feel like this champion really is a powerhouse. So I'm going to be excited to see how Thanatos does. I felt like last week in his performance when he brought it out, he played that Flash Exhaust Gwen against Riven from Sniper, who was playing the Flash Ignite. And I actually thought in the 1v1 he was doing really, really well. Couldn't really convert it in that 5v5, but I think that was more about Quid playing amazing than it was about Thanatos playing poorly.
Well, Azir and Sejuani will be locked in as the first 2 picks here for Disguised. Very stock standard team fighting that we've seen a million times beforehand with these 2 champions. Back over on C9's side, their response will be a Corki and a Poppy locked in.
Yep, going to be locking those in. Poppy, a little bit interesting, because we haven't seen, champions that are that reliant on their dashes, but of course, it is going to be the Gnar locked in now too. You can always stuff the Sejuani and the Azir. That's definitely not bad. But generally, when we see Poppy coming in early, I feel like it's more about really shutting down some of these AD carry things in bot lane, like Callista or Lucian or picks like that, or shutting down a really aggressive jungler like Lee Sin or champions more in that range than the Azir and the Sejuani.
Well, obviously, we don't have a look into the coach's notebook on this one, but there's also always the possibility of using it as kind of a preventative measure, trying to ward them away from going towards a more mobile pick by saying, hey, you're going to have to play it into this, kind of dissuade that sort of decision-making. We are into the second half of the draft now, though, with Gnar locked in on Disguise. It's Talia and Ezreal banned out in the second half.
And the other thing about the Poppy that's really nice when you're picking it early is it is also a flex, right? We know that Gwen could be jungle or top, but we also know Poppy could be both jungle or support. Yeah, in theory, it could be top lane, but it's not going to be top lane, I don't think. You don't really see it very often up there unless it is kind of a pretty specific counter pick. Yeah. It can be a good answer in things like Cassante, for example. But we are getting a couple of jungle bans. So clearly, DSG believes that this is Gwen top and this is Poppy support. Yeah. And that is what they are kind of working under here with both the Talia ban and the Xin Zhao ban coming out.
And I mean, I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption to make. We already saw Thanatos play Gwen once, like you were already talking about earlier on in the draft. Poppy, to me, doesn't really scream like Blabber champion if I'm looking at it, really. So I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption. Nautilus, final ban of the draft here, as Misfortune is locked in for Disguised and Scary Jerry. Now, Isaac, I know that you and I are generally on the same page when it comes to Misfortune. The champion has a lot of trouble getting the damage done that she needs to get done unless conditions are precise.
Yeah, I mean, sure, her lane, undebatably, very, very strong. She can control mid-wave as well, really well. When you're on one item, you get that BT, you move the MF mid, you have full control over that mid lane. It's very difficult to actually then play through mid against her. That being said, the setup in team fights is so tough to actually get right at the pro level. People are so aware of the MF ult that they're not just going to stack up and walk in and give you this freebie. So without really good setup, as far as the CC, it's very tough to actually get good, valuable MF ults. We'll see if Scary Jerry can do that. They, of course, have Sejuani ult. They have potential of, Gnar slamming someone in, things like that. Bard is going to be used to really try to find some of these picks. But I am a bit surprised by the Bard pick, because generally Bard is super high value when there's like Ashe, Varus, Victor, champions without a dash.
Yeah.
Every carry that you would want to target here has a dash. We have Valkyrie, we have Abscond of Duct, we have, the Skip and Slash, and all of these tools to actually dodge it, which I do think makes it harder for Hui to get high value.
Over on the other side, do want to point out, hey, I called it wrong. It will be Blabber on Poppy in the jungle. Azil, you've got the stats computer over there. Can you tell me how many lifetime Poppy games Blabber has on the champion? I'm a little bit curious about that. Want to see exactly where that lands. Vulcan, of course, being on the Rakan, being that engage mechanism for C9. I do like the fact that they went with this option.
9 games, and he is 4 and 5.
Okay, so about as even as you can get for an odd number. We'll see if he can get that tied up at a nice clean 50% win rate after this one. Obviously, C9 coming into this one, heavy favorites, like we already talked about. Vulcan on the Rakan, the main engage mechanism. Also worth pointing out, the other champion we didn't talk a whole lot about during that first draft here for C9 is the Sylas locked in. That's one of these champions that I generally expect to see him picked when there's a powerful defensive ulti on the enemy team, because that usually feels like that's the highest value for him to steal. But this time around, not necessarily the case.
Yeah, not necessarily the case. Definitely none of those super S-tier ultis to steal. Things like the Alistar, things like, even Blitz has a really insane ulti to steal. When we look over and you see what he can actually grab, Gnar is very, very good. Because super high ratio on that ultimate, it can be a ton of damage. Besides that, obviously we've seen the Sylas stolen ults on the Azir so many times, and kind of those traded ultis. And then having the Sejuani potentially can give you some engage. So there are some good tools. Maybe none of the super S-tier ones, but definitely very strong. And I do think that C9's draft kind of across the board is pretty strong, but I do think it's kind of like higher variance than what we see over on DSG side, because it is much shorter range, right? You have 4 melee champions here, and then the Corki, which, yeah, you can poke with your rockets, but the auto attack range is relatively short, and you're against things like the Azir, like the Sejuani, like this MF, that you're going to be having these slow fields going down, and you're going to be having, more damage kind of coming in. If you don't nail that engage, could go pretty bad for you, because 4 melee champions, just the way that they generally team fight, you are going to get grouped up, and that can be tough.
Yeah. Excited, bro. Excited.
He's excited, yeah. You're turned up. You ever beat C9 before? No. No? Never? Never beat C9?
I'm only good at beating the noobs. I never lost to Immortals.
You don't win this, bro.
I'm like 5-0 against Immortals.
He's only good at beating the noobs.
5-0 against Immortals, but unfortunately for him, they're no longer in the league.
Yeah, that does mean he gets to end that record flawless for the rest of history.
Wow. Scary Jerry using the barrier very early there, just on a Foss bomb, just to kind of keep health high. So I guess he's saying, you know what? We're landing against Rakan Corki. It's not going to be some sort of crazy 100-0 play, so just use it to kind of basically absorb a bit of damage, use it for health, and try to keep that health high. And you can see Thanatos is playing grass. So like I said, in some of these more difficult matchups, a lot of people are, and he's playing Biscuits. This is the exact kind of setup that I was talking about. When you go grass primary, Biscuits secondary, and you're basically just prepping your grasp and then stepping forward, with your EQ, get a grass proc, get a little bit of chip damage, and you have so much sustain that even some of these matchups that are supposed to be difficult early kind of no longer become difficult early. So Gwen, still, even with this rune page, you're not going to scale as well as if you're like Conqueror full scaling runes, obviously.
Right.
But just the nature of the champion is it is a beast on a couple items, and it is still very difficult to deal with. So we'll see. XU doesn't really have any vision, as the observers are highlighting, and we saw that Blabber was moving in. It is going to be spotted now. And both junglers do have their smite, but XU is going to at least be able to get the big one. We'll lose a lot of the little ones. Look like he lost 3 or 4 to Blabber, so
yeah,
not a super successful invade though, because Sejuani finished the full clear, and we are going to have just that red buff up for him, so he's just going to base and then come back out, defend that red, and Blabber's just going to go back towards his side.
Yeah, smart move, skipping the red, going straight to the Krugs. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of these types of invades last week, kicking off Split 2. A lot of
Contracts
the red
especially
side,
and stuff.
Red side jungler getting invaded at his red buff, so just kind of being wise to that, being like, you know what, just in case, let's play this the safer route. It ends up paying off for X.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it is really smart. If he's on his red buff there, he can't finish it before Blabber gets in 100%, right?
No way.
Then it's going to get difficult, and it could be either a 50-50 or more likely, when you're getting invaded, you spend all your spells on the camp that you're using, you're attacking, and then the enemy jungler just spends all their spells on you, and all of a sudden you're pushed out, and then you just lose that camp. So it's pretty smart pathing there from XU. Just picked up some boots and a cloth armor here early on, and is going to be right back out on the map. Now grabs his red, and is going down towards bot side, where Huhi is covering for him on that scuttle, so we'll be able to cross back, grab the scuttle. And because Blabber's on this side of the map, he kind of reverse cleared back. He started Raptors, those respawn. So after his failed invade, he cleared his topside camps, went back towards bot. Hasn't taken a base yet, but this does mean there is a potential for XU to actually get a double scuttle if he is aware that the top one has not yet been taken.
A little bit of trading back and forth down here in bottom lane. Nice binding from Huhi there on the Bard. And I feel like this bottom lane is going to be very important if Disguise wants to be competitive against Cloud9 in this game. Huhi on the roams, causing disruption all over the map, being able to contribute to multiple different skirmishes, multiple different fights is going to be very valuable, especially on a champion like Bard that already likes to do that. And I think that in the game against FlyQuest, one thing that in particular stood out to me was Scary Jerry having a much better performance than he had put on up until that point. I think he's had a very rough start in the LTA, and if Jerry can get that under control and step up to the level that they need him to be, that'll be a huge jump forward for Disguised.
It really will, and I think we saw some of that already in Split 2, especially against FlyQuest, was able to kind of get into a winning position, and that's something that Huhi was able to actually talk about on pros as well. And talking about the experience and kind of how much time that's going to take to be able to actually get that experience and get those adjustments made. Something we also saw last week, obviously, was Cloud9 and some of their struggles too. Loki in particular, I think, is in that first game. Really was not able to kind of perform to the level that he wanted. So Loki definitely looking to bounce back and have a strong performance here.
And we are hitting that point of the game where we're having the late swap, where since the new rules about lane swaps are in order, lots of times we are seeing our top laners now go down towards that bottom part of the map. You can see Thanatos earlier spent the teleport to return to the bottom lane. XU, however, just going after the dragon first, going to allow C9 to just take this first set of grubs. Disguise just agreeing to handshake on the objectives. They do have an Azir. They do have a Sejuani. They know they have scaling power, so they're happy to go with that.
Castle actually almost just stolen with that boulder toss. I want to say it went to 1 HP. I did see 1 HP on the grub, but I'm not sure if he hit it to 1 or he hit it and then Blabber hit it after it went to 1, but that was really close to actually stealing 1 away and would have been really nice for DSG because it would have taken that away. We had Toast here, though, last week, and he said he was losing some hair watching the games. So we're going to check in on how the hair is doing in this game here against C9, because last week had some close moments, but did end up definitely losing some hair.
Okay.
He's got quite a bit to work with, though. So he's definitely, he's doing all right. And things so far, pretty neutral, He's not going to be stressing. I think he's doing just fine. So we'll see where DSG goes from here and how bald Toast is going to be at the end of the game.
So he's not balding, but he doesn't have poggy woggy hair either right now. No. He's just normal guy.
He's just a normal guy with some nice hair.
Okay.
And he's very invested in these games. So his hair is going to pay the price potentially.
We will check back in as the game moves forward and figure out exactly do or do not stand. But for now, it's a very, very uneventful early game. First 7 minutes have already passed. No fight over this for a couple of objectives. Just like I already said, those are going to be hand shook one way and the other. We got 3 minutes until the next set of the grubs spawns. It will be desynced from the second spawn of the dragon by a little bit under 1 minute. So we might just see a straight up grubs rush, might see both teams go for it, or we might just see another delayed handshake.
I mean, I think if I'm DSG, I'm probably pretty happy with the fact that it is a fairly uneventful early game here. You've got Sejuani, Azir, you got a lot of scaling in that way. Of course, C9 does also have some pretty good scaling, but I think it's more about how they kind of play through sides and their playmaking. It's not as simple of just playing that kind of front-to-back style of team fight that I think DSG is really looking for, with a couple of beefy boys in front of the MF and the Azir, really just trying to kind of create space for those carries. But of course, they have a lot of these X-Factor champs here, like Poppy could ult someone critical out. We could see a really good stolen ult from Loki. Vulcan is going to be playing Rakan, which is one of the most explosive engaged champs.
Oh, nicely done. Alley-oops him right into Blabber's waiting arms. Abadaka's in some danger. danger, but there's first blood back over to Loki. Beautifully done with the stolen Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, that was really nice there. Utilizing that Azir Poppy combo. He steals the ult, and then you can just slam him into the wall. You're utilizing that Azir ult for it. And Blabber and Loki able to find the kill. This is really well done.
All right, let's take another look at how he does it.
Yeah, this is just one more time. He gets this stolen Azir ult, and you can use that stolen Azir ult as the wall for Poppy to slam him into. So even though he has the pink, he's already backing off. There's no ability to really react to this. He would have had to flash it very early and avoid the initial ult. Even though he gets out of the CC, eventually he's been knocked up, then flashed under the wall. By the time he flashes away, we just see Loki coming in, finishing him off for that kill, and a little bit of frustration showing there for Abbedagga.
And I mean, the Poppy was so far away, Blabber had to flash to get in range for the tackle, but that also means when the Loki engage is initially coming out and he's not throwing you straight backwards, he's just pushing you off to the side, it's one of those moments of just like, hey, wait, what's going on? Strange angle, and then boom, slammed into the wall, hard to react. Disguised, coming up top side here, looking to maybe make a play onto Thanatos, but there's nothing to find. He's out.
Yep, Thanatos just going to be able to easily back it off. They send 4 top there. Castle will base and now go answer bot, but they're already losing most of, if not this entire first wave that had died. So they lost 5 minions already. He's going to be able to catch the second wave at least mostly, and they lost at least 1 plate down there. Well, they didn't really get anything on the top side, so this swap may work out in the long run, but at least for the start, it is way better for C9.
I mean, C9 is up 1.7 thousand gold. The only individual player on Disguise's side that has a gold advantage is Scary Jerry, who's up 100 over Sven. And really, that can all be attributed to the way that C9 wanted to overload the top side for the grubs, and Scary Jerry was left in the bottom lane to farm the wave instead. That's kind of the amount of gold that he's still up. So C9 is building all these leads here in the early game. Who he gets a slow onto Sven, but not a whole lot more. Forces the flash out with a Tempered Fate, but Sven staying alive as Disguise are first to the grub pit. Remember what I said earlier, if they want to rush this, there's no way that C9 can just go for the dragon instead. C9 ready to step forward and challenge for the rest of these grubs. They already got 3 from that first set. Disguise now going to abandon the rest of the mission. They got the 1 grub. That's all they're going to get, and C9 will take the remaining 2.
Yep, going to be pretty happy that they at least denied the 6 grubs, but still, C9 at the end of the day, they lose the flash on their AD, but they do get 2 of those grubs, so they will have the 1 Void Might spawn, and still could move down towards that second dragon when it does spawn if they want to force towards that. Thanatos just going to be clearing out a ward here as who he trying to do his best to find some sort of angle. Already has I think they're called the winged moon plates or something like that.
Yeah,
the moves you want.
pants.
I always just call them the moon pants.
Yeah.
But we have Loki trading heavily with Castle. He's about to mega out, so I don't really think there's an angle for a dive here unless he gets really low because the stolen ulti was already used, I think, off of the Gnar. So without that, I think it would be really hard to actually force a dive into a mega Gnar.
I mean, if he had it, I wouldn't put it past him to try it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. As long as there's no ulti there, there's not really a whole lot of a chance unless he reverts back to mini right now. Vulcan trying to get away as Castle just forces him on back. XU being nearby does keep Castle safe, but Blabber jumping in to steal the Gromp there. Nicely done, picking up some extra resources.
Yeah, that's really nice as well, just because he delays the base from Castle, right? So he kind of cancels the base there, hurts his tempo a little bit. MF coming out on the map is going to now go to mid. Azir goes towards top. Castle has to stay out at lower HP, where we can see Loki already got to go back to base. Sven, though, remember, no flash. It looks like he'll be okay.
Yeah, he's all right. There's nothing for him to get trapped to on the binding from the bar. Also worth noting that Blabber jumping in there, stealing away that Gromp, made the jungle discrepancy that much more intense. He was level 9 compared to only the level 7 of XU, who has now hit 8 after clearing his next camp, but Blabber really out-tempoing the Sejuani here.
Yeah, but he is playing Phase Rush on the Poppy. He's also going for that more aggressive build. It's not just going to be Tank Poppy, it is Sundered Sky, so the burst is actually quite high. It is just kind of a lot of upfront damage, and then your damage is completely gone after you use that first round of spells, but it's quite a lot, and DSG is already here on the Dragon. Loki's up on top side. I think they're just going to trade for plates because DSG already TP'd in Abbedagga and they have no TP on Castle. So this should be 2 to 3 plates on top side. And I think as long as they just kind of slow them down, it's going to be really, really beneficial for Cloud9. I mean, 5 grubs. It looks like it's going to be 3 plates at the very least now. So that's a lot of gold grabbed up there by Loki. And I think the fact that they committed the teleport from Abadaga instead of just walking him top and maybe TPing him down if there was a fight does cost them quite a lot. I mean, look how low that tower got. That's a ton of gold now going into the pocket of Loki. He had already completed his Roa. Now he's 850 gold up in that individual matchup. So top side of the map is eating good for Cloud9.
Yeah, this is a great start for Loki. He's got the only kill in the game. He's the guy who gets to benefit from the Dragon for Plates trade that you're talking about. They are putting a lot of resources into this Sylas, and I feel like it's a pretty solid plan, especially when you've got those Gnar ultis to seal as the game goes on. Thanatos doing a little bit of needlework down here just to try to force Castle back, get this wave shoved up. Vulcan also hanging around as Loki and Thanatos ready to continue to push the wave. The next wave about to arrive for them here. Crash that into the turret. Maybe take the last little bit of damage here on this play. Blabber's about to join. Vulcan still looking for the angle to maybe facilitate this dive, but with Castle, Huhi, and Scary Jerry all around, it would be dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. So Sven was actually roaming down from mid. They were looking for an angle. I think that the reason Thanatos uses ulti so early is he wanted to chip Castle low, then Loki comes down, seals the ult, and they try to set up this 5-man play. Once they saw Scary Jerry actually moving down, though, Sven immediately went back towards mid, and they call off the dive. Abadaga's farming plates on top, so now it's this time DSG that are getting the additional gold off the map. Cloud9, though, still playing the map much better overall. Over 2,000 gold ahead with just the 1 kill to their name. And this bot lane tower is getting quite low.
Oh, nicely done from Loki, and Blabber slams Castle back into the wall before he can transform. The Gnar bar charged, but Poppy charged first. Oh, that hurts so bad for Castle, man.
And this mid-jungle duo from Cloud9 popping off in this game. First it's the stolen Azir ult to get the kill on Abadaga. Now this time it is the stolen Mega Gnar ult. Scoops him in, Blabber gets the flash slam on the wall, and they 100-0 him before he can mega out, before he can flash, before he can do anything, and it gets them the first tower off the back of that as well.
This feels like what you would see in a Sylas Champion Spotlight video, where they take situations that are specifically engineered to show you the cool stuff you can do on the champion and use those to demonstrate it, because Loki is just racking up these plays with the stolen ultis, always casting them first, getting the better of his opponents, and working together with Blabber to build a lead that is now over 3,000 gold at 15 minutes.
And I think he has a ton of gold. He hasn't been back to base in a long time. I want to see what he actually buys on this base, because he did grab the Roa, and so he is going to be able to grab Phoenix Codex as well as the mask there. So he has almost the entire second item. He has the components of that. So he is going to be on 2 items extremely fast. If he goes top, kills a wave, gets the tower, he's already going to be on that Riftmaker as well. So Roa Riftmaker, you are very tanky. You have high sustain. He went Conqueror for that more scaling style. And if you can have someone just be constantly hitting in these fights, it is going to be very difficult to actually burst down Loki before we can get multiple rotations of those spells out and really start to heal up a lot. And that is definitely going to be a problem. You know, he's ahead of the curve as far as experience. He's way ahead of the curve as far as gold. And he is going to be a monster in these fights.
So one thing I'm curious about, a lot of times you will see teams really want to heavily contest Rift Herald. Disguise does have the bonus of Bard, where even if you give away the Rift Herald to your opponents, it's very easy to stop it from being effective by just having Bard ult the tower that the Rift Herald is charging to. So I'm curious if they'll just try to farm out more. Instead, Scary Jerry trading the Sven here in the mid lane. Tempered Fate lands onto Sven. Bullet time clears a wave and not a whole lot more. Now a double knockup coming out from Vulcan as Blabber's ready to show up, and here comes Thanatos too. Double knockup from Blabber. XU in danger as Thanatos puts the needlework to work. Castle arrives. He's got the Mega Gnar ready to go, but the rest of Disguise has already fallen back.
Yeah, nicely done there. They are able to survive the play. It does cost them the teleport, though, from Castle, as well as the flash to ignite from Huhi. They got the barrier off of Sven, which over these last 2 weeks, it feels like that is what MF ult gets you. It gets you a barrier.
Yeah.
And we saw that from FBI when he was playing against Lyon. That's all he ever was able to really get was that. And we saw the set 20 ult fly out there, but Gwen is immune. And Thanatos just walks on past. He's able to put that pressure on. They did take that bottom tier 1 down. We can see the Abadaga is trying to push and get one back there, but Loki's pushing on top side. No one here to answer, so this tower is going to be going down. It's even more gold in his pocket, and I think he likely has the Riftmaker now. And so we can see them look to challenge at this next dragon here, prevent that 3rd dragon for DSG, because that is really all DSG has going for them at this point.
Yeah, Cloud9 up 2 turrets to 0, 5 grubs to 1, 2 kills to nothing, and 3,500 gold, 17 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Rift Herald summoned up mid lane, the classic play. If nothing else, you get it as a distraction with the dragon spawning. C9 will be first down into the bot side river here as Blabber is ready to drive the Herald straight into the turret, get all of those extra Void Might spawns, all of the extra true damage ticking onto the structure itself. That will burn down. Tier 1 gone. That's going to make contesting this Drake even riskier for Disguise, because now if you start to lose the fight, there's no turret to fall back to for safety. And so instead, they're just going to surrender this Drake. That means no more stacking. They'll trade it for the top lane Tier 1 and an infusion of gold instead. But Azael, I feel like Mr. Toast might have a bit of a concern for his hairline at this point.
It's hanging on, but it's definitely looking tough. But I mean, this is a bit of a David versus Goliath type matchup. I mean, when we look at the power rankings from this season, you know, everyone had the top 4 teams in the top 4. Everyone had the bottom 4 teams in the bottom 4. You know, it's one of these situations where there was no divergence there. There was a clear delineation. Everyone who did the rankings.
That's a $15 word. Nicely done, but oh, Loki kills Huhi while the Tempered Fate is in the air. He's just got too much damage. He's too far ahead, and Huhi is down in the dirt because of it.
Top 4 mid laner, like I said, right there. That's the delineation, you know, and no one really was willing to kind of make that statement that, oh, one of these bottom teams could actually challenge that top 4. The top 4 expected to be Cloud9, TL, 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest. Those are kind of the big 4 that everyone was looking at. The order in which people put the top 4 and the bottom 4 definitely changed a lot.
Yeah.
Everyone had them kind of in these 2 groupings. So teams like DSG and Shopify and Lyon, you know, are all, and Dignitas are all trying to actually be one of these teams that can punch up and prove that they can punch up.
Climb the staircase.
Exactly. That's what we're looking to see. So, you know, it is definitely a pretty one-sided game thus far here. Cloud9 nearly 5,000 gold ahead, 4.6K in the lead at this point. But that being said, you know, DSG, I think they're going to kind of get like one good team fight in, and then if that goes bad, it's going to be lights out, but they have that one shot still.
And I feel like this game specifically really demonstrates what you're talking about with the difference between a top 4 team versus a bottom 4 team, because it's not like Cloud9's just wiping the floor with them in kills. It's not like it's 15-2. Yeah, they're just passively getting ahead by being smarter about the game, right? Like, they've got more turrets, they've got more farm, they've got better rotations. They don't have to kill their opponents and actively seek PvP. They're just farming, man. They're out in the fields, having a great time.
Yeah, exactly. They're farming gold. And it is definitely looking tough. I mean, C9 has 2 really strong side laners, and it does feel like DSG, you know, is not confident in any of the 1v1 matchups that they could have. You know, Silas versus Gnar, Silas versus Azir, Gwen versus either of them. It doesn't feel like there's any matchup that DSG is really happy with. So they are kind of just relegated to sitting back and farming. We saw that Castle was able to push out Thanatos there, but that's just because he had no vision on top side, and I think he wasn't sure where those extra members could be. So, you know, I want to see if DSG are going to continue just matching and playing through sides. They need to have some sort of an angle where Huhi or Xe or someone comes in, turn into a 2v1 or a 3v1, get a kill there. That is the kind of play that you need to be able to make to actually slow down what is starting to feel a little bit inevitable from Cloud9.
And I feel like my big problem for Disguise this game is we saw them try to make like the one play mid, right? And other than that, I'm just trying to think of where was the aggro, where was the playmaking, where was the, like, what's the word I'm looking for? There's like, where's the initiative?
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing them really go for a whole lot.
No, I mean, they're really not. And I think maybe because they have this kind of, you know, beefy front-to-back comp, they're, oh, God.
Oh, no. Scary Jerry is not having a good time. They make the engage on C9 side. Jerry's dead. The rest of the fight surely can't go well after this as Loki's ready to jump in, steals away the Sejuani ulti. Hasn't found a target for it here just yet. Thanatos coming around from the bottom lane. Just going to skip his way up there, get right back onto the wave. It's just Jerry, but that's enough. With him dead, C9 now has the green light to go back down into the river, start up the Otacon.
Yep, and that is tough. I don't know. I kind of want to see that again and see exactly what they saw, because Scary Jerry just walks in and he's kind of just separated a bit from the rest of the team. Blabber's able to find an angle. It feels like every time there's any action, it is Blabber there finding a stun. Scary Jerry survives the initial onslaught just barely, but he goes down, and then that is going to be it for the team fight. That is going to be it for the Otacon, and that is Cloud9 taking an even bigger lead here. We can watch it one more time. So they didn't have any eyes on that left side, but they know that someone could be potentially in that brush. Why are you walking away from the team? It looks like he wants to walk to mid to farm a wave or something, but there's not even a wave there.
I think he placed a ward.
That pathing is just crazy. I mean, you could literally place it over the wall even.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend it.
That was criminal behavior.
Yeah, I don't think that was a legal move. I do not understand.
You don't pass the tribunal with that one.
No.
And you know who's not getting away with it either. Is Toast here.
That head is looking awful shiny right about now.
It is, but thankfully he's got a good head shape. You know, he's looking pretty good bald. So Toast, it's okay.
You got to make sure there's not any weird like craters or lumps on there.
Exactly. You know, if you low roll and you go bald, speaking of someone with experience, you want to at least high roll on the head shape, right? If you got like a roller coaster head going on and you're bald, that's like a double whammy, man. There's just no coming back from that. But Toast, he's looking smooth.
All right, he's ready to go.
He may be follically challenged after this game, but he could pull it off.
Hey,
that's the important part.
We live in Los Angeles. I'm sure there is a lovely toupee shop somewhere around here that can help him get back in order because this game is not one.
Bald is beautiful, Clayton. He doesn't need it, okay?
I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, you take that back.
No, all right.
Toupee, we don't use that word around here.
I didn't mean to say the forbidden phrase, but C9 is just so far ahead now, man. I mean, I'm not going to mince words about it. We're at the point of the game where Disguise needs C9 to just start doing some real
They need Toast to sub in extra man. Maybe 6 on 5
stuff.
You know?
Yeah. Let's just get the 6th man in there.
Yeah.
Remember back when? A lot of modern day viewers might not know this, but back in the early days of League of Legends and LOL Esports, there was not a spectator client in the game. The way that we spectated the games was, the teams each had a 6th man, and it was an invisible teamo that sat in the fountain, and it was a special version of the game that was allowed to have these 6 players with an invisible teamo. He just never moved. He sat in the fountain, and that's how you spectate.
There you go.
So we just need Toast to now be able to pilot an invisible teamo, except you can actually use it.
If he was invisible and he could attack them, that could cause some problems for Cloud9.
Yes, that's just about the only thing at this point, barring some sort of a major throw. Baron just about to spawn. Still only 4 kills in 25 minutes. If you came here for PvP, you're not getting much of it. What we have got has been good.
Yeah.
But there's not been a lot.
I mean, Cloud9 hasn't had to do anything more because they're getting everything they want, right? You know, every time they're able to actually find an opportunity, they execute on that kill. They're getting more through sides. They're taking away camps. They're getting objectives. It's like, look at the jungle farm, by the way. Blabber is 225 CS at 25 minutes as a Poppy jungle. Like, that is crazy. He has as much farm as the enemy top laner.
Yeah.
He's stealing away so many camps, getting so much farm. So they're just continually pushing this game ahead to a degree where, you know, for DSG, it's feeling like a little bit of a do nothing and lose game, you know, where
it's feeling a lot like that.
You've got to do something. You've got to choose your moment because the moment is slipping away, and it's slipping away fast. This may be their last chance here, is trying to find something on this Baron, but Loki and Vulcan are ready.
Vulcan going immediately for the engage, forces out the flash from Huhi. C9 nearly having the Baron all the way down, but a Tempered Fate is going to interrupt it. Blabber still down in the pit as Vulcan and Loki try to zone everybody away. Thanatos now on guard duty. The Baron down to about 2,500 now. Thanatos trying to rejoin up with the rest of the team. A little bit more damage under the Baron is going to get it done, and C9 have claimed the objective, but what about the fight right after? Bullet time, locking Blabber up as he tries to get away. He's stunned up close to the wall, and Blabber's finally going to drop. Disguised is on the board as Thanatos skips and slashes his way back over the wall. Abadaga died in trade, a 1-for-1, but the Baron goes over to C9 for a decided victory, and they're ready to keep the fight going. Thanatos is first to jump in, trying to use that Hallowed Mist to stay alive. He might just die first, but no, he gets back over the wall, and Loki's on a rampage. Scary Jerry's dead next, and Loki's not stopping with one. A double kill for the Silas, and he's still not done. He's going to be the next victim, and it's an 8-2 game. Make it 9. C9 looking good.
How about this game from Loki, though? The confidence, he being back in there to actually start the fight. Thanatos just goes in at half health, 1v4 to keep them interested. Loki arrives back with the teleport, steals the Sejuani ult, and it's a pie to the face for Scary Jerry. He nails him with it, just gets blown up. Jerry can't even get the flash off, and Cloud9, they're styling on him. You lose a member taking Baron in your opponent's face, and you're the one chasing them down for a fight? Like, this is crazy. Here's the Uber Eats delivery teleport. And he gets there, and he's delivering the Sejuani ult right to the face of Scary Jerry. Nails him, and look at the AP ratio on that thing. He is just deleted. And they're just going to chase through the towers. They want even more. They have their dinner. Now it's Hui for dessert.
Oh, man, that was just brutal there. There's no way Disguised has any way to fight back against the lead that C9 has built. You're talking about Loki having an amazing game. 5-0-3 here on the Silas. Maxed out bounty. 3 fully completed items with the needlessly large rod in inventory, working on the 4th, as well as the 10-stack Dark
too.
Seal. Yeah, the tier 3 boots. This Silas is just completely out of control.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3.6k gold lead as far as mid lane. It's a 3k gold lead as far as jungle. Like, this is just domination from Cloud9, and this is definitely looking like a top-of-the-table team versus a bottom team in this league right now. And DSG, it feels like a regression from last week where it felt like they were showing a lot more confidence. They were trying to do things. This week, they kind of just drafted all scaling and didn't fight.
Yeah, it feels a little rough for Disguise right now as Sven gets caught in the Bard ulti. I think Bullet Time did 1 wave of damage to Vulcan.
Gotta lock it.
Yeah, that's just not...
Vulcan no lock it. You click that, you time the cooldown, put it in the chat.
The MF is definitely not convincing either of us this game, I don't think. But C9 going in. Loki throws out the Abduct, not going to find a target there. Now Abadaga raising a second turret off the ruins of the one that just fell. C9 going to be pushed back for 1 more wave, but probably not much longer than that. Another wave collides into the mid lane where Thanatos was working to get that pushed up. Remember that he did die at the very end of the previous fight, so did not have Baron to keep things enchanted, but the Baron has now worn off from everyone on C9. Another wave ready to push up. C9 also knows that the Dragon is available for them to take. They stopped Disguise from having any sort of stacking after that first 2. And honestly, I don't think Disguise can walk out of their base safely.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. They got no vision anywhere except that 1 ward over by the Baron Pit, which is obviously not where the action is right now. 3rd straight Mountain Dragon here for Cloud9 going to be grabbed up, so they're going to be very, very tanky at this point. Blabber, of course, started under Sky, but pure tank from then on out. Almost has his random wins completed, likely will on base, and Cloud9 just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Feels like everyone is, almost that full item, if not even more, ahead of their opponents. Sven is not based in a long time. He's likely sitting on nearly IE gold if he doesn't already have it, but I think they're just saying, you know what, we don't even need to. We just keep the tempo up, we keep pushing, and we keep the pressure on DSG because they are very, very close to cracking here.
I mean, there's an exposed inhibitor in bottom lane. There's a dead inhibitor in top lane. The mid lane turret will collapse under the sheer amount of damage that C9 can do if it's left undefended for even a few seconds. It's just so hard for Disguise to play it here. And I say that, even though the turret's at 75% HP, because we have turbo-fed Gwen and turbo-fed Silas.
And you got a rapid-fire Triforce Corki who just walks up and just pokes away at that tower. Very safe to actually get that siege going. Loki can wrap around through bot. It's an exposed inhib. Very difficult for Castle to do anything about this. If they overcommit to the side, then C9 might just take the fight.
Thanatos dropping the Hallowed Mist there. Needs to step back a little bit further. Tempered Fate hits the Gwen, but nothing more. XU trying to frontline here a little bit, but now it's Loki jumping into the middle of everybody for a 3-man Mega Gnar ulti. He hasn't found any kills here just yet. Vulcan's going to be the first one killed. Scary Jerry taking that one, but they lose XU in trade. A 1-for-1, but Disguised has lost their front line. XU is down, and Castle is so injured that he has to go back into the fountain to heal. This gives C9 the opportunity to knock down that last tier 3 turret. Loki goes into the back looking for who. He finds him with a Q2. Abscond Abduct will not hit Castle, but he steals the Gnar ulti again. He's got a second one locked and loaded, and C9 are not done yet. Now they're focused, turning back towards this bottom lane where the Sun Disk is slowly decaying. Minions from top and mid now marching towards the Nexus turrets, demanding the attention of Disguised. All 3 inhibitors now down. C9 looking for their victory push, but likely not able to achieve it just quite yet.
Yeah, not going to be able to achieve it just yet. Looks like they are going to back it off and play this one very, very safe. Baron is spawning here in 15. They are monstrously ahead. Probably a lot of golden pocket for a number of these members, so likely just going back to base, buying up 1 more item, and then going to get back out on the map, take the Baron, and look to put the finishing touches on this one. There's the death cap completed. I think we're going to see IE on base for Sven as well. Yep, IE, death cap. Pretty good items to be buying this late on into the game.
The 2 most powerful damage multipliers in the game. going to do you pretty well when you're already sitting on 3 fully completed items beforehand. So C9 with a 12,000 gold lead almost. The one slight saving grace, I'm not even going to call it a silver lining. I'll call it a tin lining on the Cloud, is that all three...
A tin-plated lining.
Tin-plated lining. Yeah. It's
not even pure tin.
Not pure tin. That's expensive. That's expensive. We're at a 12,000 gold deficit right now.
Made of like old popsicle sticks.
Yeah, that's great.
That tin.
Popsicle sticks made with lead paint. It's just a classic.
Love lead paint in my popsicles.
Yeah, it's just delicious. It adds to the flavor. Don't try this at home. If you guys don't know what, just don't do it. But we have one inhibitor. We have one inhibitor, so there's not double super minions.
Huge.
That's it. That's
a dub.
the
We take
tin-plated
those.
lining. Yeah. That's about what Disguise... Okay, well, there are 2, thank you, observers. There were 2 spawning for a brief moment because all 3 were dead for about 30 seconds there. So we do have a couple duets marching down there.
That's
but
kind of
right
messed
now,
up. The observer just called you out like that.
Well, actually, I can respect that. I can respect.
Yeah.
I want to be called out if I'm spreading misinformation. So there's not going to be any more duets
Not
of
me.
super minions.
Don't call me out on my
You don't want to get called
misinformation,
out.
no.
You just want to sprout some nonsense.
No, I just want blind support.
Yeah.
I just say something that is like verifiably false. I just want you to be like, hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
Tell it like it is.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell it like it is right now. It is dire for Disguised, man. This is absolute doomsday for these dudes as they are trying to hold on. Stolen Bard ulti finds Abadaga, but the follow-up is not there from the rest of C9. Abadaga, though, getting poked by the Corki, as now Thanatos putting the work in here on the top lane. Inhib, bot lane Inhib about to respawn here next. Mid lane will be respawning soon thereafter, but those crystals still have to fully materialize as Disguise scrambles. They know they only have one chance left to try and hold this and try and defend. Sven, Loki, Vulcan, all on the bottom side of the base while Blabber and Thanatos provide extra pressure up at the top half, and Exu is already dead before the fight even starts. The bullet time doesn't accomplish anything. Castle, Mega Nars, one dude just backwards, not even into a wall. Loki's already godlike, and Blabber tackles in after Scary Jerry, who he escapes back through the Nexus, but not all the way. It's a double kill for Loki, and everybody on Disguised is wiped from the rift. 16-3, Cloud9 made it look easy.
Dominant performance there from Cloud9, start to finish, outplaying in the lanes, finding the plays. To me, this game was really about Blabber and it was about Loki.
Yes, sir.
Them as a duo, they were where all the action was at. The first kill in mid lane, then the kill in bot lane. They're constantly playing, for these plays together, really synced up well with the stolen ults and the Poppy. Great stuff.
Good stuff from C9, and a reminder to all y'all, LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes, like Gigaflowers. That one's mine. Subscribe to the LTA today. We're heading to break right now before FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves.
Right there.
But first, Kobe is standing by with special guest, Taylor Fritz.
The GOAT.
Hello, I'm here with Taylor Fritz, huge League of Legends fan, but also #1 American tennis player and #4 in the world overall. But really, it probably all started when you started playing League of Legends. How long ago was that?
I think I started playing towards the end of 2020.
Okay, and you were rank what in tennis during that time?
Yeah, you're making a good point here. I was probably like 30, 40-ish in the world, yeah.
Okay, there you have it. The correlation. League of Legends will make you better at tennis. You also got to meet 100 Thieves and FlyQuest prior to this. How was that experience?
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, I watch a good amount of League. I'm friends with a lot of people in the org of 100 Thieves as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's just cool to see all the guys that I guess been watching play.
Do you have a favorite team in the league?
I guess just because of my biases, I usually cheer for 100 Thieves, but I don't know. They're playing FlyQuest today, and I just met all the FlyQuest guys, so they're all super cool. So.
All right, we're not going to make you choose. We're not going to make you choose here. I'm kind of wondering, even though you've achieved a lot in tennis, what's the most important gaming achievement? Because you've played a lot of video games for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's always been my hobby for a long time. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I guess gives me a lot of satisfaction, but I think the biggest thing I'd say was during COVID, I got to the chance to play in a lot of those celebrity influencer type just gaming events across various games, and doing all that stuff, winning a lot of that. I was able to raise, I mean, well over 500 grand for charities just through winning these like influencer type events. So I think that's something I'm really proud of.
That's huge. That's huge. And winning always feels really good, too, on top of it. All right. Well, final question is going to be, what is your prediction for who's going to win? Not your favorite team between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest, just who's going to take it.
I mean, I think obviously FlyQuest are the favorites, but I don't know. I'm gonna call the upset today.
All right. 100 Thieves it is.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Can we one shot?
Yeah,
careful
I'm
there,
looking.
guys. Emid. Nice.
There's one shot.
Yeah, we're right.
They're just coming.
Yeah. If they walk in here, though, I'm fighting, guys. Yeah, I'm down.
Azure coming.
They take one down there. Look. I'm looking.
Okay, I'm looking.
I'm looking. TP. Yeah.
No flash.
No flash. No bear. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming.
That's not bad. Not bad. Get certified. Look at Gwen. No flash. Poppy. Go. I'm watching Gwen. Gwen no flash. Gwen no flash. Get the Poppy. Gwen no flash.
Silas wants a base TP.
Okay.
Nora said no flash. Yeah, Nora guarantee no flash. Wait size. Yeah, look down, those guys. It looks.
No, it's good.
Nora flash. Nice. Keep chasing. Nice. Bar no flash. Maybe you guys can end, okay? Top. 25 seconds, this guy. Maybe hard.
Wow, low key much.
Oh, we're fighting. No flash.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Wow, whoever has me on defense team is getting scammed, by the way. That's what? I have 2 assists out of 9.
Welcome back to the LTA North, FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. And I gotta say, there's been a lot of debate, discussion about what 100 Thieves has to do to be favored in matchups like this, or to actually be considered a winner. I know I did predict FlyQuest to win this game, but we did want to talk about that though. Like, what are some of the pros and cons for 100 Thieves? Because I know you're very pro.
I'm very pro 100 Thieves. There's been a lot of disrespect about 100 Thieves, so we actually put together a pros and cons list. I'm going to throw my glasses on. You can't see it, but I'm going official today because we're going to have a debate, me and Emily. Emily, you are a doubter. I'm a believer that 100 Thieves are serious
This is how I show
title
my love,
contenders.
actually.
It's by
Unironically, Exactly. I'm a KT fan. But anyway, continue.
All right, so let's go over the pros list. Kicking things off. Pro number 1 is that I honestly believe that they have the best mid laner in the league. Quid,
I'd agree.
I think, stands out as the best mid laner and arguably the best, but definitely the second best AD carry in the league. Now, when we talk about how teams win, having good carries, step number 1. Number 3, Sniper's weak champ pool. We've been talking about this for a while, right? The whole narrative around, last year he didn't play that many champs, so many Kazanta games. Guys, he played a different champion every game in Split 1. He's played, I believe, 9 different champions so far in 2025. That's just a false narrative by this point.
I see.
There's still the best of 1 merchants, so they're going to start the split off strong.
I was going to say, like, is this you saying, because are there serious title contenders calling them best of 1 merchants?
It's the positive spin on the narrative. They're going to enter in with momentum and confidence. They're going to pick up a bunch of wins. And most importantly, honestly, is that they have the best vibes of the top 4 teams. Team Liquid's trying out players. You know, we got FlyQuest announcing that they're going to have a 6-man roster coming in for summer. C9, they're always so stoic up on stage. You look at Sven. Is that guy having fun? No, he's there to win.
What?
100 Thieves are here to have a good time. Good vibes.
Okay, so now, Emily, you're just tearing them down.
All right, no, I'm pointing out things that they will have to work on, right, if they want to be serious title contenders. So the first thing is 100 Thieves, historically, and this is intended, they pick very volatile team composition, right? And that can be a drawback because a lot of these things can be more difficult to execute, right? If you're picking, there have been times where I've seriously, and they've won these games, by the way, there have been times where I've seriously disagreed with some of these pick comps in particular that they would pick throughout last year. So I think that is something where, like, you really need to shore up how well you play these, because we have seen. And then this is the next thing. I even made a nice little, I don't know if it's going to come back to me on camera at all, but I made a handy thing that I drew in like 5 minutes. That's basically 20 minutes, right? And then this side of the map means death. So basically,
bad track record down there.
They have, it was especially apparent in the finals match against TL for Split 1. But I think they do reach a point where sometimes they get over hyphy, which is where my third point comes in, right? So it's like, if you are going to be this team where I think their greatest strength is team fighting, your choices in terms of when to fight are crucial, right? And we have seen, again, this is the team, and the reason why I love 100 Thieves is, again, huge LPL fan as well. The combined kills per minute, like, you're always going to get entertained. They're always doing stuff, right? And it's about, and talking to Grayson about this, it's about, like, pointing them in a direction where the choices they're making around fighting are better. So if we're looking at this as a list, these are the things that I think they need to improve to be considered a serious title contender versus a team like FlyQuest, where I think most of us would agree they're already there.
Yes,
they are in the conversation as the favorite, I would say.
Yeah, Jet, you're the moderator. Do I get a chance to rebuttal any of Emily's points?
From the looks of it, yeah, because we're not ready to go to the game.
Now.
I mean,
it was
just hold on. We've been on this graphic. Who do you agree with for a while? People might be tuning in now and just so. Kangas, you're saying 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves can win the split.
The title contender.
They absolutely are a title contender. I have them power ranked first. And I gotta say, Emily, I love that one of your cons was that they can win with jank drafts. I mean, I'm just gonna point it out. Just gonna point it out.
Well, that's like, you call them best of 1 merchants, right? I feel like we each had like a little
give and take.
Yeah, we're combined in terms of, I think we both really like this team, and then it's, what are they going to do to, like, I just think they have more things they need to shore up on in order to be title contender.
Okay, and I gotta say, everybody in chat who's voting right now, you're doing the right thing. Because I want the camera to come back. I want the camera to come back to me for a second, because I actually got a quote from Coach Golden Glue about this team, and this is what he had to say. So if you are a true 100 Thieves fan, you don't want to convince the masses. You don't actually want Emily and Jat to be on your side, because we're stronger when we're doubted.
Doesn't that mean that
do you feel like now, I know you're a big CLG fan.
I'm a huge CLG fan.
Are you trying to give 100 Thieves CLG energy?
They absolutely already have CLG energy, which is partly why they're so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Does this make me a true 100 Thieves fan, though?
I think it makes you a TSM fan at that point.
How dare you?
That's an insult.
No, but like, because I mean, the way I show my love towards teams, because I unironically love 100 Thieves, is by tearing them down.
And let's talk about what we agree on, right? Because you already said you love watching them play. Like, they're a fun team to watch, right?
And I think a lot of it, again, comes down to, like, if you are going to pick these volatile team compositions and you're going to be relying on the mechanics, because, like, I don't agree with your assessment of Quid right now. I do think he's the mid to beat in this league. Then you look at when are we fighting? And, like, I remember a key point in the last game against TL where Azael was like, yeah, they're definitely not going to fight this. I think they should just sit back and, like, immediately Ayla engages, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's stuff like that where, and at that point, I didn't even necessarily disagree with it too much because I thought TL had already kind of turned the tide in that game. However, it is about choosing when to fight and what your setups are, which I actually do think they've improved on a lot. It's something they need to continue improving on further.
Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. It's the shotgun method. Something's going to hit the target. You just take all the shots you can, and eventually you'll hone it in and get really good. And I think that this could be their split. If not summer, for sure this year, I think 100 Thieves will win a title. But Jet, as the moderator, I mean, we got the Twitch chat vote there.
Yeah.
Are you convinced one way or the other?
I'm still going to favor FlyQuest in this game.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. As much as you wanted to lie to me and tell me FBI was better than Yon and Masu.
Ooh.
Or one of the two. Because you said he was a top 2. And I'm
I think so.
I have a top 2. So what is your ranking then for the top 3?
So I have Jan as my number 1 right now, but FBI is like 0.1 away from him. Like they're really close.
So
and then Masu's my 3rd.
You're favoring FBI in this matchup against Masu. And
absolutely. I think killer instinct-wise, FBI can just find these plays. That's why I know that like we have Azael looking at us from off screen. He's the resident Misfortune hater. I hate FBI on Misfortune. I want FBI on the Kaisas. I want him on the Zayas. I want him on things that he can make the space and make the plays happen because I feel like he's that type of player for 100 Thieves. And he's also an in-game leader for them. Having talked to the team, I know that he's the one making a lot of their in-game plans. So I feel like if you give him the tools to succeed, he'll find those moments.
I hear we have an audio delay on stage, but we're going to be trying to get to the game as quickly as possible. So we're going to continue to talk about this matchup. Whippo versus Sniper, to me, has historically been why FlyQuest beats 100 Thieves. In Split 1 playoffs, that wasn't true for like a day. But I'd say for the rest of existence.
So what happened the last time they played each other then, Jay? I hear recency bias is favoring 100 Thieves.
I hear you're a prisoner of the moment. I hear I'm using all available data.
Okay.
Wow.
Because Whippo has absolutely dominated Sniper on the map. And also with his current champion pool, I still have no idea what he's going to be pulling out. Whereas I know exactly what Sniper's going to want to play in a best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, I do think...
I know exactly what he's going to play well.
Oh, no. I do think the big thing for me between these two tops is map play, right? Where I think Sniper's improved, Whippo is better.
Looks like we are ready to go. So Flowers, take us into Champ Select.
Hell yeah. All right, welcome back, everybody. Audio delays hopefully resolved. And let's go ahead and get to it. Last game, we did not have a whole lot of PvP in our beloved PvP game, League of Legends. I'm hoping that we can remedy that with this one, Azael. We talked last game about top 4 versus bottom 4, how this is one of those rare occasions where all of us here on the broadcast team drew that hard line right in the middle of the standings where we all had the same ones in the top 4. And these are 2 of those teams, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. I'm excited for this head-to-head.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't have a match of the week anymore, but on the dive, we said this is our match of the week.
Let's go.
This
That
is the
means
match
you're
of
the
the week,
authority.
whether you like it or not.
You are the authority on this matter. If there
I'm
is
the
no
official match
ranking,
of the week declarer.
You got this.
And thus I declare this match of the week.
It is the match of the week. Let's do it. We also have the 2 best mid laners in the league going up against each other, and that is just always so fun to watch.
Yeah. Quid and quad. A lot of power in those letters, you know?
Yeah, I mean, 3 of them are the same letter.
Exactly.
There's just the Q, the U, and the D. Those are the most powerful. I wonder if there's like 3 other guys that have the other vowels. There's Quod.
Do you think if someone name changes to like Qued, that they become the top 3 mid laner in the league?
Yeah. No, you just have to have all of the Q guys.
By next year, we just have Quid versus Quad versus Qued versus Queed versus Quode.
Yeah, all of them. That would be the best.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. That's how you rise to glory. Let's go ahead and jump into the bans. Ivern, Rumble, Jace banned out by 100. And over on FlyQuest side, banning out the Varus, the Vi, and the Bard, surprisingly. Wanted to keep that one away from Ayla. Callista, though, escaping her normal spot on the ban list. Going to be locked in first here for FBI. Now, I will both agree and disagree with Kangas. I do not agree that FBI is better than Jan and Masu. I think my boy is trolling a little bit with that one, but I do think he's a very solid AD carry. And
5 o'clock. Leave the drink until later for Kangas.
Yeah, exactly. But I do like seeing him on more aggressive picks. I agree with that, right? So on something like a Kalista, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that he has really upgraded this team, and it took 100 Thieves to me from someone who is like a solid team to being an actual title contender, right? And I do think FBI is such a big part of that, because it was always like, well, I sure hope Quid and River can 2v5. I sure hope they're going to carry the game. And they didn't really have a lot of faith, outside of that. But now, Ayla's been playing a lot better. FBI is a pretty big upgrade down in the bot lane, and that is going to be something very, very strong. We can see Nico gets locked in. I'm expecting that to be Nico support for Busio. This is something that's actually been getting quite a bit of popularity that I've been seeing in solo queue. I've been seeing quite a bit of Nico. Also been seeing some like fiddle support and things like that kind of popping up as strong champions.
Saw that in the LEC earlier today.
There you go. Renata also obviously one of the best pairings with Kalista. It does allow you to play very aggressively, but can struggle against poke. It's not really generally a great champion against kind of non-committal engage. So slamming the Renata here very early makes me wonder if we are just going to get like Nico plus Ashe or Nico plus other long-range AD and just try to not take any sort of all-ins, but just look to poke and prod and chip down this bot lane and win it that way. And because it's early in draft, you can even go for like more of an all-around, longer-range team comp if that is what they decide is going to be the best case scenario here.
I mean, long-range, non-committal type of comp does seem like the kind of thing that works well against Renata even as the game goes on, but we're actually going to get kind of the opposite of that. Yone is very non-committal because of his E. I'm not going to use any descriptors because I don't have any polite ones to use for Yone's E. It is.
Hey, he still gets CC'd when he snaps back now. That's something.
That's something. It's progress. It's progress.
You know what I think is I don't think he should be able to snap back when he's CC'd. I think he should be stuck in place.
That's the way it always should be. Thank you, Isaac.
Yes.
You are a man of the people. You shouldn't be allowed to cheat. League of Legends is a fair game where you compete.
Just gonna say I was playing Nar top game against Yone, and he eat under my tower, and I Mega Nar'd him in the wall, and it still stepped back. Yes, he was stunned when he snapped back, but he was no longer in tower range. I was angry.
It's the worst. It's the worst. But it is a champion that somebody like Quad can flex his prowess on. This character has so much carry power. It has so much maneuverability. There's so much you can do with it. The ability to just juggle your opponents with all the CC. This feels like a very powerful pick. If you get Kalista or Renata caught in a bad spot with Yone, they are dead 100%. Xin Zhao also locked in here for 100 Thieves for the jungle pick. This has just been like a staple jungler in pretty much everybody's pool, I feel like.
Look at these bans. These are the two picks that Bwipo actually brought out last week that he was kind of cooking with. The Yorick and the Vladimir, not the standard bans you expect. This is kind of the Bwipo factor, where he has this unique champion pool. He's drawing meta bans like Rumble and Jace, but he's also drawing bans that are like, he's kind of one of the only people that are playing much of it.
Yeah.
And so I do think it's really, really cool. Caitlyn would fit the bill as far as what I was talking about, as these lanes that can really do well. It is a long range, non-committal AD carry. I mentioned Ashe. Varus obviously is banned out. Caitlyn's another great one because you can just poke and prod. As long as you don't get caught in an all-in, like a flash handshake or something like that, you just outrange these champs and can kind of get push and poke them down.
And I really like Caitlyn combined with another champion that has some form of root or snare as well, because it's so easy to lay the trap under their feet when they're caught by the snare and just get that long chain CC, especially something like, we always think of Lux as Caitlyn's traditional lane bully partner. Lux's Q can hit through one minion. Nico's snare can hit through minions as well, can make it very dangerous to walk up and try to contest for these creeps, try to contest for the farm. Meanwhile, back on the side of 100 Thieves, it'll be Ahri locked into the mid lane as the answer for Quid into Quad's Yone.
Yep, going to be Ahri, and they were already hovering that Gnar for quite a long time, so it does make sense. It is just going to be the Gnar. We'll see what the answer is here from Bwipo on 5, as a lot of his picks have already been banned out. Silas is gone as well, one of those top lane picks. He could just be going something super standard, but I would be curious to see if he's going to cook and bring out something like the Urgot that he does play a lot of. He has definitely his own unique approach to the game. and to the best ways to play it, which I think always makes it a lot of fun. Gragas is just kind of one of these picks that can kind of answer into everything. Aatrox, I was just watching him his solo queue stream last night, and this is actually what he was playing into Nara in that game as well. So I'm kind of expecting to just be the electrocute Aatrox. It's also a double melee pairing here now alongside that Z20, which also is really, really strong up on that top side. You have good 2v2 bot. You have some power up on this top side that Z20 can really play around. And I think FlyQuest have gotten themselves quite a good, well-rounded draft. That being said, there's lots of playmaking on the other side. There's this kind of really strong mid-jungle duo of River and Quid on these powerful early and mid-game champions that can also scale pretty well, who can put pressure on, find angles, make plays. And if FBI can get ahead, if they can have push in that lane, you can try to stack dragons. So I think both teams really do kind of have their strengths, and it should be a very fun game to watch. I don't think that either team just like hard won draft or anything like that. It's just kind of very different approaches to how they want to play the game.
A couple of different identities. Yeah. I really do want to see how this bottom lane plays out specifically, because Kalista just lives on the ban list, it feels like. Like, nobody wants to play against this champion. Nobody wants to deal with what she can do early, the pressure she can put on. And it feels like whenever she does get through, it's because the team that allows her through is thinking, okay, we're going to beat it with this ranged strategy. But if you don't keep it under control, it's tough. All right, let's see how it all goes down here as Busio is pretending to be Inspired. Bwipo is already down here in the bottom part of the map, while Inspired is up near his chicken camp. Looks like everybody on 100 Thieves is going to be heading towards this bottom half of the map here too, as we're kind of in this weird stare down where everybody's down here for some reason, but nobody really wants to take anything crazy early.
Yeah, they are just kind of 5-stack here, seeing if there's going to be any sort of shenanigans on an invade, but does not look like it's going to amount to too much. Sometimes you will see teams, especially when it is kind of really spicy bot lanes, send a lot of people bots just to actually get brush control on the side and be able to get a deep ward and to make sure that their opponents cannot get one as well, because that side brush control can actually mean so much in some of these matchups. You can see that Masu is going to be playing Cleanse. Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, anytime there's hostile takeover on the other side, you kind of have to pay that Cleanse tax, and it is going to be heal from Busio, so not the most aggressive as far as like going Ignite or anything like that. Yeah. And you can see that Bwipo was actually going Grasp here instead of the Electrocute, or sometimes people do Comment and stuff like that. So this is obviously going to be maybe a bit more consistent, like a little bit kind of lower variance here. But Bwipo, obviously a player who has been known for all of these different style of counter picks. Last week he was bringing out the Vladimir we saw against TL. He brought out Yorick the next day. In the past, he was known for things like even like Rengar. He's been known for his Volibear. He's been known for his Urgot. Like, he has such a unique playstyle that really makes him different to prepare for than any other top laner in the league. And I think it's such an advantage that FlyQuest do have, especially in this kind of fearless era. As we're going to be moving on into best of 3s and best of 5s. And this was a reaction here, from Castle there, I believe, after he died to it, where he's just like, holy crap, that champion, I didn't know what it did, basically, right? Not a lot of people are playing Yorick top, and you really can get an edge in that way. It's like, who do you scrim to prepare against Bwipo? There's no one. It's just Bwipo.
Yeah, go play solo queue and hope that you get some weird random guy who likes to play non-meta junk in your top lane. Like, that's what you got to do. But Bwipo is kind of getting smacked around a little bit here by Sniper in the Mega Gnar form. And I like that you talk about the advantages that this builds for FlyQuest, because I think specifically in the context of North American Professional League of Legends, even more so, it's also an advantage for Red side. I feel like historically, North American teams have not made the most use out of Red side 5th pick, like last pick in the draft, really getting value out of having that. And having Bwipo willing to play all of this crazy nonsense that nobody else is willing to try gives you such a unique advantage when playing from Red.
It really does. And I would actually even take it further. I don't think it's just been North America. I think historically the only region that has done it very well has been the LPL. Often in the LCK and the LEC, it's kind of similar things where Red 5 just ends up being some kind of like standard meta pick that you could have just blinded and it would have been the same matchup, right? right? And I do think Bwipo is one of those guys that makes it really, really hard. You know, he's drawing bans, he's doing things, and he can also still play these meta picks that are more standard. And we'll see, you know, how that top lane is going to go. Obviously, it's an HP advantage for Sniper. He still has his potion in pocket, largely because Bwipo, I think, just kind of overplayed his hand on the wave and didn't respect the level 3 timing there from Sniper, so he's able to get a really nice trade in. And now that wave is slowly pushing away from Bwipo.
Ooh, Busio caught out there by the handshake. FBI continuing to go forward, needs to hop a little bit further. Just a little bit more damage would be enough. FBI on the chase, but he cannot get quite enough damage there with the rend. So Busio low, but not all the way down. He and Masu both, however, down below 200 HP, forced back underneath their turret.
Yeah, that was actually a critical mistake there from Busio. He was too slow on the clone. So what you're supposed to do in this matchup is be able to use the clone to block the handshake. They're going to look for a dive, but Inspired's here.
Inspired's ready to try to shut this down. Busio and Masu playing on the knife's edge, trying to stay close enough to bait their opponents in for Inspired, but not close enough that they end up getting killed themselves. FBI down to about 50 HP. The bailout has landed, but it's not going to bail out a damn thing. 100 Thieves. They might have done better in the 2v2, but it's a 5v5 game, and Inspired shows up first for first blood. Sniper flashing out from Bwipo at the exact same time as Bwipo flashed forward too, so both top laners now also without summoners.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy because Masu didn't even end up having to use his summoners at the end of the day. He held on to both summoners, so yeah, you got the summoners off Busio. That is really, really good, but FBI lost his flash and died there. Masu gonna die now as well as he was trying to reset that wave, and now his wave is absolutely cooked. That wave is horrible.
Yeah.
They're actually, so they are swapping. So they're going to send Sniper down towards bot. He's going to be the one to actually get to collect all of these minions.
That's a happy Gnar.
That is a very happy Gnar. He's going to be in a great spot off of that. You can see he built the Executioners already very early on here. And so we're going to get this replay. And we're just going to see how River was able to get in. The wave was really, really bad. Masu says, you know what, just going to flip it. Going to try to reset this wave. River knew he wasn't on vision. And that is just a freebie. Masu intelligently does not use any summoners there. And I don't think River even really needed to flash. No. Maybe he was worried about potential counter gank or someone coming in and then it getting turned around on him. But does spend the flash, does get the kill. Going to be pretty happy about it.
Maybe thinking that Masu might try to flash away since he still had the summoner spells. Yeah. If you flash right before he flashes, you'll still buffer the auto through the summoner spell and instantly get the kill anyway. But Masu just holding on to it, knows he's dead there. You're a 300 HP 80 carry, and Zinjao just jumped out of the bush. There's not really a whole lot of outs in that situation. But Masu and Busio up here on the top side now against FBI and Ayla, and Inspired is lurking in the brushes yet again, just hoping FBI and Ayla get a little bit too aggressive so he can immediately turn around and punish just like he recently did.
Yeah, they saw the vision plan just get hit, Bo.
There it is. Inspired jumping right on in, and FBI is in danger, caught up in the tangle barbs, and shot down again. The bailout is too little, too late. Masu getting his first kill of the game.
Inspired had such good patience there. He actually waited for a really long time, and then they got the info that River was around because he hit the vision plant in their jungle, so they realized he's not in lane, he's not going for a counter gank or anything like that, so they have the opportunity then as soon as FBI steps forward. He waited a really long time, but he's able to get it. Ayla now trying to sneak around, see if they can find anything, but not really going to happen.
Ooh, River, though, going in after Quad, who immediately goes into the Soul Unbound, and Inspired jumps over the wall, ready to help out his mid laner. There's the Yone with the Fate sealed. A little bit more damage is required, and River is down. Nicely done. Feat of Warfare secured, and Ayla's going to be the next to die. Inspired flashing over the wall, looking to keep himself alive, but it will not happen. Shut down over to Quid. 4-2 game for FlyQuest, as Quid now tries to make his escape. Busio's going to block him up here as Masu provides covering fire over the wall with a 90 caliber net right back into his own side of the jungle to hunt down this Ahri. A little bit more will do it, and the Piltover Peacemaker does the job. 5-2 FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest getting a huge advantage off of this one. We can watch it one more time. They're able to finish off the grubs, and then it's the rare fourth grub does appear out of the bush here as they're able to go back over the wall. This was bold from River for sure. I guess they just felt a little bit desperate to try to make some sort of a play, and then that looked like a misclick from Ayla. He flashes over the wall and he used the bailout on Quad instead of on River there. So they were a little bit stacked. I think that was a misclick, and that definitely hurts them as he ends up going in. Definitely disappointed with how that play worked out. Bailout on the wrong target, that is critical. I don't know if they would have had enough juice to actually get the reset and then maybe make that fight go very differently. It's hard to say, but either way, going to be a frustrating moment when you commit your flash and doesn't go where you want it.
I think we have more kills at 8 minutes in this one than we had at 28 minutes in the last one.
Yeah.
These teams are scrapping. FlyQuest and particularly Inspired, paying attention to this bottom lane. When you have the poking non-committal bot lane duo versus the all-in duo, you know that all you have to do is be there when they try to all-in your guys. Otherwise, they're just going to get suffocated the entire time. They have to all-in eventually, and Inspired's doing a great job of punishing that.
He really is, and honestly, in the 2v2, it's got to be frustrating for Alien FBI because there was this mistake that was made by Busio, and then you're in this position where you can zone them off their own tower early on in the game and get this big advantage, but their eyes got a little bit too big, they got a little bit too greedy, and they chase, not respecting where Inspired could be, punishes them there, and then lies in wait up in that top lane side brush for such a long time, able to convert that on a kill as well, and now Masu, nearly a 1,000 gold lead despite still being down a couple CS. He is really off the races.
Up here in top side, though, the mid lane battle continues as Quad will just snap back to his original position here. Gets the slightly better trade on Quid on the Ahri. We do have only that first feat claimed by FlyQuest, but they're 1,500 gold ahead thanks to all the kills that they've managed to secure for themselves. The one champion who does have a singular gold advantage over their lane opponent is Quid on the Ahri, up about 150 gold there. But really not feeling too great about that even if you're on 100 Thieves side, because Quad was a part of that big outplay that they had to catch 100 Thieves on the backside of the grubs and really just get so much from it.
Yeah, exactly. They tried to punish there, but didn't quite have the damage. And we can see in the head-to-head, it has been pretty much all Bwipo. 8 and 3, massive gold advantages. This time, Sniper doing well. It did take them a lot of bans to kind of potentially get these matchup, but still, Bwipo did have counter pick. He was last pick on red side, and it is Sniper with those slight advantages thus far. As far as the CS is concerned, pretty much dead even, but does at least have the push. Maybe going to be able to grab a plate here as well.
Something interesting this game, a minor thing, but still catching my interest. Red Smite for Inspired on the Sejuani. I feel like this is not very common at all. I feel like I'm always seeing blue or green.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's interesting. I'm kind of curious as to why he exactly went for it. Obviously, I mean, you do have the little slow, you have a little bit of damage when you smite. I'm just trying to think, like, does he think that is maybe more important, just getting a little bit of a slow for a chase down or something?
Maybe particularly on Callista, because slows affect her ability to hop. That's my guess.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, too, is that it's just about that, valuing that more than movement speed out of the brush or the additional HP shield, when you do evolve those smites. It's possible it was just like a random misclick or something, but Inspired is very calculated in how he plays, so if they win, maybe we can actually interview him and ask him about that, is why he went red smite, because good catch, it is definitely very atypical, and gonna be 6 grubs for FlyQuest. That's tough against Caitlyn, man. Ooh. You have this like siege 80 carry now with 6 grubs. At the very least, Sniper does have push here. You can see that Bwipo had already based, and Sniper is going to be able to get the Demolish proc, get at least another plate. So they do grab some gold down on the bot side, but it is nearly a 2,000 gold lead here for FlyQuest, and it is 6 grubs to 0. No dragons being taken by either side. Means 100 Thieves have not been able to trade anything back.
And Caitlyn is such an oppressive champion if she's playing from a lead. If her team is at the point where once you reach mid-game, they are going to be the ones that are first to arrive to the neutral objectives, normally that's always hard to contest in any given game of League of Legends. But against Caitlyn especially, the ability to block off an entire entry point into that objective fight with a line of 4 or 5 traps just makes it that much more difficult for the team to approach. And when you look at this roster for 100 Thieves, Gnar would have to be Mega, or Xin Zhao jumping in with an ulti is the only person who can really afford to try to step up and clear those traps away. And I feel like 100 Thieves' job trying to contest neutral objectives in the mid-game will be very difficult this game.
Yeah, it does seem really, really tough. Like you say, and you have that line of traps, you're walking through potential poke from Busio, and if you do overcommit into that, throw out the Sejuani ult, just try to punish that one character. There's so much CC there to follow up if any bit of CC hits. So FlyQuest are going to be able to grab this. River says, you know what, it's not even worth risking it. If he goes in, he's very likely to die, so it'd be a really low percentage play. So it's just going to sacrifice that, and it is going to be first dragon of the game for FlyQuest.
First dragon of the game and 3rd neutral objective on top of their first to 3 kills means FlyQuest will snag the empowered boots off of that objective take as well. Everything going their way here in the early game. 100 Thieves are going to have to stop this bleeding. It's not like the game is so far away from them that they're just staring at death's door, but they really need to find something to go their way here soon.
And I'm checking in on the Sejuani thing to see if it's something that's getting popular in solo queue. But yeah, there's almost no purchases of Red Smite on Sejuani in solo queue either. So definitely not super popular build. But yeah, maybe we can find out from Inspired what his thought process was with that and kind of maybe the edge he feels like he's getting from it. We are going to have Quid doing this kind of pretty popular build now for Ahri. People are really liking the Roa build path. It got some slight buffs as well. And so we're seeing a lot more of this kind of tanky style of Ahri. We're seeing a lot of just Roa into Leandries and this kind of like more, I don't want to call it bruiser, but it's like, kind of feels like that sort of style where you're just dashing in and out, you're applying dots, and you're just kind of being more disruptive and putting out high DPS as opposed to just like hitting one combo on the backline and one-shotting them.
It's lower burst, but you have more consistent damage over the course of a longer fight. Also the health to participate in such a fight. Turret going to drop down there in the bottom lane as FlyQuest has to retreat over in mid. Sniper staying alive down there in the bot side as Inspired turns it around over in mid lane. River down to about 100 HP, tries to jump in, needs the bailout. Masu's still alive, and now he's in a killing spree. 100 Thieves thought they might have got something, but they are immediately corrected in that assumption.
Yeah, Quad TP's in as well to try to help cover. That was very close to actually getting a number of kills. It was a really good hostile takeover from Ayla across multiple members there from 100 Thieves. Now in goes Quad.
Oh, Quad jumping in, using the Fate Seal just to get extra distance and then trying to jump on top of his targets, but not really enough there, just trying to scare him a little bit.
At the very least, though, we could see Sniper and Quid were able to push Bwipo back off to that tower. They took the tier 1 bot, so they are able to grab a turret for themselves, and a little bit of gold that does come with it, but Masu is just going to be such a problem because Caitlyn traditionally has really strong early laning phase when you're on like no items, you're just level 1, you're already really going. Quid could be in some trouble.
You're going to have to use the Spirit Rush on this one for sure. 1 charge left. He'll escape, but hey, that means that we've got Rift Herald spawning here in 45 seconds, and Ahri has no ult. Ahri missing ulti is such a reduced threat in a team fight.
Exactly, and Masu now has kind of just been slingshot basically past this kind of this power, I don't know, trough. Yeah, exactly. In the mid game where you aren't that strong on 1 items. You get really strong again on 2-3 items as Caitlyn. Once you have that crit, you have some attack speed and stuff built up. Got really early Yuntal, going to be working towards an IE second very likely, and then once that 3rd item comes in, Caitlyn is really high DPS, can be quite difficult to deal with in these fights, especially with so many champions there for counter engage and to kind of build space around her. If you just try to send everything at Caitlyn and then you get hit by the Nico ult and the Sejuani's coming in and the Aatrox and all these champions are so difficult to actually ignore and fight through.
Nico is such a powerful anti-dive tool with what Pop Blossom does. I mean, we've talked about this before in previous metas where Nico has been more popular, but that champion is such a heaven or hell teamfight experience based on the efficacy of the ulti, right? Like, if you hit a big Pop Blossom, cool, you just won the game, you're in the highlight reel forever. If you miss it, you're also in the highlight reel, but for a very different reason.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Lions on Lion having some really good Pop Blossom, some really good engages there last week, and especially as support, because you don't have a lot of gold, so it's not like your Q&E are even doing that much damage. Generally you're going to get towards 1 item, probably go Proto Belt, and then it's just all about can you find that juicy ultimate. As 100 Thieves trying to force this Herald, and we'll grab it.
They'll take the Herald. Sniper goes for the Mega Gnar, but does not hit anything. Fate Sealed also going to miss as the ace in the hole flies out. Yeah, it hits Sniper, but it doesn't do a whole lot. Honestly, good play there from 100 Thieves.
Yep, going to be able to grab it and get out. Bwipo TP'd in, so Sniper says, nope, we're not taking this fight. I'm in mini. I'm just going to flash and not risk getting engaged on. Quad looking on the side here, but can't really find anything. And with all these 100 Thieves members around, I don't think there's really much of an angle for a push here from FlyQuest. So we're going to see Gnar going back down towards bot side. Bwipo's heading out towards top. And it's going to be likely Quid answering that topside push here from Bwipo, so just going back into that kind of same format that we were in before. But FlyQuest pretty happy in this situation, just continually farming it out, and we'll see if they do look to fight at this next objective, as second Dragon will be available for them in just 15 seconds, and they're already grouping up on this bot side to get prio.
Yeah, one important thing to note about this game is because the first Drake was taken so late, it kind of feels like we're always 1 Dragon behind in this one, because it really was just about that amount of delay on the first take, so it's not
not like they'll be able to even rush a soul even if they get 4 in a row. It'll still be quite a timer there for 100 Thieves to scale up towards. So if they're not feeling like contesting this, by all means, there really isn't a whole lot of pressure on them to do so. And you can see those Caitlyn traps kind of doing what I was talking about earlier, removing some of those avenues to try to approach this objective from, making it that much tougher for 100 Thieves to come up and try to contest.
Yeah, and I don't really think there's going to be much of a contest here, unless they can get them to kind of come back for this Herald that they're going to drop. We can see that Sniper's moving down towards bot side. He needs to get that Meganar charged up, though. He's got nothing on the bar.
Ayla just used the handshake on the Nico clone, and now coming from behind, Whippo with the World Ender ready to go. River's about to get stunned up, staying alive for now. Hostile takeover doesn't do a whole lot except create a little bit of space. Sniper still no Meganar. As 100 Thieves, they don't lose anybody, but those health bars are wrecked. Ayla and River both nearly dead. Ayla having to spend both summoner spells to not drop, and now FlyQuest has the green light for their Drake.
Yeah, it's going to be uncontested. They're just going to send a Sniper out towards top. He's going to push and try to trade back a tower up there. It's a tough fight as they, try to drop the Herald here, but FlyQuest just responds, and they preempt the engage because they knew Sniper wasn't there. He had headed out towards bot, so with him not in position, they just force their hand of their opponents.
Oh, but Masu now getting caught out as River jumps in with Wind Becomes Lightning, Audacious Charge. Quad, though, turning it right back around here with a Fate Seal back into the 100 Thieves jungler. Needs a little bit more damage, but has to snap back to his original spot. Quid missing the charm. Nice sidestep there from Quad to make sure he does not get caught out on his exit.
Yeah, good little bit of pressure because even though they don't get a kill, 100 Thieves keeps them interested in around mid lane. That's buying time for Sniper again, pushing out on this top side. He's going to get the tier 1, but though also pushing down on bot side, they cannot give up free tier 2. Tier 2 is just so much gold, so Quid is going to have to go down and respond, try to defend that, and we'll see how low it is right now. Sniper looks like he left early enough. This tower might just be dead. We'll see if Whippo wants to actually fully commit to it, and he's going to do so.
Yeah.
Might end up trading his life for it, but we'll get that tower, and that's 700 gold. Those tier 2s are just so ridiculously valuable.
Well, Whippo is very happy that Quid has no ulti right now, because otherwise that would be a very dead Aatrox, but he can walk it off, he can get himself away. Big stuff there. Otacon spawning on the top side of the map now. As you can see, that wave being pushed up by Quad. This mid lane tier 1 turret for 100 Thieves, also incredibly low. If this is left unattended for 2 auto attacks, or 1 auto attack actually, considering they've got 6 grubs, it's down.
Yep, exactly, and that's why they've kind of had these members around here for such a long time. Masu just going to be throwing out the ult, trying to get a bit of a chunk there onto FBI and see if he can actually get it on this wave. Busio kind of covering him on the side, and it looks like Inspired is moving up, but still not feeling fully confident that he can walk up and hit that tower until they see more people responding in side lane. So Quad going to be pushing out top, and again, Whippo's back down towards bottom. They are going to TP though, and it's going to be a fight here for 100 Thieves. They have Mega. Can they actually run him down?
Yeah, they're trying to make their way onto Quad before he can get any sort of an escape route. Wants to go for the Fate Seal. Nice block from River, guaranteeing the Yone cannot get over the wall. The shutdown goes to Sniper. 100 Thieves get their pick on a critical member of FlyQuest, and now they're making the call to go for the Otacon. It won't drop particularly quickly, and FlyQuest is on the way.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually commit to this. I think they have to at this point. Quad has no TP, so it is going to be a 5v4, even if they are slow. Look at Quid on the side, looking for a charm on Masu.
Quid wants it, jumps and he finds the charm on Masu, but it's immediately cleansed as the Caitlyn survives. Hostile takeover over the top, but it only finds Inspired and Busio. Now Masu trying to get away from Quid, who manages to find the assassination, and Inspire's looking to turn it right back around onto the mid laner, but it ain't going to work. Busio needs a little bit more damage, and Whippo has killed off Ayla. Now another hit comes through. Inspired takes down River. There's 3 dead bodies in 100 Thieves jerseys, and FlyQuest is going to take Otacon to boot.
Even with Quid finding the fight there, gets onto Masu, takes him down, survives the turn from Inspired. It just doesn't even matter. FlyQuest in a 4v5, losing their AD carry early, still win this fight. They basically 3v5'd here as Quid is able to go back over the wall, finish him off, but it's just about Whippo and Inspired and Busio. This is what I'm talking about. So hard to fight through these champions. They're also tanking so much damage from the Otacon. They're all in that zone where it's doing AoE damage and it's shredding their armor and their MR as they tried to pile in to follow up on this pick from Quid onto Masu. They all run into the Otacon damage, and then they're all running into the Aatrox that just lights them up, and that is a 5v4 that you lose. Even with the great pick, that hurts, and that could be the last nail in the coffin here potentially.
And I mean, it feels like a 5v5 with Otacon in there, and I'm glad you bring up the resistance shred.
These guys, man.
Like, these guys are really big making plays for their teams. Even in that one, where Quad was actually the one who got the playmate on him to start the fight, and Quid was the one who was able to find Masu. Still FlyQuest turning it around because of the Otacon resistance shred. Up to 50 flat armor and MR removed if you've been fighting Otacon for long enough. That's insane amounts of extra damage. It's 100 Thieves now trying to get something here on Inspired and Bwipo. Inspired with the Arctic Assault over the wall, but that Sejuani is still in a lot of danger. His Aftershock is about to wear off. Alo ready to join up here. There is no flash available, and FlyQuest have overplayed their hand, looking to try to use those false lives. Yes, it's not as bad as an actual death, but still feels like Inspired gave that one away for free.
He did, but Masu took the tier 2 mid, so that is going to be, you know, even more gold in his pockets. We do go into a pause. And yeah, I mean, Quid definitely having a really good fight on that top side. Quad wasn't a part of it, but these two mid laners have just been so good for their teams. Yeah. Some of the best players in the league, absolutely. You know, Quid obviously already having won an MVP back when it was LCS, and I feel like he is again in MVP form here in the LTA. In Split 2, he has been on a tear, but FlyQuest definitely in full control of this one, have been looking strong.
Just got an update from producers. Bucio's game has crashed. So, yeah, kind of hard to play League of Legends when your computer is not running League of Legends. We're having League officials investigate that right now to try to get it back up and running ASAP so then we can get back into the game.
There you go. Well, hopefully he can get on in really quickly, and we can continue things forward. The False Life Otacon, I definitely think is like way weaker than actually just getting all the plants because the additional XP
nowadays
is permanent. Exactly. I feel like they actually did nerf it enough that it became pretty balanced.
What was it, like 6 times the charm? the initial Voracious Otacon was pretty strong.
It was insane at first, for sure. I mean, you got a bunch of extra gold when you got kills. You only got 100 gold for killing them, and they respawned in, I can't remember, was it 3 or 5 seconds?
It was like instant. Yeah, it was just a couple of seconds. Yeah. They were right back on the map. But
now you get 200 gold for killing the false lives, and it takes them 15 seconds to respawn. It's a lot harder to force. We don't just see games end, so I tend to really prioritize when you can just kind of get the Flowers Otacon.
The Flowers Otacon is actually, like, I really, really like the design of that one because it's the only neutral objective in League of Legends that has 2 phases. Every other objective in League of Legends is just kill the thing. If you smite it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. But the Ruinous Otacon, I really think adds a new kind of just like thinking measure.
You got to pick up the loot
because you have to pick up the loot as well, right? You can't
kill
just
the dragon. You can't just leave the gold on the ground.
Yeah, killing the guy is the first half, and then you have to get all the little materials and rewards, right? Yeah, you got to make sure you're picking up some of that candy.
Did you ever get piñatas as a kid?
No, I didn't.
We used to do them for Easter. I don't know if that's like a common thing or not, but we'd go to my grandma's house and they'd have a piñata with candy, and all the little kids got to take a whack at it. And if you cracked it, if you were the one who busted that thing open, you got the first pick of the candy.
Oh, that's a pretty good deal. That teaches you to swing hard. Oh, hold on, Whippo's swinging hard into the enemy base. Big Q3 lands onto almost everybody, and Quid is down. Masu taking the kill credit on that one. Yes, Whippo is going to trade his life, but it's a false life, so he'll be happy with that one as Quid is dead for the next 35 seconds.
Yep, going to be a really good pick, and up again on top side. Going to be trading out another false life, it looks like.
Yeah, FlyQuest is just using these to their fullest potential. That one's not exactly going to get a whole lot of rewards as Quad is now sent right back onto the fountain.
Yeah, and you have to be careful. You know, sometimes you want to really get something out of it, but at the same time, if it's not a good play, you're still giving them 200 gold for dying, right? So you still are giving them something. But FlyQuest not too worried about it. Still 5,000 in the lead. They're going to be able to grab this dragon. Looks like uncontested. As we can check back on the earlier replay. I think this was how Whippo was able to get in that position, and just finds an angle on the blast cone here, looking for Quid. And is just able to chase after him. Q flash, hits the Q3, gets the passive auto, and barely is able to take him down. Of course, the bailout wouldn't work because false life doesn't count as a kill, so it doesn't count as something that actually reactivates that bailout. And then in the meanwhile, they grab that third dragon, so they're now on 3 dragons, 1 off that Infernal Soul. And Masu has not based in quite a long time. I've got to think he is close to LDR or whatever he's going to be going for next.
The funniest part about that play to me was that Bwipo started it off with just about half HP, and it's always one of those things where if I haven't seen a lot of Aatrox recently, I kind of forget just how much spell vamp he has when he's in World Ender. I mean, between the passive stab and then Q3ing 3 people, he just like zergs back up to 80%, and it takes him so long to kill him. He can just go into the enemy base 1v5.
Especially with Sundered Sky. Like, this thing is crazy. Even in a 1v1, the champion can be 20% HP. You're like, oh, I'm full health. I kill him, no problem. Great. He presses R, he pokes you with the passive, gets the Sundered Sky heal, and it's just like, all of a sudden, he just gained 1,500 health, and you're like, oh.
Oh, well, I guess you really weren't 20% HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must have had a visual bug on my screen. This guy's got a lot more health than I thought he did. But FlyQuest now in a very commanding lead. Like you already said, 5,000 gold. River getting caught out here. This is bad news for 100 Thieves. The jungler's about to die, and he did it for free as Ayla down to about 1/3 of his own health. Now Sniper has to try to get away. There's nothing left for him to do here. FlyQuest having killed River. He's dead for the next 30 seconds. They know that Baron is right there and ready for the taking.
Yeah, they kill off River. They force out Ayla's flash as well with the World Ender there from Bwipo. 100 Thieves is going to be pushing up mid lane, trying to get some control there. They have to try.
Oh, Quid with the flash charm going after Masu, but again, he's going after this target that has the cleanse ready. Ayla's going to be next to die, but he gets the hostile takeover out before he falls. Quid barely hanging on the side of the fight. Masu did drop to FBI, but everybody on 100 Thieves is dying. Inspired taking a killing spree as the Callista finally falls. Sniper and Quid both still alive, but barely hanging on with slivers of health. At least for 100 Thieves, they managed to stop the Baron.
Yeah, Quid thankfully barely survives. He was incredibly low, but thanks to that tanky build, does survive. And here is this look from Quid. He says, you know what? We are in a rough spot. R, Charm, Flash, does nail it. Which one's the assassin, though? Because he just got headshot and took way more damage than his full combo. And then this beautiful counter engage there from Busio. Flash, Proto Belt, ulti, catches Quid and Sniper with the very edge of that ulti. Even with all the damage onto Quid, though, still can't take him down. Full Roa stacked, plus the Leandries does make him really tough to crack. But you can see the FlyQuest coaches, they're relaxed, they're chilling, they're laughing. They know that this game is fully in their hands. It's just at that point where even if you kill one of these main targets like Quad and Masu, it just doesn't matter because the top side is also really, really strong. And they have enough damage, it feels like, to kill off these squishy members from 100 Thieves when they're being ignored.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking a little bit of free damage here. That was Quad and Bwipo both tried to step up, put the pressure on 100 Thieves a little bit, but ended up taking some poke in retaliation. Tier 1 turret for FlyQuest, still alive, but very low on HP. As Quad once again going to use that Stolen Bound, try to step forward a little bit here. Sniper gets caught out by the Tangle Barbs, so loses some of his health as well, trying to force his way back up into this river, trying to make sure that FlyQuest isn't just starting up the Baron. Ace in the hole fired out, doesn't get a whole lot of a payoff from that one as River manages to block the bullet, and FlyQuest are right back to pushing. Less than a minute and a half until that Dragon Soul spawns. Ayla taking a huge chunk of damage as River tries to make the engage, and he's about to die before anything else even happens. Bwipo has hysterics to keep him alive. Snipers into the back, but he's already down. Busio goes on a rampage, and Ayla and Quid go on the run. They're the only two left alive on 100 Thieves, and Inspired and Busio are hunting them down. Ayla has been knocked back towards Bwipo. He tries to get away, tries to use the Mikhails to give himself enough extra freedom, but it does not matter. Quid is the last one standing, but he will fall like the rest. FlyQuest get a clean ace. It'll be 18-5 to end the game as they march on the Nexus turrets. No Baron required. 100 Thieves cannot stand up to FlyQuest, who will move on to a 3-0 start here in Split 2.
Nicely done. FlyQuest staying perfect so far atop the table, taking down 100 Thieves. We're going to fall to 1-2 now, unfortunately, with that loss. This one, though, felt like it was all about Inspired. He was everywhere in the early game, really cutting down on some of these win conditions, 400 Thieves. I mean, he gets down towards bot side. It was a winning 2v2 in the very early minutes for FBI and Ayla. They're pushing them back off the tower, but then all of a sudden, Inspire comes in, gets a kill, gets the flash off FBI. Then this really patient gank up on top side where he's waiting that side brush for felt like 40 seconds or maybe even more. And then finally, FBI steps 1 foot too far forward, and he's taken down as well. And it was kind of just Masu in this full control position, it felt like, from there.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Inspired and FlyQuest. And now we're going to go ahead and break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring Busio's Nico ult, this counter engage that we saw earlier after Quid started off the fight.
Yeah, this is a really well-placed ult here from Busio. It just makes it so difficult for these chase ins. You can see Ayla gets thrown out, flash forward, Protobelt hits 3 members, takes down Ayla, catches both the soul laners as well, and just pushes them all back. Sure, you got Masu, but there's no way you're winning the fight from there.
It's a 3-man catch, and you force the flash out of the 4th man. Really good stuff there from Busio. And now we're going to go ahead and join Emily for an interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I'm here with victorious jungler Inspired after a very convincing win, let's just say, over 100 Thieves. Last time you guys faced each other was kind of unfortunate for you guys down in Brazil. So what were you planning and prepping for them going into this match?
I mean, honestly, we felt like the loss in Brazil was just on our side more than 100 Thieves playing well. I think we just didn't really execute our draft pretty good in that playoff series. And today we're just confident going into the game. I think we had a decent draft. We had a really good week of practice, and they gave us Juani on, which is like pretty strong on this patch. So I was not sure why they would do that. And yeah, I think we just played our champions to the strengths of them and just won.
When that happens, when you know it's more of like a fault of your own rather than the opposing team, is it easier to adjust and kind of regroup going forward?
I think it's actually maybe harder because you just get mad at yourself and your teammates, like how could we lose to such a weak team? So, because if you lose to a good team, you at least try to improve on something, and if you lose to a bad team, you are like, how could we? So, but we managed to pull it off to stay calm and keep practicing.
And you had really, really good map pressure, especially early. I did want to ask about the red smite on Sedge because we don't usually see that, so kind of talk me through that decision.
I feel like it's not bad because you can just proc it with first part of your W and then land the second one. And also when there is just standoff in the mid game, you can just poke a bit more. And I think the green pet doesn't really offer you that much, while the blue one is pretty OP because you have Ghost on the whole map. But I just didn't feel like I will be needing to run around the map too much. So most of the time you are just grouped and you are in front. So might as well go there at one.
All right, cool. Thanks. I was wondering. Thank you so much for your time. And we will toss it back to the broadcast for a little commercial break.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
In the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Zinzao, can you guys
coming. Ari's there, Renata's there.
I blocked the charm. Zinzao, no flash.
Renata can W.
I can't TP.
Renata flash, Renata no flash.
I can flash still, I'm fine. Take it slow, Renata flashed in. We win. I can flash still, I will flash.
Kalista's not coming. Be my send.
I'm gonna
we should fight. We should fight. We need to help good, guys.
I used my kills.
Yeah.
I got them.
We can go, we
One
can go.
sneaker flash ult.
Okay, Talks. Caitlyn dead.
Winning.
Ari 1 HP. Yeah, me and Whippo are winning.
Yeah.
Ari 1 HP, can't team fight. Whippo finishes with me.
Yeah. Looks good.
Yeah,
He flashed on me. He one shot.
Nar Mega soon.
Nar wants
I have
to go.
Starak still, okay? I have Starak still. This guy no flash on Kalista.
Yeah.
He's dead as well.
We can end mid.
Yeah, we can end.
Chase Whippo. We end mid.
I am.
Welcome back to the LTA North. We got Dignitas against Team Liquid. And Raz, you want to tell us about TL lane swaps with your most Canadian accent possible.
Yes.
What about it? No, that's not happening. That's not happening. No, look, it is what it is. I'm Albertan. We don't have accents. But I wanted to talk about this one just because Team Liquid as a squad, of course, have really illustrated great lane swaps prior to the lane swap meta. Now, what you're seeing in front of you is basically a Kalista lane that's being pushed down bot side. It is allowing Umpty to be able to get Scuttle Crab and pushing Inspire top. So that one's pretty classic. And of course, we have seen a lot of games this split that is allowing us to swap for grubs. 4-minute strikes. Of course, the lane swap detection meter is gone, and so now you're seeing the teams go up topside. Jan's got the ability, of course, to push into this matchup. I'm highlighting Impact here because he has TP advantage over Whippo, and even though he has, of course, he's getting slowly pushed in on topside and he's losing trades, he gets a get out of jail free card by going bot side and being able to push out 3 waves for free. Now, that being said, 6 minutes in, Grubs is available, Kalista is going to base, and what I want to highlight off her base here, of course, is to be able to get Vampire Scepter and Pickaxe, whereas Varus doesn't have too much. He is forced to base as well. So he gets on the map early, goes straight mid, as you can see. Ari, on the other hand, swaps now topside. This is the twist that we're seeing from Team Liquid in this instance, and is able to get a free push on topside while Kalista is able to match. As you can see, Umpty's waiting a little bit, so Rise and in this case, Nico has to be able to back away and wait for the Varus to get the wave pushed out. So this is free grubs. And all in all, you take a step back, I'm seeing CS advantage from the Kalista as 2 waves is denied from the Varus. In this case, Jarvan in a weaker jungle matchup versus the Xin Zhao is actually going to be getting the benefit off of this entire ordeal. Now, I highlighted Gwen because she should have been able to benefit off of this based off of the TP bot side. But died to 2 ganks, was having a really rough time. Really, Impact has not been performing well. He's right now highest in deaths after week 1, so he has been having a poor week so far, but I wanted to highlight Team Liquid's lane swaps because I was really impressed by it.
I'm shocked that someone else did a lane swap segment besides me, so thank you, Raz. It was excellent. And B, you highlight a lot of the stuff that we've pointed out when we talk about, and we kind of shift the conversation between talking about proper lane swaps to lane assignments, right? And I feel like that has always been a strength of Team Liquid's and does continue to be a strength even in the loss that you highlighted here. So now it's about, and I keep going back to this quote about Spawn where he's like, it's not like we're bad at team fighting, it's that we don't choose the correct ways and like approaches to fight, like the correct situations. And I think that's something they do need to continue working on, in addition to maybe a few better individual performances from some of their members.
And it's a team that puts so much pressure on themselves. This is the Split 1 finals winner.
Yeah.
And because they had a disappointing showing at first stand, they almost came into this split with much lower expectations. But if we're just isolating for what they've done in the LTA North, I think they would have means to be a lot more confident and not need to experiment as much, and we wouldn't be talking about all their underperformances. But obviously first stand did happen, and it's kind of refreshed them to want to succeed more and actually take any little failing they have here in the LTA pretty seriously.
Which is, I think, really important to still remind the audience, even though they have higher aspirations, they're still a really smart team. And as I mentioned earlier, like prior to the lane swap meta, remember when Impact was on Udyr getting constant push topside, and then they would lane swap on him just so they can actually constantly put the enemy team in a really poor timer. These were like tempo swaps. So you're like, oh, this is a really intelligent team. They play on side lanes really well. This time they're going to be going up against Dignitas that has a lot to work on. So I'm interested to see kind of like the juxtaposition here and just like kind of what Impact, or at least Team Liquid as a whole, is working on. So it is interesting. I think the champion select is going to really decide it for me on what they're actually trying to go for.
Yeah, and then on the side of Dignitas, I think they've had definitely a disappointing start. I think when you look at some of their players, in particular, I'm looking at Surdy in this matchup specifically because of some of those lowlights that we have sometimes seen from Impact. But we talked about him in Split 1 where we're like, okay, he's doing well, like he is doing well individually, but then can't bring it to the team fight. I feel like he also had a very rough week 1.
Yeah, he did. And I think it's disappointing only because we know what he can do and what he has shown. Like, these players are great carries. Kaney, Surdy, we've seen Shaden, of course. Like, he was on EG prior, and like he was getting game time over Armeo. Like there are reasons why people see them as great prospects. They just need to be a greater sum of their parts, and they haven't been so far. So it made sense in Split 1 when they were playing Lyra because of like visas. Now they got all their players. They had their trip in Korea. They got to get it together.
And this is where Surdy's critics are going to be louder and louder the longer this goes on for, because if you look at just his early game stats, so just his CS difference in lane, he is last amongst LTA top laners in this split, but also year long. So in Split 1, you could absolutely blame it on the fact that they were playing with, you can see him right there, Lyra, the coach. Yeah. The one that's above him on the shoulder. He was actually subbing in for jungler, hadn't played pro game in about 4 years before he played in Split 1. That's understandable, not to mention as a first-year Tier 1 pro, having to deal with lane swaps in Split 1 could be another reason that he falls behind.
Exactly.
But now all those excuses are gone, and it's still happening in week 1.
I got one more excuse.
Oh, God.
Okay.
He got an Ethereal. The draft, I thought, from Lyon, where they swapped an Ethereal top into the Gwen, I was like, ooh, this has to be an awful matchup. He still got the solo kill, but then, of course, like, you know, the rest of the lane wasn't as great. So I want to see him more consistently growing and showing the Surdy that we have seen in the NACL and the Surdy we've seen in solo queue. Like, we've seen him play carry games at a high level. TL might be a tough challenge, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
And with that said, we're ready to hop into a game, everybody. Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Pick and ban is right around the corner. Thank you so much to the incredible analyst for breaking all that down. Raz, your Canadian accent sucks. I'm going to call you out on that right now. Really bad,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Eh?
Raz, eh? All right. Well, I like a lot of the points that you're making there, Jet, specifically around the top side. I think that the critics of Surdy will get louder and louder the longer he has this streak of rough games, but this is a rematch for him. If you remember, this was his first ever Tier 1 opponent in Impact. Day 1, they showed up, had to play against Team Liquid, so this is a little bit of a revenge opportunity for Surdy.
It is, but it's also a very motivated Team Liquid because we have a team that has been talking about using a lot of different substitutes and scrims, saying that nobody is irreplaceable, and really just trying to get back to that undefeated, I guess, momentum they had in the summer of 2024. So they do believe they can be the best team in the LTA, but they just haven't shown that necessarily in their regular season games outside of that beautiful weekend they had at the end of Split 1.
That was a great peak for them to hit right at that moment. So we'll see if Team Liquid can maintain that. But for right now, we have a couple of picks locked in, and it's Blue 1 Talia for Dignitas.
All right, Talia starting it out here, gonna have some roaming options. Of course, the Vi was already pre-banned by Team Liquid, so you don't get that classic combination. But TL got the early jump on the bottom lane prio of all prios, the Varus. So what do we want to pair it with here? Jungle Skarner for Umpty again, one of his classics.
This is interesting because I did feel like, at least in week 1, they were moving a little bit away from the things that Umpty is going to be best on. It's a pretty nerfed Skarner, though. It's not necessarily the same power level that we saw before, but the core of those first 2 picks would just be very classic Team Liquid.
Give that engage, more tankier jungle for Umpty. And now let's see what Shaden wants to answer with here. It was hovering to the Zinja, but it's instead the Jace locked in for Surdy. All right, talking about pressure now, you're blind picking into Impact.
Yeah, and Impact has not looked good on, you know, a decent amount of the carry v carry matchups. So we'll see if TL still want to go that way with his picks, because he has counter pick into the Jace now. Like you're saying, it is a blind Jace, so they could, you know, slam it down pretty early for him. If they don't do it now, then Dignitas can have 2 protection bans as well for themselves. So let's see, you know, are RTL going to kind of turn their leaf here and go back to like having 3 tanks on their team to have Core, Impact, and Umpty all on engage and having the kind of classic 2 carry composition for themselves?
It is nice to win.
It looks like it. It looks like it. So we get an instant answer. Yeah, they slam it. They slam it down really early here because, of course, like you said, they don't want it to get, you know, banned away in the future. So it looks like we are going to go back in time a bit to the standard Team Liquid, where Core, Umpty, and Impact are all hard engaged champs. And this honestly is when the team did look their very best.
It really is. But I also have to say, even if, like, what is Team Liquid looking to accomplish by being more flexible in draft? Oftentimes, you want to accomplish being able to pick the best champion for the slot. So this isn't necessarily like, oh, they're putting impact on tanks. It's when Jason Xinjiao are locked in, Sion's an incredible pick because it's so much physical damage. You're going to be able to become unkillable so early on into the game. Not necessarily the very beginning of the laning phase, but one little thing goes right for impact, and he's going to be an absolute unit for the rest of the game.
And now they can also ban out some of the bot laners here that might either have a good matchup into the Varus or that can try and take down that Sion. Because you're going to need a lot of damage to get through these health bars between Skarner and Sion, and the Varus damage behind them is going to be very safe.
And I will say, one of the successes from week 1 for Team Liquid is APA had his, in his words, like, best Azir game ever. Yeah. That he drew an Azir ban.
Ooh.
I'd say before that game last year,
that is progress.
banning away APA's Azir.
That is progress right there. Yeah, I mean, that was his best Azir game of his whole career.
Because they hadn't been that many good ones.
No.
Very true, very true. All right, what else? So what other protection bans? Because you named the Azir, but, like, you know, Ziggs is up, and that's the number one thing that people always fear and always think of. So if they're going to go as far as to banning the most recent, are they going to follow through there?
Ziggs into Xinjiao can be tough. I mean, when he's got the Crescent Guard up, it's hard to get that damage through. So instead it's a Poppy ban. Let's see if APA actually does want to go towards that pocket pick. There's other options available, though. Like, I don't even hate, Aurora's fine. I was thinking the A-Soul as well. There's a lot of options that we know APA likes to pull out.
Yeah, has been really on the Aurora train. Like, we've seen the popularity of this champ still stay high, but it would leave you with very little consistent damage and be pretty highly indexed into burst damage. So, surprise, surprise, don't ban the Ziggs. You're going to get the Ziggs.
And they're laughing about it. Just the fact, I understand, I think, why Dignitas banned the Azir. It looked good last week. A lot of the thinking was that Team Liquid was going to be trying to spread their wings a little bit, not play the same tried and true champions. But if you're just objectively saying you're against APA and you banned Azir over Ziggs,
I mean, I was thinking
that's crazy.
I was thinking tank for impact and then free Ziggs. So, and that's what they go to immediately. So they are thinking we want to win now. I'm pretty sure.
Plus, Core JJ gets support counter pick to a blind pick.
Renata Glask is up. There's a lot of options you can go for right now. Now, we've so far only really seen Lethality Varus, so I'm expecting it's going to be that poke Varus. Are either of you at all concerned about the fact that it's now 2 poke champions into something like the Xinjiao?
I mean, in a team fight, it can be a little bit tricky, but I'm not immediately concerned about it at all because, one, the Varus would still have the option of going attack speed if they want to play him with an Enchanter and really bully the lane, and then they have more, little bit more close range damage. And then, two, having poke as your only damage is only a bigger concern to me if a team has great sustain or just incredible engage, and I don't necessarily see that with Dignitas' comp yet.
Yeah, I think Varus is so versatile right now, especially depending on support. They easily could go for DPS build here too, and so it is going to be the Karma locked in. Very, very powerful lane phase here. Very, very powerful advantage for TL in the 2 versus 2. Sivir and Alistar incredibly weak early on. They're going to focus on just clearing minions for the early game and not getting poked too much.
I don't think I can think of a bigger difference in supports level 1 power. Maybe Braum would be up there with the Karma, but like Alistar's pretty much worthless. And like Karma having access to that empowered Q right away, it's going to make it a nightmare for Tomo and Isles early to just try and hold that. And we've seen how well Team Liquid has used their lead bot side to rotate up to the top side around that 4 minutes like the desk was talking about, Jad, and go in for those grubs. So I think that this is playing into Team Liquid's strengths right now incredibly.
It really is. This is a draft where Team Liquid says that they absolutely want to win. It's still 2 engaged champs, it's 2 frontline. I don't care the core's not on a primary engager because they have enough in their team comp to get it done.
All right, let's see if it is enough for Team Liquid versus Dignitas. Rematch from Dignitas' first game with Surdy in the top lane from Split 1. Let's see if he can get it done here.
Can I make a petition to change the Jan picture from his peace sign at the end there to
the rock and roll,
the rock
with
and
the
roll
tongue out,
wagging GIF?
Make it the GIF, yeah. Make it the animated one.
An animated one up there. A little bit more energy into it.
That's iconic at this point.
It certainly is.
You can make the petition. Are you asking for it to change? Because you could always make a petition. You don't have to ask permission to make a petition.
I'm making the petition now. If you would like to have the Jan picture changed, then I need your signature in chat right now. We need to sign that one.
Make it GoFundMe. Let's really get some movement here.
And honestly, I think it would be incredibly accurate for this TL team with the way this team has gone. It has been so Jan-centric, and especially with the way that this draft went. Of course, they are going back to, it's just APA and Jan as the two main carries here with incredible front line plus the support of a Karma to keep them safe. And they're on some very, very comfortable champions for themselves.
And also, Kangas, to assuage your concerns about Varus and Ziggs being too poke-focused, they have the lethal tempo Varus already, so I believe he's going to be going the higher sustained damage attack speed Varus, which does make sense when you have not only an Enchanter in the Karma, but such a big front line with Sion and Skarner.
And it makes sense that the Skarner is going to be pathing down towards the bottom side of the map because Sion and Skarner are not going to have a lot of kill threat on a Jace. So Umpty will be pointing his jungle path down to the bottom side while Shaden is heading towards top side. Interesting stuff here. We'll see if they can actually have some sort of effect because Yannick or JJ, as we said, regardless of what build you're going to go on Varus, you plus a Karma is always going to have massive prio over Alistar Sivir.
You can see all Isles can do is throw out the head, but that's the poke Alistair. That's what we call that one. Just a little bit ticks of damage.
Yeah, and also really good early warding by Team Liquid. You can see they can see Xin Zhao on his Raptors, so that means Yan and CoreJJ can continue to play incredibly aggressively 2v2 because they know that there's no possible gank coming.
Yeah, pathing top.
And both teams do have the same ward there for Raptors, so opposite is true for Dignitas, where they now know
life is pain.
The Skarner is pathing the other way. Okay, little
taking a big trade right now. APA is winning this one and has Umpty nearby. Kaney, does he even flash? He will and still goes down. First blood to Umpty.
I mean, that is just rough there for Kaney. They did see Skarner was pathing down, but Umpty, as he often does, will make a slight variation to a full clear to get something done. APA had the nice hit back on the satchel charge, and just, he knows his all-in damage more than anybody else is going to know in Ziggs matchups.
And that is just straight up better comms and better jungling. Always watching all of your lanes, whether it's APA saying, hey, I'm going to go for an all-in on Kaney now. I'm going to start this fight, wrap around.
So many turns. It's as he gets pulled in, he skips his camp. So he's already ready for APA to take this all in.
Yeah, he was already clicking down. So really good satchel charge there from APA. That is the key. He satchel charges him over to this side of the map where Umpty is. And then Umpty flashes for it as well.
I think
Umpty probably shouldn't have flashed.
I think APA could have soloed that. Honestly, I don't even know. I mean, maybe Kaney flashes over the wall and gets away that direction. But yeah, Umpty definitely flashing in to take that one. It's a secure as bot side. Oh, Tomo limping away with that flash.
12 HP, but I think pretty nice that he didn't die there since he didn't have the barrier or the heal. So he's going to be able to full heal, catch that wave. That's actually one of the best case scenarios when you're running a teleport AD carry there, that you get pushed back early in the lane because you can teleport right back.
But does Jan go topside? We're at that 4-minute mark. No, he's actually passing towards bot right now, so not going to go for the immediate swap.
Yeah, go back down to this lane. You have such an advantage in it. I don't think there's any reason to swap away from it. Meanwhile, Core gets a little bit of time to head out through mid lane. Usually on your first recall there for supports, you can have the option of going somewhere else. So you just go through mid lane and then come back down bottom side, since Isles and Tomo are still pushing this one. They couldn't quite finish with that.
Huge wave right there.
Yeah, Core is trying to walk up to push them back. Jan cannot follow up, so looks like we'll have another reset from Tomo and Isles. Yeah, they're channeling back. Core's just going to walk up and play harassment right now.
Good stop.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit risky because they technically didn't have eyes on Xin, but gets completely unpunished. So just another heads-up play by CoreJJ. A lot of deep wards that are going to catch Umpty potentially in his jungle, but it doesn't matter at this point because there's not really many plays for Shaden to make.
And now we want to watch how quickly can Yon and CoreJJ shove this wave, because the timer for grubs is coming up very quickly.
Yeah.
So you want to shove this really fast and then go match again to fight it up on that top side and actually get there in time, because they've got already a very nice gold lead due to the minion difference here over the duo lane. So even though Isles and Tomo will get there first, Yon and CoreJJ get to push that wave right back out and come with a better buy. I believe that was already fully upgraded Berserker Greaves I saw in inventory for Yon. So he's going to get there quick, and he is going to be very deadly.
Heads up play from bot side. Is Kani in some trouble mid lane right now? Big damage. Core cannot get that chain to land.
Yeah, but that's just no TP mid lane. Take him to below half health right before going to the Scuttle Crab. And let's look at the upcoming games as well for the Dignitas team. Starts the year already 0-2. The schedule gets hard here. They're playing 3 of the perceived top 4 in the LCS in their next 3 games. So it's likely getting worse before it gets better for Dig, unless they can pull something off in this game.
This would be a big upset if they can. Because again, Shopify Rebellion, as well as Lions, 2 of those teams in the bottom 4 from last split, losing to them early is tough. Regardless of that earlier lane swap from Tomo and Isles, though, because of that mid lane play, Team Liquid do have priority in the lanes they need it. Umpty is able to go for those grubs and pick them up. No contest for the Dragon. Shaden is hanging around bot side, but Impact's pushing him off.
I mean, it's just been an exquisite play from Team Liquid so far, because yes, Dignitas was first to swap top lane with Tomo and Isles, but because the mid lane collapsed so fast, Tomo then recalled back, went bottom lane again. Like, he has wasted so much time on this Sivir, whereas Team Liquid, I feel like, has always been on the wave when the most minions are available.
And the best part is, because TL were winning mid lane so heavily, they're able to deny any sort of cross-map play for those grubs. TL go up and they get the grubs. They have Umpty over there, but what does Shaden get to do? He walks back towards his other side of the map, and the Scion is harassing him. CoreJJ is going to harass him. Like, there is no response there from Dignitas. TL
no gate for Surdy, yeah. As soon as he throws out that acceleration gate, he now has to flash from the Chain of Corruption. Does not have the movement speed to get away otherwise.
And then this is also your Scion versus Jace. What happens when Surdy has 2 people going towards him? Well, he's going to get frozen off the wave, chased through his jungle by a Karma, whereas Impact kind of just presses W and charges Q, and there goes the wave.
Some interactive gameplay right there from Impact. And Tomo is now 17 CS behind. That's about 2 waves, going on 3 waves. He's able to push that one in, but again, once Yon picks up this next wave, it is looking fantastic for Team Liquid early here. They even have the ability to go for this Dragon next, as we see the reset from Umpty, and he's pathing towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, no flash for Surdy, so CoreJJ is going to constantly move up to harass him, gets the chain. Even without it being a poke, Varus still gets some extra poke damage done there. And it's about, for Dignitas, how are you actually going to get money into your win cons here? Like, you guys both mentioned it already, but the Sivir being held down like that is a huge problem. And with the top lane there, the minions just out of reach. You know, now it's no flash and no teleport. Therefore, Surdy has to use both summoner spells, and Yon has kept the minion wave on their side the whole time.
That's gross.
It is just painful to watch from the Dignitas POV.
But if we're talking about counterplay, the painful thing to me here is that they didn't somehow force Drake there. Yeah, I mean, CoreJJ and Yon are both just sitting top lane when they have a top laner who's got the wave frozen on him, based with teleport available. The effective people they could have at Drake is 5 versus 3.
Instead, they're making a play on Yon right now. We have the Weaver's Wall come through. Yon still alive. CoreJJ keeping him safe with the shields. Now comes Shaden, big Inferno Bomb over top, and they actually turn the play. Isles goes down. Now APA's joined in. Satchel charge could be used. Surdy, no flash available. He is stuck on this side of the wall. It goes from bad to worse for Dignitas. Look for the play. Team Liquid catch it.
Dignitas, you could tell they had missed out on a lot of plays. They were desperate to try something, so they do the all-in, but they have no prep work done for that dive. There's multiple summoner spells up for Yon. They have no control of Impact's teleport, and it just becomes a total disaster.
I swear, legit from Champ Select, you could tell TL came in with this, like, we are going to smash this game. We are serious. But here's the attempted play. Yon flashes the seismic shove. Very nicely done from him, which buys the time for the Avengers to arrive. TL Avengers here, getting all the cleanup kills. The teleport came in. The Ziggs ult came in from downtown there. Surdy, as we said, has no summoner spells. He's going down too. And it is a bloodbath. Look at those smiles the
Wait, Dodo in the back there is kind of sleeping. He doesn't really care.
It's been a hard week. That's why they want to win so badly.
Yeah,
Dodo's showing.
He's like, as expected. Okay. But I swear, from Champion Select straight, like, from that point, that they locked in the Scion, was there any point that Dignitas, had like an advantage?
No,
I mean, we're only 10 and a half minutes in the game, so I'll definitely calm down.
Yeah.
But that being said, TL are massively ahead, and they have a composition that they have shown that they are very well equipped to be able to end games with.
In your defense, Kobe, as well, Team Liquid currently, I know it's only week 2, just the beginning of week 2, but they have the fastest game time in the league. So they have been turning these, advantageous positions into wins. At least one of them. Ooh, Shannon Corruption goes a little wide from Yon there.
You want to take it back now, Kobe? Yon just missed his ult again.
Oh, it's all crumbling!
It's crumbling away.
One ult at a time, Jet!
Oh, wait, look, they still are winning with a frozen wave.
Jet.
Core walking in front of the cannon.
Jet, the Karma ult was also used!
Oh, no! But it's back up, at least. The cooldown's a little shorter.
And you got value out of it, so.
And we see here, Umpty's going to try and stop the back of Tomo. Ooh, it does actually go for it. Isle's not able to communicate that correctly. So now they're going to have to go for a much later reset. That's more plates to Team Liquid. That's more minions denied to Tomo. And a deeper grave that Dignitas is getting dug into right now.
Advantage.
Impact in the 1v1. Big damage onto Surdy. He just has no answer. Is this a solo kill? Flash from Impact throws out the instant Q. One more auto. There's the E. And he has to walk away. Surdy is alive. Impact doesn't go down, but that was too close for comfort.
I mean, Impact just got extra greedy there. I think he's still going to be able to get a plate for free. Or thank goodness he didn't kill Surdy as well, but that was just always going to be a good play for him with the 2-level advantage, with how much armor he's already built, with Surdy still having no flash. The only fear would have been that Shaden would have overstayed after his grubs were gone, but Impact is going to know almost for sure that he needs to go bail out bottom lane because every lane is in pain here for Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, look how good he looks here on the Scion. That was... forces Surdy back, gets 2 turret plates for himself and denies the minion wave there. That it is just overwhelmingly TL favored at the moment. And since they have Ziggs on their team too, they can finish towers really quickly. This last one only needs a little hit for that turret plate and to get a little bit lower there for APA's execute. So you can already see Umpty kind of hovering down to his side of the map too.
Really wants him to get that first turret. And I think the strengths of this Team Liquid are very similar to the strengths we've seen from them when they've been champions, how well they're moving around the map. They might just want to kill here.
Yeah, stun up. Canids able to survive for now. And because of that dive attempt, I actually don't know if APA can get this turret. Big damage on Candy, but not enough to kill. They didn't have the ultimate available. Now APA is in trouble, has the flash available, and a convenient pause as APA will have to rethink some of his positioning choices in this lane.
But
JJ put his hand up.
He didn't use his satchel charge, so he still has that to gain some distance from the Xin Zhao.
Plus the flash.
And flash, yeah. Satchel charge flash. You could definitely tell that was a very classic Ziggs moment of when is the turret going to be executable? Just one more auto, surely, but...
It's actually beneficial for him that he didn't get it low enough because then he didn't use the satchel charge to finish it off. So now he has it to escape still.
Yeah.
Core JJ having some type of issue. We'll have to get that resolved quickly.
And
all right, get some pagodas up here. Let's get some of those rolls up here. I did not have lunch. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I actually could use one as well. Maybe we can have one of the PAs bring us some.
Let's get them up here.
Piping hot. We got a microwave in the break room.
Yeah,
do we have an oven?
We can figure this out.
Is there an oven in the studio? Can we do a home baked one?
There's a microwave oven.
Yeah.
Well, technically in the title, semantics. I'll give it to you.
What am I? An egg roll scientist?
Look, man, I just put it in the machine and it comes out hot. That's all I need to know. We'll let you know, though, once we have an update onto what the pause is. But for now, we just get a chance to bask in maybe the return of Team Liquid Glory. I mean, that was how we framed this coming in, and I want to go back to kind of the setup for this team. Yes, a disappointing performance at first stand. Yes, kind of questions around these rumors of hearing tryouts and looking at different players for different positions, but so far, I mean, this is stock standard Team Liquid. They're playing clean, they're playing to the map, and they are playing above the level of Dignitas in pretty much every corner.
So I just got an update on the data for my petition that I started at the beginning.
Where can I find this petition, Kobe?
And it's online.
Okay, online. On the
it
web.
turns out the petition passed. We
Nice.
Nice.
Congratulations.
730,000 signed.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Tell us what it was for as it's
Okay, well, we're back to live. Can APA get away? Shaden jumps in. There's a satchel charge, and I think we got our answer. Shaden picks up the first kill of the game for Dignitas.
Okay, so down regardless. APA did not use any summoner spells there, but Isles.
Okay, now we're continuing the play from Team Liquid. Isles does walk away.
So it's just kind of no rebuttal here, I guess. They didn't even blow the summoner spell off APA.
Oh.
So TL are
that was the best play of the entire game by Dignitas.
Yeah.
In terms of net result, because that was just a kill on
it was
APA.
blown.
It did take a while.
It was
yeah.
it must have been blown like at the beginning of the replay. I was wondering why he just went down with it.
Yeah, but they lost a wave mid. They didn't get the rebuttal. Now they might get the turret because Core and Jan can close in on Keen, at least make him go away.
Interesting that's not the Ziggs getting the turret, though. It is still going to be Jan and Core JJ. This is the power of the Team Liquid roster. Jan has been performing incredibly well, and now 2 kills to his name. He's got so much CS advantage, plus all of those plates that he picked up. I mean, this is just like, you can't script it better for the bot lane of Team Liquid.
All right, so let's see about this flash. Is he, because Shaden has one to answer too. Okay, so he flashes the W, and then Shaden probably just...
Yeah,
just walks him down.
And the angle of that satchel charge, it did knock Shaden back that far.
Okay, so there you go. Take down the flash off the Ziggs. Take down the Ziggs itself.
Ooh, back to live. Impact looked for the engage and got flash. I believe that was Shaden's flash right there. We have the next spawn of objectives up top side here in a minute 15.
Yeah, if we're looking at what Team Liquid wants to do with their next play, I think they're just going to continue to try and get this first tier of turrets down, with the next Drake being up in about 50 seconds. So I'm likely thinking that Jan definitely in a bit of trouble,
Okay, well, Jan just sidestepping, doesn't sidestep that, wind becomes lightning, and he is caught out of position, out of sorts. Shaden with another kill and another shutdown.
Big here for Dignitas, getting some scrappy kills to try and fight their way back into it. See if they can turn this into anything. Shaden does get stopped here by Core, but it's just a little bit of annoyance. We got to look forward to these objectives here. Only 20 seconds on the Dragon spawning on the other side of the map. But with both junglers up on the top side, it's going to take a while to get down there. And we'll look at the second pack of grubs as well. Another recall. I mean, these recall interrupts are key because the second grubs and because of the Dragon up right now. You're going to be able to get an objective out of just stopping recalls, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's what Core JJ is really trying to do right now, but maybe he's gone too far.
Yeah,
I think he's dead too.
Trying to collapse in right now, and we have Isles on the flank. All right, Core, I like the vision, I like the look, but look at, again, how much time he is buying. It's his life. He even flashes to buy more time. Every member of Dignitas wants some of that.
At this point, don't even recall Shaden. Just take the second grubs. Get 6 grubs for Dignitas.
Well, it's Herald. We already had the 3 and 3 for each,
trolling. But Herald picked up for him. So they get the objective on top of it. You can turn that into some into a tower as well for your team. Try and balloon the gold.
Okay, you know what? A bit of a comeback for Dignitas. Team Liquid are giving them a couple of angles. The early couple minutes, there was really nothing for Dignitas to do, but for this moment here, they actually have a slight window.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes have been huge because that also gives them the opportunity to continue to make plays. The tempo that Isles has on the map at the moment means they could think of something to do at this turret, but they are probably backing away with Core being back on the map.
APA is going to catch that top wave, as Core is right behind him in case there's any kind of dive attempt here. So all in all, I mean, the gold lead has shrunk a little bit, but Team Liquid do still have that dragon stacking advantage. They are getting closer towards that and will be a Mountain Soul. So you're already talking about the tankiness of the Scion, of the Skarner. It's going to be even harder for things like the, poke Jace to get through all of that.
Yeah, how's Jace going to exist in this game? Would be a good question.
It's got to be Bruiser build, surely, right? I just don't see else how you're going to try and get through the health bars of things like Scion.
Yeah, I mean, the Shojin and Muramana is definitely the key there, but yeah, I mean, they do have to watch out for some things like, Skarner coming through walls and Varus ultimate for picks on the side of TL. But honestly, I think the side lane control might get a little difficult. We'll see how well Dignitas can funnel money into this Sivir. If they can plant Sivir in the mid lane and farm Sivir up there, and then like use Talia wall to come on over and kind of cover for them, then maybe they do have a way towards a suitable mid game.
Yeah, and I think the more that Jace can be on the other side lane from the Scion, the more effective he'll be, because Jace is still going to be okay if he's up against a Varus or more importantly like a Ziggs like this. It's not like APA can just push him out and easily win that 1v1. So Sturdy, as long as he's in matchups like this, he can continue to be effective.
Bunch of gold for Dignitas. Really does kind of
700 now.
Changes completely the territory that we're working with here, and Team Liquid. It's just so many of those straggling kills given over after a position of dominance. So we'll look forward to it. Again, they are doing their 1-3-1. Just kind of plant in mid the Sivir here, farm up as much as you can. Talia takes care of bottom and then threatens to roam up to the rest of the squad here.
They're looking.
Team Liquid might look for their own play right now. Flash forward from Umpty, misses the Impale.
Ooh,
Shade able to get out of there.
Those are the two biggest engage tools, the Scion ult and the Skarner ult, both used here. So now the only danger Dignitas have to worry about is Varus ultimate catching somebody. So that leaves the split push of the Talia unanswered on the bottom side, with no big punish. This is huge for Dignitas.
This is a crazy turn. Dignitas has the map pressure at this point. With all those engage tools being burned, as you mentioned, they can probably get the majority of this turret, if not all of it.
They have no impact ultimate to stop it.
I mega cursed it. Yeah, I mega cursed it.
You're saying there's no way that Dignitas win this one?
I didn't say that.
You're saying Team Liquid will always beat Dignitas until the end of time.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You bet your hair on it too.
Holy guacamole! I'm gonna shave after this.
But I mean, how did this happen? And this is super interesting to me right now, because now I'm starting to think about what's happening.
Jack, do you want to make a bald bet?
No. Okay, well maybe, but because that's high stakes.
Yeah,
that is high stakes.
It's really high stakes. I personally don't. I was just testing the waters here.
On the remainder of this game would be a wild bet as well. I feel like that's
really
a future one.
But okay. We were thinking the Team Liquid is going to be experimenting in draft in the positioning phase, because ultimately they're going to be going through the next round anyway. But then they pull out this draft and we think, oh, they're really want to win.
Yeah.
But why would they really want to win? Have they been running it in scrims all week? Is their coordination
now with the
going down the drain? And now that they made that first mistake, it's been like 6 or 7 mistakes after, and Dignitas actually has a lead now.
Yeah, and they went from looking very serious from Champ Select and the first 10 minutes of the game to looking very unserious in the last, like 7 minutes with just stragglers basically going in. It's the ants go marching in one by one.
And I don't want to curse them too much, but it kind of is giving reminders of how it looked at first stand. It's not that they weren't trying to make plays. It's just that they were mechanically mis-executing when they were going for looks or getting caught out of position.
So is Surdy Zeus in this analogy?
Yes, I think so.
I see.
There we go. Reddit, quote me on that. Surdy equals Zeus. There, I just said it. Now you can, good work, literally quote it. Well, Team Liquid do still have control over the mid wave. They can push this in, and with Ziggs, at any point, a pick or an uncontested side lane can turn into more gold and more turrets for Team Liquid. Right now, we're jockeying around for the Dragon, though, spawning right now, and Team Liquid currently have more vision control around the bottom river.
Yeah, a lot of mid prio to be fought over here, and not great river control by Dignitas. That could be an engage.
Pick onto Caney right now. Team Liquid do find one. Isles pushes back Gumpty. Caney will have to reposition.
Very good poke there.
STP. Tomo? Oh, he just like me for real, everybody. You know what? I said it last week. That thing's hard. It's hard to get that the right direction. But also, I'm going to say calculated, because if he had taken it, probably would have been bad.
Well, the right direction was to use it to escape.
Yeah,
so that was an intended escape vehicle there for him. But the fact that you had to do that because, bottom side, like you're saying, big chunks onto both Caney as well as Isles. APA kind of locked back in there. Nice a couple of chunks from him and Umpty to earn themselves Dragon number 3.
There we go.
And get the game a bit more back on track as far as the Team Liquid perspective there, where they wanted to work towards their Dragon Soul. It's just that now we're in a situation, because they gave it over so many of those kills in the mid game, that Dignitas actually have 2 item power spikes on everybody except for the supports there, or even the supports with their item conversions. So they actually have the capabilities here to put a lot more pressure, towards Otacon and onto TL in some of these rotations.
And the biggest snapback for me here is Tomo only being 600 gold behind Yon. that laning phase with all the swaps back and forth they did, and Yon getting the first turret for himself, it just was around 2,000. So now, in a front-to-back team-fighting world, he could still be pretty effective on the Sivir after a disastrous early game.
Plus, from a jungle perspective, you know, Xin Zhao into Skarner is always like, oh man, Skarner's this big beefy tank now, doesn't do as nearly as much damage as he used to do. Xin Zhao, Conqueror, really gets to like live off of these front lines. And then the ultimate's so effective against both those TL carries. So we'll see what Shaden can do with getting the kill credit for a lot of these early kills here. Because this has been a guy that we've been looking at for Dignitas since he did come in a little bit late for the squad. You know, what he can do, what Surdy can do as well. But continuing to deal with the pressure in mid, and Ziggs will destroy that turret as well.
Ziggs hitting an outer turret is inevitable. Very hard to stop it, even with the wave clear of a Sivir. Team Liquid just commit 4 members to it and have now cracked another one. There's only top turret left if they want to rotate up there.
Yeah, and even though Dignitas has done a lot to pull themselves back into this game to make the gold close, they're still staring Soul Point right in the face. Mountain Soul, 3 minutes to go. If that goes over to Karma, Scion, Skarner, they're going to be very difficult to kill. And Team Liquid is now just kind of really just brute forcing around the map to get these turrets. All 5 top.
Impact yet again going for the play on the top side. As Isles is there to play goalie. Kaney uses the Weaver's Wall and gets flash out of Umti.
And they're also split pushing again while this is happening. So many of these plays, Dignitas are split pushing while they are making these plays with TL. And this one, you know, last time it was the Talia who got the outer turret. Surdy gets half of the inner turret and forces Impact's teleport.
That was a disaster play from Team Liquid. They couldn't get the wave to the turret.
Yeah.
So they sent all 5 people up there. Dignitas doesn't just like panic match it. They actually played that like the better team there by stopping the push, making sure the wave is gone, and then just pressuring waves to get tempo on the map.
I hate to say it, Team Liquid's playing into Surdy's strengths. He's the solo queue master. Just pushing a side lane as a top laner, you're letting him do his comfort, you know?
It is kind of funny that APA then just walked up after and got the turret.
Yeah, you know, it didn't actually matter that much.
But still, really close game.
Yeah, APA is probably has been the most locked-in TL player this game. You know, with the really good early start he had in lane phase, as well as like keeping his focus on the objectives, taking down the outer turrets, getting the chunk before dragon. So now our next big question is going to be a minute and a half in the future here. Yep. The setup for that Drake will be imperative for the side of Team Liquid, because constant money has been flowing into the Sivir and into this Dignitas team. It's going to get a little dicey if TL are unable to finish their fight towards the soul.
And Team Liquid's actually trying to control the access point right now. Dragon's not up for another minute.
Yeah, if you can blow a flash or something right now, we always talk about blowing a summoner spell beforehand. So you kind of like, you fish around, see if anyone's lazy.
And then your Air Soul might be back up by the time Dragon's there. Yeah, it makes sense.
I do want to point out Umti has a Heartsteel. You might think he doesn't because he has 0 stacks on his Heartsteel at 26 minutes.
He has had that
but
for a minute.
He does have the item.
Will he finish his second item before getting a stack of Heartsteel?
That's a great question.
Yes.
I do.
Well, you bet your hair on it, Jeff.
Jeez. We got into dangerous waters here.
we're just ramping it up to 100 every bet right away.
I mean, so I'm kind of pulling for Dignitas a little bit here because it looked so rough for them in week 1. They were in decent positions and then lost late game situations. Now, though, they don't have any map pressure and Impact is charging.
Oh, don't walk in. That's making Smash, big Q knock up. And now Alistair's just taking all the damage, and Pale only lands on a 1, and he just carries Isles to the back line. He's running away. Isles says tag in, the rest of the team Impact bind. So much space for Liquid, though. He holds the line. Dignitas cannot get through the health bars, and they will win the team fight.
That was the funniest game of Red Rover send Isles right over that I have seen ever in League of Legends. APA can find one!
Oh, and he finds it. Shaden caught window shopping, did not see APA around the wall.
All right, APA is for sure the most locked-in member.
He really is. I mean, he did so much damage in that team fight because very disjointed initiation there from Dig. Dig had no vision in River, so they couldn't follow through. The Talia ultimate, cutting their own team off as Isles zips through the rest of the team. Big disaster. Soul goes over to Team Liquid, and now they're turning straight for Baron.
Kaney just teleported top to get that push, but now doesn't have TP to answer this play. Went for the reset instead of sticking around, so Team Liquid on the Baron. We have TP coming in from Tomo, but Shaden's still dead for 9 seconds. No smite contest. It's going to have to be a fight. Dignitas, I mean, backs against the wall. They just lost a Dragon's Soul. They can't stop the Baron from going down. Team Liquid secure it, and now if they can just get out of the river, they're in fantastic position. They do. Do they kill Surdy on the way out? Flash from the top laner of Dignitas, and no stop of the Baron. Team Liquid get out with the objective.
All right, back on track. Now with Baron buff, it becomes way, way, way easier here to push the lead ahead. Secondary towers are all up and available for TL to cash in on, basically. A lot of standing gold in those towers, so they can use the Baron recall, just reset, get back out to your 1-4 split push. Honestly, they could go 1-3-1, but I'd much rather see a 1-4. Don't overextend on triple lanes here, and just hard siege. You've got a Ziggs, you've got Baron buff, just straight push forward here on 2 lanes and get it done.
100% agree. 1-3-1 is a little bit too risky, and you can even do like almost a modified 5-man push. Like Impact can just shadow the rest of the team, make sure he's buffing up Baron minions in one spot. But
yes, TP and ult.
They do have so many options right now. They know that Isles doesn't have flash. There's the Mountain Soul that makes at least Scion and Skarner just so incredibly unkillable. The only guy who should be careful right now is Yon.
And speaking of, he does have to flash away from Isles engage. Big damage back. Umpty now in here. Impale's available. Does he want to go for it? Teleport used very early by Impact there just to keep Yon safe. So Team Liquid, now the 1-4 is foregone. Impact has grouped up, but they still can just push this wave in. Weaver's Wall might cut off Umpty and Impact. The tanks are not with the rest of the team, but there's just not enough damage to really threaten anything here. And with that satchel onto the turret, now Team Liquid can walk forward.
Got him.
Big engage from Impact. Will pick up 2 more, and Team Liquid will continue the siege.
That's what they envisioned when they locked in these champions. They're thinking Scion's going to fly in, Skarner's going to pull him back.
That's going to be the game. You have to imagine Team Liquid still have the Baron-empowered minion. They have the cannon. Let's see if they can close it out right here. Dignitas have the Sivir. Wave clear is strong. We'll have to keep our eyes on it. All right, empty position behind. Now the minions are coming in. I don't think anybody from Dignitas is walking up. Team Liquid have the flank of Isles, though. Engaging onto Yon, and it's turned right back on its head. Team Liquid will claim the carries and claim the game.
Okay, maybe can't kill. Oh, can't kill, nice.
Okay. Close out right here.
Nice, GG guys. GG.
No answer from Dig. Team Liquid, a clean second half. Let's frame it that way. It was a good start. Yeah, first quarter. First quarter.
Let's break this into periods.
Okay, yeah.
First period, great. Second period was really shaky, but the third period, they closed it out.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's how I like to break it down.
Game.
And, typically we don't see league games broken down in such a clean manner, but Team Liquid gave us a great example of that one. A few errors made, but I want to frame it that way. It was Team Liquid errors, right? Like, Dignitas was capturing moments that they could get back in, but it's because Yon was out of position. It's because Umpty was missing these impales, things like that.
Really mixed feelings about Team Liquid after this game. Happy that they get the win, unhappy with how sloppy was in the middle.
But don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on the screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. With that said, we're joining Raz now for an interview.
What's up? I got Jan here, victorious Jan after that game. First and foremost, how'd that game feel for you? You were pretty strong at first, and then things started kind of getting a little shaky.
I mean, to be honest, it was very weird, to be honest. It was a very slow game. We're not very used to slow games these days. We're usually fist fighting to the death, but yeah, just not used to it.
How do you keep focused sometimes? Because, like, you guys had that massive lead, but then I think at first, AP gets picked, you get picked, Cordy gets picked. A few things happen like that, right? How do you guys center yourselves?
I think we just open our eyes. Simple, just open your eyes.
Just that simple?
Yeah, just that simple.
And then, of course, we've been hearing, I think it was Spawn in the Sack Down talking about, like, you guys are triple blocking. You guys are also very harsh on yourselves, and I know you're a bit of a grinder a lot of the time, so, like, and then apparently you're opposed to, like, having breaks, just in general. Like, how do you not feel like you're going to get burnt out at any point?
Too busy to get a burnout right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, we're not night blocking that much these days. It was like the first 3 weeks we had to focus up, so we were. But these days, where it's like a lot more lax, I would say for sure.
taking a step back as my last question, just you've had an incredibly strong split 1, and I think so far a great split 2. If there were accolades or awards, you'd probably get first team All-Pro or MVP, anything like that. How would you reflect on your performance so far this year?
I did have a decent first split, but this split is like pretty rough. I think the meta is definitely not centered on bot lane, so it's a bit harder. It's a bit of a struggle these days, I will say.
Yeah. Final message from the fans out there?
Thank you for the fans for supporting us, and thank you, Honda.
All right, sweet. Going to be sending us one to a break. Thank you, guys. Take it away.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, they're looking for top TP only behind this one. Yeah. Good TP.
Coming.
TP. It's my TP. Arista flash down.
Yeah, you can come.
Arista to flash.
I will soon. I will 3 seconds. Going.
Flash slow. Yeah.
Arista no flash.
Yeah. Flash again. We cut it down.
I'm Jace no flash. Jace no flash.
Yeah.
I'm watching, guys.
Yeah.
We can Jace.
Yeah.
Watching. Yeah, you can base if you want.
Yeah. Spike, so fight's good for me. Watch Verse.
I'm looking I'm behind him.
Ziggs is first.
He's up.
Watch out, Ghost.
He's by himself. He's gonna make time.
Yeah, he's making a lot of time. He's
getting
getting the mid wave here.
I got him.
Can we do Herald while this guy's dead?
They didn't see us.
They're coming. Okay. Tom, Arista down.
Play slow.
Yeah. Arista flash.
Yeah.
Correct. Look. Shibiru flash.
We can get it. Hey, let's go Soul. Soul.
What fuels me? I mean, I think I just love the game. I grew up playing a ton of video games, and League of Legends has been my favorite by far. I mean, I think it's like the one that's held my interest the longest by a long shot, and it's just like really fun to play. I remember the first time I ever played League, it was Season 2. My friends got me into it, so I skipped the tutorial because they told me I didn't need to play it, which I didn't know gave me higher MMR at the time, but I got into game and I picked Orianna because it was the free champ, and I maxed all my abilities together and got flamed by my team. That was my first game of League. What fuels you?
Welcome back to the LTA North. Got an announcement right off the bat. Ludwig is going to be co-streaming for Shopify Rebellion versus DSG on site at the Riot Games Arena next Saturday. We'll also be recording a show match after the broadcast. You can scan this QR code on your screen right now to get tickets for next week. But on to the matchup at hand. We have Licorice, who's been playing since Season 2, improving every week. We also have Saint, who won Player of the Week last week, and he was awesome. If you only ever watched week 1 of LTA, you'd think this guy's the best player in the entire continent.
Yes, he was performing so insanely for this team. We already knew that his Ahri and Yone were top tier. His Yone play, I think, made it very difficult to argue against like Player of the Week. I mean, Whippo made his shot for sure, but Saint has been the backbone of this squad, and the question was always going to be if this team could be coordinated enough to play around his strengths.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing for me, right? Because we saw flashes of this. If you watched him at all in LCK Challengers, you know exactly why he was so hyped coming out of it, right? He was the most hyped mid lane prospect coming out of that league. And the big thing for me is that now with better coordination with the team looks better and he looks even better.
It's crazy because, like, you're right. Like, Lions comes through, and he also just he drops a bomb with the Nico performance, and you're like, okay, wait, this team looks great. They have a 2-0 win, like, a week, so there's so much they can do. So I'm excited to see how they perform today.
Production made a game for us.
Okay.
With Saint.
I'm sweating.
So they are asking us to guess the player based only on stats. So it's going to be Saint and some other mid laner. Okay. I guess we're trying to guess who he's going up against.
Is it an LTA mid laner, or is it going to be like he's
That's
going against?
The trick.
First 7 games. So this is the first 7 games with this other guy, and Saint's first 7 games, because that would include his split 1 games as well.
Okay, first 7 games for a player.
Goal difference, not that great. I mean, those stats are actually not that incredible.
Which I feel like is getting...
I'm going to go Quid. I'm going to go Quid. I'm actually going to go Quid.
I'm going to go
first
quad. 7 games.
Yeah, because we're talking first 7 games, like... I'm expecting some trickery here. He's tied him on KVA.
All right, Emily, what's your guess?
See, you got to be quick
5,
to it.
4,
yeah.
3.
I'll go Loki.
2.
Or wait, no, he hasn't played 7 games.
Well, it's too late.
Yeah, that's reveal.
It's too late. It is Quid. You got it, Raz.
That's what I'm talking about, guys.
Nicely done. Former MVP Quid. So these are better start than Quid.
Yes.
Quid was debuted, I believe, on 100 Thieves at the tail end of a year that was not very successful.
Yes, after Bjergsen pieced out, Quid comes in.
I think we have another one as well.
Guys,
we do not have another one.
That was it.
That was it.
100%.
I thought we were going to have to get... Well, Raz, you win the game.
Yeah.
By the way, the realty of my big forehead is the big brain that comes with it. So
okay. I believe it.
So, right now, preseason, we thought top 4, bottom 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, we thought 100 Thieves, TL, FlyQuest, and C9 would be top 4, and then Lyon, Shopify, these guys would all be in the bottom 4. But with how good Saint looked, and with Lyon already beating 2 of the other 3 that are, quote, in the bottom 4, how strong do we think they'll be?
Well, and it's the question for both of these teams, right? Because if you're looking at their opponents in this match, Shopify are the one where I feel like all of us were united has been like, okay, they're going to be the top of the bottom 4. They are the team that can punch up. Now with Lions, like much improved coordination, this match is actually kind of crucial in deciding, for me, who could potentially try to make noise by going up when they go up against the top teams.
Exactly. That's why I think it was crucial to hear from Adilan at this pros that I had with him, just talking about his eyes on Shopify's drafts, actually.
I think Contracts seems like really happy when they can play aggressive. Like they're 2 games Nafiri, they just all pushing lanes, they just walk into enemy jungle, put wards, and he just invade Leviatan.
That's true.
And I feel like they playing like this, they seems really strong. But I want to see when they cannot do this. Like cannot like just go into enemy jungle level 3, try to invade, do whatever they want. Yeah. Because they feel like 2 games in a row, they just do that. And also I feel like we are when they, I don't know, in that attacking team when they threw, like they were 4v5 and they just still doing attack con.
Yeah.
They just threw the game, but I don't know. It feels like they are happy playing like this, like so aggro. So, but I want to see like when they are behind.
I love Audie's jungler perspective there.
Yep. Yeah.
He's like, you know what? That team comp where they have 3 winning lanes and an invading jungler, as a jungler, I don't want to play against that.
Yeah.
So I understand.
You could also almost see the jealousy on his face. He's like, man, I wish I had that every game.
Or the Fury. Like, I felt like him self-inserting there and be like, if that happened to me, like, I'm looking at the coach instantly. that is not happening.
So after this draft, if he's staring at his coach with just evil eyes, we know what's happening.
Keem, are you sure about that? Another pushing lane? So, yeah, it's going to be fun. And with Shopify, it's interesting to see that they brought in, like, this comp that they truly believed in, and they're willing to run again and again. I think if they get unseated on that comp, that they are willing to just try something different with the same spirit in mind. Like, Contracts being given the resources, and also, like, I mean, I talked about how he had the highest gold difference at 15 amongst all players. And when he has that lead, I think he's strong with it. So I'm interested to see if they don't have that comp anymore, if they have something alongside with it that make Contracts great. What do you think?
Well, I think it's going to come down to what Shopify Rebellions think, or rather, if Lions think that it's worth leaving those champs up again. It seems like Adelan is not interested in letting Shopify run that draft back, but we are into pick and ban here for our final game of the day. Lyon taking on Shopify Rebellion. They framed it from the analysts. This is the battle, the top of the bottom 4 from last split. If you win this matchup, you're putting your name in the conversation as a team that can punch up Kobe, because it seems like the line between the top 4 and the bottom 4 might be shakier this split.
Yeah, I mean, Lyon have started off this split really, really successfully, though I would say Shopify, with running the exact same comp in their first 2 games, also showing some really big improvements. There were 2 main things for me with this Shopify lineup that I needed to see changing in split number 2. Number 1 was Contracts and Palafox looking way more proactive and aggressive and actually pulling off some plays. They blew that out of the park here in the first couple of games. The Nefiri was a critical part. Of course, that is banned out here by Lyon. You don't have to do any research to figure out why they banned that one out. Contracts was just invading over and over and did really well with the Nefiri. So permaban there. Audieland even said they were going to do this. The second thing
is that leaking draft strats?
Yeah, that they showed on stage. The second thing is that Seos were just now incorporated into the team, and they flawlessly incorporated him. You love to see whenever a support joins the team, them playing really well with the jungler, because lane phase is like, okay, yeah, you want to play well with your AD carry and you want to play in lane phase, but the true test is oftentimes how well you play with your jungler, and that was what was very impressive in the first couple of games there of the new lineup.
Seos was at the hip of Contracts, but it is important to note Shopify are on the red side now as opposed to the blue side, so we'll see if that changes, if they want to go for as aggressive as invades with the Sejuani. I'm leaning more no. This seems more like a play for the team unless they have a melee champion somewhere else that can help stack that up. But with the Azir early answer into the Yone, not likely going to be that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, taking away the Sejuani too is a lot about breaking up Yone Sejuani. They're like, we are not going to let Audieland pick up the Sejuani because Yone with that CC potential is just way, way too dangerous. And Yone versus an Azir matchup is always kind of on a knife's edge here with the Yone looking for the kill pressure. So nice little takeaway pick in the Sejuani. It's still going to give, a frontline champion in the Maokai there to Audieland, but do kind of like the way this one is looking because Saint was very good on the Yone. This is a mechanically intensive player, and Licorice has always really liked the Rumble on top side, so much so that they're willing to blind pick here, even with some good possible pairings still available.
If you just won Player of the Week, might as well play a carry. So excited to see Saint back on the Yone, but you're right about that Rumble being blind pick now. We get to see what Fudge wants to play into it. Now, I will say, across Alliance performances, I'd say Licorice had the shakier performance in their 2 wins. He did die a few times solo in side lanes, so this is going to be tough now to see if Fudge can get a lead. Can Licorice stabilize, or can he prevent Fudge from finding that lead to begin with.
And you were earlier talking about, oh, you know, where's Contract's going to want to play around.
Yep.
Honestly, I think both solo lanes are pretty decent because if you kind of mirror the mid lane and make sure that the Yone, you know, burn cooldowns off it and don't let the Yone get kill pressure on the Azir, then you can kind of win that way. But also, just go up and play with an Ambessa in some skirmishes because that will be a very good usage to proc your CC advantage as well. So Contracts as well still going to be critical here in the operation of this game and these early lane phases. So down to the bottom lane though, because bot lane is what we left open.
Yep. All 80 carry bans. We'll see if any support bans come through. So far, we're 3-4-3 with 80 carries, which means that that pool will be heavily pinched. The Varus already taken off the table from earlier. That's like the premier blue 1 80 carry right now that we've seen in the meta. But now we could have a game where we're going into that, you know, A tier, B tier of 80 carries because there are 5 total bot laners taken off the table.
Yeah, Kai'Sa, Corki are both pretty good, still available here. And then you start getting into like Jhin, and we know we saw an earlier Caitlyn if you want to do like a hard push lane.
But like, honestly, a Kai'Sa to follow up the Ambessa, Sejuani, or for the Yone, like I think it could work for either one of these compositions, but instead, looks like it could be an 80 carry counter pick for Shopify Rebellion. They want to go for the Rakan for Seos.
Yeah, some good engage there. The Sejuani and the Rakan, pretty reliable dual threat engage. Very good setup for that Ambessa ult. And here we go. Since you have so much engage layered on, what is the classic counter engage 80 carry? It is Xayah. So let's see, actually, because Kai'Sa Xayah also is kind of the most seen matchup. But what does B-Boy want to do? Does he want to shake it up a little bit here? They do have Sejuani plus Rakan plus Ambessa ultimates to play off of. So plenty of options here.
Kai'Sa would, again, be tempting, but the Xayah does make that harder. Even the Maokai, too. I mean, you're pretty short range unless you're going in for that killer instinct, so you can't get locked down, but B-Boy is not deterred. Will lock in the Kai'Sa regardless, so this is a lot of all-in potential from Shopify's roster right now. Even the Azir can follow up from quite long range, or even be the one to start things off, depending if Alphax is getting spicy or not, but it is all gas, very little breaks in this kind of position.
Yeah, hoping for an action-packed game here. The last one we saw, was a little bit weird. The last game we had, it was, you know, Jan was talking about it. It was like, it got a little long, it got a little weird.
3 clean quarters. That's how we call that one.
This one, I'm definitely on board with you. They are positioned with these champions to create a lot of fights, and I certainly think that they will follow through on that.
And I will say, just going back into the excitement for this match in particular, it's really going to solidify the top of the bottom 4 teams from last split, but also there's a world where Shopify Rebellion could have been 2-0 going into this, and this could have been a battle to maintain an undefeated streak. For right now, it's only Lyon that could do so, but they could go into their 4th day here in Split 2 undefeated. Let's see if they can do that or if Shopify will take them down. And we are back into the Rift for our final game of the day, Lyon versus Shopify Rebellion. And early on here, no invades, we're just spotting each other out. Audiland and Contracts will play the wave game, throwing up some emotes.
Yeah, and kind of keeping track of enemy jungle is going to be a key priority there for Mr. Contracts in this game, because if he's able to do that, I really do like the comp that Shopify have been able to grab for themselves here. Of course, there's a lot of explosive potential on the side of Lyon. You know, we've all seen big Maokai ultimates catching people for those large Yone Rumble combinations. And Henna should be very self-sufficient, which is something that you really need. You know, a lot of the players, even online, the team themselves talked about that some of the communication issues are still there.
Yeah.
And so it's nice as an AD carry to have that Xayah ultimate to rely and peel yourself.
Exactly. But you will have to communicate. Lions is on the engage. Seos also on an engage tool for them. And you highlighted the fact that Shopify Rebellion looks so much better with Seos. Lions also has a list of accolades. Both of these guys are legends in their own right.
We've got the 4-time CBLOL champion Seos versus the 3-time LLA champion Lions here in the bottom lane. Going to be trading away fairly early. And yeah, I mean, we talked about it, but the Xayah Kai'Sa is one of the most classic AD carry matchups in the history of competitive League of Legends.
Back when I was first getting into League, this was very popular. I started back in 2015, so I remember seeing a lot of Kai'Sa versus Xayah in the following years after that. But early lane trading here for Palafox. This is the range advantage of the Azir. The Yone really starts to come back online once you get to level 2 and above. Nice trading right now, but especially once you get towards that first item. But for a bit here, Azir can bully you out. This time it's actually Palafox getting slightly bullied.
Yeah, that last Q hitting really nice there. Versus the Yone, it's always like, all right, how many of these Qs can I sidestep when he's just zerking at me? Because you can't do anything about it when he's going to E at you and go for these trades. And it really determines a lot of the matchup, how many jungle visits, even jungle visits that don't actually turn into kills, can influence this matchup fairly heavily because the health values are so critical in that balance of going for the deep trades, trying to get the flashes down so you can have kill pressure towards your level 6 or not if you're on the receiving end of those kills. So we will see vision wards around mid lane be critical here, especially in the early stages, as well as possible visits from either of these setup junglers.
I mean, as you had been highlighting, even in pick ban, Contracts can hover around the Mbessa. That's a melee to play through. You can hover mid to make sure that you're safe. And right now, Contracts is pathing towards the top side. I got the look at the top wave. It looks like currently Fudge is a slightly push in, but it could push back. No, he's actually going to keep that pressure up in that lane right now, but maybe Licorice will force it to bounce back.
Go back in, grab your grass proc. All right, so as you mentioned though, both junglers, well,
nice
never
engage.
mind.
B-Boy taking a big amount of damage here, rooted up. Might have to flash, use the cleanse already, holds the second summoner spell, but still a Lion with some action in the bot lane early.
And it's a really, really big win, even not killing him, because now B-Boy is very low health, under tower. It's going to allow Henna and Lions to finish pushing that in.
Contracts has to immediately head bot side here.
Yeah, they actually don't go up to contest him on it or anything, and Contracts is going to wrap right around them.
Oh, no more Arctic Assault.
Could be a big
Long
turnaround
cooldown
here
on that, so I think Contracts is just waiting for his cooldowns to come back. I want to say it's around 15 seconds at this point. You might have 2 points in it right now. Actually, I can see it's on the W. Yeah, okay, so 19 seconds, very long. But coming up here, thank you, observers. Now Contracts could look for it. Seo's going to be the one to actually start things off here. We engage onto Henna, and Lion's actually playing goalie incredibly well, is uninterrupted on the crash down. Big damage, but doesn't have to burn the flash. Henna almost forces more out of B-Boy. So Shopify Rebellion, they look for the play, but I mean, Lions and Henna played that very well.
Yeah, they did. They didn't have to burn any summoner spells themselves at all. Thankfully for Contracts, because it was the clear the other way. It's not going to, it wasn't a big time investment for him.
True.
So he can just go into a second clear now. But the bottom lane,
Body lane might stop him from doing that. Is knocked up. Smite secure from Contracts. Bodyline not able to take that one away, but they're just bullying Shopify Rebellion away from this wave and actually proxying between the turrets.
Yeah, it's not a big deal for Contracts, but it is a big deal for the bottom lane.
Yeah.
With Henna and the Lions being able to push them back behind the tower, away from the minion wave, and being able to whittle off that turret plate as well.
It's TP from Fudge, so this is going to force the lane assignment here from Shopify Rebellion.
Oof, nobody touched it. Okay, so turret plate into the dirt, and teleport also used, as you say, for that swap.
Honestly, all things considered, not a bad window there for Shopify Rebellion. Yes, B-Boy Seos got pushed away, but that was a pretty natural timer to go topside anyway, because the grubs are coming up here in 20 seconds. So it looks nice from Lion for a moment, but in the grand scheme of things, I think Shopify Rebellion are very comfortable with the state of things right now. We've just reassigned everybody, and we get to the top lane first, as Contracts is already taken away his Raptors. Could look for these grubs next. Early control ward placed by Seos, and now he just gets poked out a little bit. That is one of the primary engages, and he's not that tanky at this point.
I'd say biggest thing is still going to remember that Licorice has teleport and has Rumble ultimate. So Shopify have to be very, very careful with this possible skirmish up here. If you do it quickly and you force a teleport and then back off,
We're just going to make the play instead. Henna in some trouble, gets knocked up, still has the flash and the barrier, and is able to just walk away from that one just fine. Now Lions re-engage on the contracts. Adilan goes on a long journey, but the fate sealed over the top from Saint. First blood to Adilan.
Yeah, that was a very long twisted advance. Takes it all the way in and bumps it right back into Saint's ult. Really good synergy from this Lion team. That was the biggest thing we were worried about for this team, was always going to be coordination. How do they coordinate? Well, League of Legends is its own language, Kangas, and there you go. Saint speaks it fluently, so followed that one up with the Yone ultimate. Maokai actually getting the kill credit, not ideal, but it's still very, very effective. They get the big win here and get the objective.
I love how quickly they get off the grubs, though. Like, this is showing Lion they are making these plays together.
Yeah, and nice little bump back into the Saint ultimate to clean that one up. So really good start for them. And it did not really force an immediate dragon answer, but they are progressing down towards the dragon at the moment.
I don't think we'll see any action immediately on it, so I want to highlight again strength of schedule. This is the positioning phase here. We're going to go into the group stage best of threes as Lions don't find the engaged bot side, but it's important to note that Lion have played a easy strength of schedule, you could argue, early on here, and maybe get punished as Saint has to flash contracts. Look at a gank right there. But this is the last of Lions' easy path to a kind of undefeated start. Of the bottom four, right? They're only playing against the other teams that were in that bottom four with them.
Yeah, so this is a critical test for them. Meanwhile, Shopify here looking to jump up into the upper half. So let's see. Contracts successful burn on Saint's flash, and the Yone ult is almost back and available from the earlier usage in the top fight, so he should feel fairly safe regardless of that one being burned. And Naughty Lane gets in here. Maokai, it's so nice. You clear the ward, you replace them with saplings of your own, and all of a sudden, everything is right back in control there for Lion.
You can use the saplings to watch the ward, or the brushes, make sure no one's in there as well. Very useful champion for reestablishing control. Still not going to prioritize the dragon, even though they had pushed bot side. Lions goes for a reset here, and is actually running towards the top half of the map. So as of right now, neither team seems heavily invested into this dragon.
Yeah, interesting to see what he can get done up on the top side, because Fudge does have flash. Contracts of course is down from the long twisted advance play, but looks like they're just going to go for a good old-fashioned gank on Fudge. I mean, it's an Ambessa that does have flash up, so let's see what they can manage here.
Yeah, Fudge is going to have to be very careful here. Already, the equalizer goes down. Fudge has the flash available, and gets interrupted on the public execution, and Adilan picks up another kill.
Maokai ult is just goated, Kangas.
I guess so.
the ultimate tags him right as he was going for his own ultimate, because he was going to try and Ambessa ult over to the rail, then flash towards the turret, but when the roots are grasping there, locked him up, and no summoner spell down for Fudge, though another extra kill here quite seamlessly for Lion. They're just racking them up.
Good timers.
Nice gold lead for themselves. They're looking like very well positioned to do a second grub fight there in a minute.
And this is what I'll say about Lions, or the team Lion, is that yes, their first two opponents were some of the bottom place teams from last split, but they looked controlled in their victories. They took a little while to end some of those games. They were going for every single inhibitor, really making sure that they were checking all their boxes. But an early game like this feels the exact same, where they are just checking the boxes. They're playing the map. They're playing well on their timers. Right now, they are giving Shopify Rebellion a window at the Dragon, though. So I want to see, do they try and contest? They still don't have flash on Saint, so they might just let this go.
Yeah, I think probably for sure here, because Grubs are only 30 seconds away, but I guess the only other detriment is like that the Maokai keeps getting the last hits on the kills.
Item complete.
It's a very early Unending Despair. Unending Despair is not quite the rush item that it used to be after it was correctly identified as being mega OP. And
I believe the term is a problem.
Yeah, it was a problem, and now it is just an item. It's a thing. It's decent.
It's in the game. I see it in the inventory. So
anyways, with that, he is going to be able to start that second pack up. Though it is on vision, I don't think it's going to be too explosive here. Both supports are kind of roaming over. You see the lane roam from Lions before this vision toggle, by the way. But the Rel roaming up there to Licorice for a possible lane gank. And Rel is going to stay in the alcove while they finish off the grubs, but I wonder if Fudge can, look at the minimap. Fudge is like trying to chase, find out Lions, but I don't think he actually got visual confirmation of the Rel, but he does take down the ward. Okay.
And Lions will give up on the attempt, so farce is over. It was just there to create pressure, I suppose, and in case maybe Fudge tried to hard shove the wave, but that is 6 grubs picked up as, ooh, Saint able to jump away from Palafox right there. So with the 6 grubs picked up by Lion, theoretically this will allow them to take the turrets much faster. And I mean, it is desynced with the dragons for early on, but now the Herald is going to be more synced up with the dragons. That's another thing that we'll have to keep track of. Because that first dragon happened so late, we have a rare instance where it's not like a big accelerated dragon stacking trade that Shopify Rebellion got for those grubs.
Yeah, and it's going to be also, you know, how much turret plate money can you get before those run out with the grubs?
Yep.
Because once you get 6, there's not a lot of time to work with, but you can really power through some turret plate money. So another really, really close low one here on the bottom side, but
which currently I think they've gotten 0 because they weren't close enough to get the 1, and I can't tell mid lane right now. Oh no, there's a couple there. All right, so Saint was able to get some work done. Yeah, I think that's when the dragon was actually being taken. Palafox left the lane and Saint got in there. So can Lion utilize this early enough to get some additional gold in their pocket? As of right now, their assignments are sending their bot laners mid and their mid laner bot.
Yeah, and it has a lot of this has been Henna pressure in lane. Henna and Lions from the very beginning, you know, pretty good job getting some pressure just themselves, dealing with the enemy jungle, and then even after they rotated into mid lane, keeping that pressure and keeping that pushing up.
Ooh, aggression from Henna. Speaking of, the Feather Recall does not root up at B-Boy, but still, message delivered. B-Boy cannot contest the Xayah in lane right now without the help of the support. The Berserker Greaves advantage from Henna, given that move speed as well as the attack speed.
And again, another minion wave annihilated.
Yep.
And it's going to be mid priority for Lions here. So they're actually going to rotate Henna on up to this top side with the jungler too. They're going to get seen over that ward.
Yeah, and now they're getting engaged on. Lions is quite tanky, so not going to die.
It's that defensive ward by the red buff. Yeah, thank you, observers. That Shopify ward that saw the rotation over. Plus, you know, your mid lane just got pushed in. So even though Shopify mess around with the engage, you do not actually want that fire.
But because Lion, ooh, nice little contest there. Because Lion did not continue pushing the mid, look at that. We're at 14 minutes. So the plates have fallen, and Henna had an opportunity to walk up and just hit that turret with the 6 scrubs. Instead, looked to group. So I guess that's a small inefficiency.
I'm too greedy. You know, I would have done that for sure. Also, they were looking for the team play.
Oh, speaking of, Shopify Rebellion looked for their own team engage onto Adiland. They'll get the flash out of the Maokai.
Okay, interesting. So Sejuani ult and Mbessa ult down for a possible fight. Even though Maokai ult flash is very good, having ultimates, if there's actually going to be a fight here on next objective.
I mean, we still have a minute. I imagine those will be, if not up, very close to being up by the time those spawn. So I actually like that window from Shopify to look for something.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be any opportunity for Lion to try and force any sort of skirmish. Because, yeah, I mean, if you can just farm it out now from Shopify's side, that feels great.
Yeah.
Their farming has been a little bit punishing, though. Lion have definitely been keeping on the pressure and making it difficult for them.
But a lot of the gold lead here has just been the kills. And a couple of plates here and there, but it hasn't amounted to a massive lead for Lion by any stretch. This is a very close game going into this next dragon spawning. 20 seconds, and currently Lion are controlling the approach. So Shopify Rebellion will have to find a way to get in there, whether that's through bot lane, whether that's through mid lane. Right now they're trying to maintain their push on both, but Palafox is all alone, has the ward to spot out, so he's trying to play very safe from this position.
Okay. Yeah, they still have to be a little bit worried because, again, no Sejuani ultimate. Even though cooldown's close, close does not cut it, buddy.
Yep. We have
early on, the cooldown's really long, so Lion are just going to start this objective up. I think that is a very good call.
Yeah.
You know, Shopify, no, we don't have the tools right now. That's yours.
All right, so the timers did actually come up Contracts and Fudge not having their ults available to contest the Dragon. Lyon were there immediately on spawn and will deny any more Dragon stacking. So now they picking up 3 neutral objectives. Getting towards the feats of strength, and they're pushing Shopify Rebellion away from this mid turret. They're gonna try and siege it down here. Big damage with those grubs. Engage from Seos. Lion's trying to jump away. Contracts now has the ultimate available. One more hit on the turret, and they just barely get it. I believe that was the burn damage coming through. So Lyon cracking the first turret, picking that up.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good so far. Fudge messing around.
Yeah. And that was also the feats of strength picked up right there, because the 3 neutral objectives plus first turret. Only 2 kills so far in this 16.5-minute game. Shopify Rebellion will look to pick up another neutral objective for themselves now, as the Herald has spawned. Lyon look to approach, and they have Saint in the wings. Looking for that flank. That would have been a terrifying moment for Shopify Rebellion to try and hold their ground, so I think it's wise for them to back off.
I agree. Can they make a pick here?
I mean, they're actually going to go for a public execution onto the tank. Chain CC trying to lock down Adiland, but now that just re-engaged from Lions. Adiland goes back in. Licorice, big damage, roasting through the health bars of Shopify Rebellion. Henna wasn't even needed in that fight. Now joins in. It's a double kill to the top laner. Lion roar to life, and we'll pick up 2.
Okay, this went from like, all right, you got on some options still, maybe Shopify, to an emphatic shutdown of that possibility, because Saint is able to make the counterplay up here and then teleport down to answer the split push.
And also gets ultimate out of Palafox. Didn't have the Fate Sealed available, still forces Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, so Shopify were trying to keep up their split push there with Palafox on the bottom side, but yeah, Saint goes to answer it.
Yeah.
Uses his teleport, and not only do they get the extra kills here through the fight, taking away that Rift Trail to finish up one of these side towers with it.
See, Henna, he grouped up with the team, didn't push mid. Palafox ain't that type of guy. He's like, nope, I want the bot side. And it seemed like Shopify Rebellion, they had a nice start to it. They just didn't have enough damage over the top here. As we'll get a replay. Oh, yeah, it's the Licorice Cam.
Yeah, he is joining the fight. Meanwhile, you can see on the minimap, Palafox, as you were about to say, is opting not to teleport into this because it was already winning there for the side of Lyon. So he continues to try and split push. But yeah, I mean, you can say, hey, Shopify, we're probably saying this Maokai still has no flash.
You guys can kite back. I can't TP, guys. There's no word.
Okay,
well, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no ward. Maybe the reason that way they went for it in the first place was talking about that, because it definitely did not turn out in their favor with how deep that went. But
and even though Saint didn't get fed in that play, he still was a big part of it, using the Fate Sealed over the top, flashing forward to get the extra damage so the Licorice could pick up the kills. There's a reason he got Player of the Week. He's not the really standout premier carry right now, getting all the kills, getting super fed, but he is still performing for this team and is really adding a lot of excitement around this roster and the potential damage it can do as Fudge looks to do damage to Licorice. 1v1, dancing around the equalizer, and Licorice says, bet! I will take that 1v1. Palafox comes in, Emperor's Divide into the wall. Licorice still trying to roast him down, will get shut down, but that was a 2-for-1 and a 1-for-1 trade. Lyon will take it.
Yeah, they're so happy to take it because it's a huge dub. They're able to get out the extra resources of the teleport, which also opens up your bottom side of the map for perfect Rift Herald usage, where they get a secondary turret on top of that outer turret that they were pushing. And the secondary side ones are the most expensive turrets in the entire game, so the gold lead just balloons there for Lyon.
Yeah.
Even
Fate Sealed, he's still going for it. Double knockup from Saint as he looks for that Q3. Nice quickness from Seos to keep the 80 carry alive. B-Boy did not have to use a sum.
Okay, definitely a fun one, but we're going to end it at just the fun. Here's another look at Licorice, and that was the key there. He turned around his Flame Spitter as the ultimate came through. So the public execution was not for me, that was for you. Better call the ambulance, buddy.
Yeah, that's a public execution in a It's the big vat of fire right there. Usually you need the J4 for the hot pot, but Licorice doing it himself right now. Bloodletter's Curse picked up as well. He's going to be shredding through any member of Shopify Rebellion that's in a side lane against him.
Yeah, that thing is actually painful, being on the receiving end. That with the Leandries is a very powerful 2-item power spike. Licorice definitely doing well for himself this game on that Rumble pick. So let's see as they have Saint himself, I believe, burning down this dragon. I'm assuming that's what Yone's doing in there. There we go. We get a little cam on him. And finish up the Chemtech Drake while the rest of the team just keeps eyes on Shopify to deny the cross map or any sort of plan they might be coming up with.
There's no damage here on the Otacon. Audioland could always threaten the Smite steal. I like that assignment there. Nobody was near Saint. He just gets the dragon himself. 5 kills to 1 in favor of Lyon. About 4,000 gold lead just shy, and they're also stacking up the dragons. Things are looking fantastic early in the split for this roster that wasn't able to get things to come together in split 1. But this is a different look for a team. They have Lions here. They have everybody grouping at the Otacon, and they are forcing Shopify Rebellion to answer the play. That's Contract's Glacial Prison. Swing and a miss. Doesn't land on anybody. Now the re-engage coming in from Lyon. And a teleport from Fudge straight to his grave.
Cut the tape, Genghis.
Yeah, this is looking done and dusted. Lyon will get a pick as well as the Otacon.
Oof. Licorice like sidesteps the Sejuani ult, and then you see the teleport is coming in so deep, you already know it's doomed. It's like you see the little ball of light coming through, and it's like, Genghis, no!
Fudge's life flashed before his eyes. He had a long time. It's a long channel for the teleport now, to really think about it.
The safety eject button on that teleport.
Can we divert course? Can we do like a Mel, like press the W, it bounces you back where you came from type of thing?
Yeah, maybe they should add a emergency eject.
You get one. You get one per game.
Yeah, I like that. You know, with the way that they kind of nerfed teleport, being so slow early on.
You know what? Let's not even talk to the designers about this. Let's just put it in the game. I think that you and I definitely have enough.
Secret little button. We'll just,
we don't even tell it. It's not in the patch notes. If you press spacebar up, left, down,
we
right.
can abuse this power then. If we just can add stuff to the game without telling anyone, we can just add all kinds of things to.
I mean, that's how they did it back on the SNES. You know, they didn't tell you that there were secret cheats in there.
Okay, well, let's see how they spend their money on the side of Lime, and it looks like it's going to be liberally on the side here of Lime, because everybody is going to be a giant threat now. All that's left for them is to close the loop on the map. They've got their Otacon revivals. They are all, each and every one of them, quite rich, so they can just go push 3 lanes and then look for people who are trying to rotate between the objectives and just force your plays.
They bought low and they got rewarded for it right now, as one rough play from Shopify after another has netted the Rebels a very, very stiff hill to climb. Steep hill to climb. Stiff hill? That's not a word. Steep hill. There we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with that one, the second one, Steve.
And now we have another engage coming in from Lyon under the turret, and nice quickness coming in from Seos to try and buy space, but Licorice behind them just shreds through everybody. Lyon can do no wrong. Turret don't matter. They take the fight and they'll take 2 kills.
They will, and they're not going to give you anything back. So no trade. It's just to take.
They'll even give B-Boys flash, just for fun.
Okay.
For good measure.
Take a little bit more there. Saint wasn't happy with just the kills and the tower. Always wanting more. No flash for B-Boy. He's only level 12 on the Kai'Sa, but he's about to tick over. There you go. Level 13 at least achieved. And it's going to be a rough one here for the rest of the squad. You mentioned early on that with the first dragon actually being given over to Shopify, that at least it wasn't going to be a super early soul in this game. But I would go further and say Lyon aren't going to need the soul to end this game. They can just get Baron and force another play.
But I'm happy you bring that up, because that is one of the slight criticisms that I had for Lyon last weekend. Yes, it was 2 wins, clean wins, but they took a long time to close out those games. They really dotted their I's, crossed their T's, made sure everything was done before they went for the push. So there is a chance that they do the same thing here and give Shopify Rebellion windows. But speaking of, Hellflax looks for that one, just gets barrier out of Henna, and that could mean mid-turret.
I mean, it's kind of big, actually, right?
Wow.
Because Henna's down to 30% HP, plus the barrier that you mentioned.
And now we're just going to engage here onto Adiland. The tank is not tanking, and that's a shutdown for B-Boy.
When all else fails, Kangas, group 5 and go mid.
Nayram, baby. We own that.
All right, so now Baron is on the table. The enemy jungler is dead. Here we go. Time to force. They don't have the Sejuani or the Mbessa ultimate.
We have Equalizer from Licorice, though. That could be the big play here for Lyon. If they lose this Baron, that is rough. B-Boy, big damage as he is half health running away. Seos again trying to buy space for the team. Almost dies in the attempt. Lyon do not get the Baron. They do not get the kills, but they push Shopify Rebellion off of the objective.
Yeah, Licorice says, I will burn you. I will burn you all. Gets them off of that, so.
That was huge for Lyon to do, because that would have been cascading failures right there. Henna getting chunked out mid. Then they get the turret. Then they take down the jungler. If Shopify Rebellion had also gotten the Baron, suddenly they're right back in this game. But as it is, I think Lyon have kind of stabilized. Yeah. And Zane's going to go for another solo dragon.
Burn, baby, burn, though. I'm really just looking at Licorice Deathcap here.
Oh, wow, he's close.
Rumble with Deathcap, Leandries, and the extra shred. Oh,
yeah. Yay. That is going to be a problem for Shopify Rebellion to deal with. At least doesn't have, like, immediate magic.
There it is.
The Bloodletters has to do a little burning first.
The Deathcap completed here.
Does Equalizer now one-shot B-Boy? If he gets that same angle, because B-Boy had to run through the Equalizer to get out of the pit.
If B-Boy stood on it, for sure.
Yeah.
If anything locks him in place on it, yeah, it's going to kill him. As long as you're saying one shot as like all the ticks add up. Yeah. As long as you're not being one of the...
Just that one ability for damage.
One shot would have to be one instance of damage.
He had to get Leandry's burn for that one. Yeah, all right. Well, it is going to be burning down the Baron for right now. Lyon are issuing a challenge to Contracts. Can El Contracto get in there and steal this Baron away? Or actually, is it just a bait to try and force Shopify to walk into their side of the river? They back off of the Baron, and instead will look for mid-wave. Over the wall, flash from Lions, and there you have it! Gravity well onto everybody with the Equalizer, and Shopify Rebellion yet again on the receiving end of Licorice's Flame Spitter. Double kill to Henna, and Adiland's flashing forward for more. Palafox goes down, Licorice picks up another one, and Lyon yet again with another clean victory. They plant their flag and say, we are the team to fear right now for Split 2. This might not be the game-ending push, but that's a hell of a statement versus Shopify Rebellion. They have another wave coming in here, and they're going even further. Adiland's underneath the Nexus turrets. I think Lyon can do it. No, they're going to back away. Again, very patient team. They did this last week, but they've already cracked the base.
Yeah, they're gonna leave behind some demolition, but definitely don't want to over test yourselves here. Everybody's 50% HP and don't want to risk anything else. Of course, Nexus turrets do respawn, so too big of a risk there. Now for Shopify, you're still so desperate. They're looking to just stop as many backs as they can so you can't actually reset. And your idea is to try and like draw it out by desyncing enemy recalls. Sometimes you can like get back into games that are really far out of your favor. That way, if you can just like desync recalls, maybe pick one person here, then the rest of them come back and they're all one by one. But I mean, this one is just right up next to that brush that has a control ward in it. And so perfect engage right out of it. And it allows for the full layering. As far as your question earlier, B-Boy almost got locked down on the Rumble ult the whole time, but B-Boy used his ult to get out of there and barely was able to escape the fire.
The Magnet Storm onto two of the carries set it up beautifully for the rest of Lyon to follow up. I think you'll take losing Saint in that exchange. Right now we're back to live here. 7,500 gold lead advantage for Lyon. Dragon spawning in 1:45. So they have plenty of time to set up that objective, but right now it is still the Baron that all these players are putting their attention onto. Yep. Either one of these teams picking this up could be, or at least for Lyon, it could just be the end of the game. For Shopify, it's a way back into the game if they can manage it. They were very close earlier.
I like too if Fudge could also go blue trinket, so you can have three blue trinket cooldowns in situations like this, where like if you're getting close to any of these brush or any pocket of Fog of War, then you get engaged on really quickly.
Yeah.
Having the extra blue cooldown can really be a lifesaver sometimes, but they have a couple available to them right now, so nobody should be walking too close.
Look at the engage options here. We do have Equalizer for Licorice. He could try and lead with that. It isn't great if you don't have it locked down immediately, but Lions with Flash and Magnet Storm could set it up. Instead, it's just to push up the mid wave. Shopify Rebellion are trying their best to just maintain control of these lanes. They have no control over top or bot. Both are shoving in, so they're losing waves, they're losing XP and gold, but they really don't have other options right now. It is just the nade ramp for them, as they will now look to approach in towards the Baron. There's the Twisted Advance, and yeah, Nature's Grasp is enough. Licorice now roasting through Contracts. Shopify Rebellion don't find anything. Contracts looks for the Glacial Prison, misses, and no follow-up nearby anyway, so Shopify Rebellion have to limp away. They don't have their Sejuani ultimate, and also Contracts is low on health, so this could just turn into Dragon Soul along with the Baron.
It's definitely looking like that. Kangas, I think I would definitely put my money betting on that one, because Seos is, he's trying to lead them on a chase.
Oh, Saint with the Fate Seal follow. Quickness from Seos. I don't even think it tagged Saint. One more auto, and Saint will pick up his second kill of the game. That will be Dragon Soul for Lyon.
With this, Lyon as a team, I think, are for sure proving themselves as the top of those kind of bot half teams, the bottom four. So now they get to look forward to tomorrow as well. I believe TL is their next opponent, and that would be cracking in to the top four teams that have thus far kind of kept to themselves and been on another level. So very excited to see where this Lyon team progresses from here.
After today, everyone's going to be asking, how good are Lyon? They engage here on the Fudge. Lock him down, take him out. 0-6 for Shopify's top laner, as Lyon have been punishing him every single chance with Baron-empowered minions. You have to imagine this is it. One final engage, under turret, roast him down. Lyon go 3-0 to kick off the split.
Hey, B-Boy lived again. Kangas, can he win?
I'm going to imagine that's a no, Kobe. I'm going to imagine that's a victory.
You're going to go bald if he...
You know what? I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. I don't think there's a lot on the line for me, but there's a lot on the line for a Lyon. They are 3-0, Kobe, to start off the split. Shopify Rebellion looked solid last weekend, but they were not able to land any significant blows against Lyon today.
Yeah, Lyon looked very, very good. Really... Honestly, way more coordinated and a lot crisper, than you would think from split number one, and so a lot more confidence in this team.
We keep talking about how, okay, there's so many different languages spoken on this team. What's communication look like? At this point, we're well past that narrative, because they look like they're smoothly answering all these plays. But for right now, we're joining Emily for an interview.
Hello, I'm joined by a victorious jungler, Adilan, after you guys are 3-0. Congratulations. One thing, I was in here kind of creeping, watching you guys, and your comms seem to be so clear. You guys are very calm, cool, and collected. So talk to me about your approach to this game and I guess how steady your team has been thus far.
I mean, we improved when we went to Korea, so I feel like this is an advantage that we have right now. Last split we didn't have time to practice anything, so it was weird to us. But now we have time. We now at least in stage we play slow. I think we play more smart than Scream, so that's our advantage. I think we have great laners, so I feel like we can abuse them.
And then this game to me, where it really turned the tide, you guys were doing well, but there was a moment around, I think 17 minutes into the game where you ended up getting caught out and you guys turned the team fight on them. So talk me through that play, especially the coordination coming out of you and Lions, because you guys already have a lot of experience together.
I mean, the mid thing that I did, I think was my mistake. I think just give it out the turret. I feel like I wanted to don't let them for free, But we weren't ready to fight, so I just died. But afterwards, they needed to do Baron because if not, they just gonna lose the game. So we just pressed our buttons and they just run away. So they just make time for us, and that's it.
And then going forward, again, 3-0, have a chance to be 4-0. You're going up against TL. What do you think are the biggest strengths of your team going up against a team like TL who won last split?
I feel like it's really even matchup, I think. I feel like our laners are pretty good against them, so I'm very comfortable also in mid lane, so I feel like it's not going to be like a big problem. So I feel like if we just play like calm and like today, I feel like we can win. I think Team Liquid is like not that hard team, so I feel like it should be a 50-50 game. So I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but we're gonna do our best.
I'm sure it'll be exciting. Thank you so much for joining me, Adi. It's always great to talk to you, and we're gonna throw it to the lounge to close out the day.
They just look like a better team.
They do
today.
Yeah, it's like I just want to see how far they can go, and maybe they don't stop, Jad. Maybe they don't stop.
Do you want to see them go to MSI, Raz?
I'm down for anything. If we got a story like that, we got to take it.
This is why best of one scheduling can be a blessing and a curse.
True.
Because we had our preseason power rankings that had the first 4 teams. Everyone who did power rankings had some combination of those 4.
True.
And then we had the bottom 4 and some combination of that bottom 4. Lyon was in that bottom 4.
Some people
They've now
had
beaten
7.
everyone within that bottom 4. And their next 4 games are against the entire top 4.
I kind of want to just see where people place them because I forget. I have a very small memory. So because I remember, I think I had them 7th or something. I think people consistently either had them 7th or had faith in their in their core. But this is for sure exceeding expectations.
Yeah.
And you're right. They're facing the bottom teams or the perceived bottom teams. And now this next step going up against Team Liquid is going to show a lot.
I mean, this last one against Shopify, it wasn't like, oh, they won that scrappy bottom of the barrel game and now they're 3-0. Like, they just completely dominated them.
They had control. Even Audioland said like they wanted to play slow and they got a chance to be able to do that. That's scary. If a team has that level of control in mid and late game, that just means they're flatly a good team.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's only 3 games that we've seen. Really looking forward to the TL game tomorrow. We're going to see who won player of the game for the 4 games today. Who'd you vote for?
I didn't even vote from the last one, but it was Licorice no matter. I was going to say Licorice anyways, so glad that he was able to get it anyway. So Licorice, APA, Inspired, and Loki. Loki had a great game.
He did. Big bounce back from last week. The Silas was massive. Flowers had a great line throughout the game. It was like watching one of those Silas champion spotlights where these are all the things you can do on the champion, just stealing the ideal ult for the ideal situation, as I feel like he did that entire time. The Sejuani from Inspired was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Sloppy game from Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was.
And APA Ziggs was the one that was locked in.
Yeah, so it was nice to see comfort from the team, and I think their early lead was like, oh, this is the Team Liquid that we wanted to see. And then it was like pick after pick after pick, and you're like, ooh. Oh.
Got a little sloppy in there, but then it was fine.
Then it was fine.
Here's the standings at the end of the day. You'll notice one surprise from the preseason power rankings, and that's Lyon being 3-0. FlyQuest, the other team, at 3-0. Very symmetrical standings we have through 3 games with Dignitas still looking for that first win.
Keep those next 3 opponents, TL, Honda, into FlyQuest, into 100 Thieves.
And then after that, if we extended, it would be C9.
Yes.
That's tough.
They're going straight into the gulag, so we need to see what they come out stronger.
Yep, tomorrow's schedule. My eyes are on that Team Liquid Lyon game, FlyQuest, Shopify Rebellion, 100 Thieves, DSG, and C9 Dig to close out the weekend. I apologize for not reading in order. That was just the way that my eyes went.
That's fair.
That was my most interesting to still interesting. But not as interesting as the first one that I read. That is it for us here at the LTA North. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific, 400 Thieves versus DSG, which is one of the interesting games. We'll see you then.
Very interesting.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah, me too.
No, it's good.
No flash. Nice. Keep chasing. Nice. Bar no flash. Maybe you guys can end, okay? Top. 25 seconds, this guy. Maybe hard.
Wow, Loki, what?
Oh, we're fighting. No flash.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Look at him.
I'm charming is here. No, I'm not.
Oh, Corky. Nice.
GG.
Nice.
Oh, Loki Motsi. Nice.
Wow. Nice.
Monster angle. Trust me. Start turning, okay? I'm
fine.
Yeah, I'm fine too. I'm gonna kill a roll.
Sorry. Oh, my bad.
Winning.
Adi 1 HP. Yeah, me and Whip are winning.
Yeah.
Yes.
He one shot me.
Our mega soon. Nad wants to go.
Abstract still, okay, Abstract still. This guy no flash on Kalista, he's dead as well.
We can end mid.
Yeah, we can end.
Chase Whipper. We end mid.
I am. Nice job, team.
Good job.
Play slow.
I need to flash. Yeah. Look. 11 flash.
Go. Come forward. They have no flashes.
달려. Here.
We can try 10.
Job, guys. Hey, play for fantasy.
If we can kill him. If we can kill him.
Of course we can kill. Okay, maybe can't kill. Oh, can kill, nice.
Okay.
Nice, GG guys.
GG.
Go. I come guys.
So good. Go. Maybe I want you.
Sejuani.
We need to see us here also.
Yeah, see.
And
I can do
Yeah.
1 second. Okay.
Just flash also.
Nice.
We can win.
Yeah, I think we can win.
Look. We match them. Nice. So clean game today, no? What?
Oh, kill.
So clean game.
Giant like a titan, ready for combat, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise, through the ring of fire, in the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. The arena, wild animals. We alive with hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. World dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times.